I always wanted to serve on a jury.
I'm really super excited to be here, so I really appreciate you having me. I'm looking forward to it.
I want to give a big shout out to the 13th Jury Podcast and Brandi.
Yeah, I applaud you guys. Keep doing what you're doing.
And then I just look to the jury, and it's sort of like, look.
Hey, if you're bored of work, come pop in and say, hey, what's up?
You are a ray of sunshine, and I love what you've done with your YouTube channel.
Good morning. Good morning, jurors. Hello, hello. Happy Wednesday. Good morning. Good morning. Come on in. Take your seats. It's going to be a good day. Hello, hello. Let's see. Let me change a couple settings real quick. I lost track of time. Good morning. I am happy to see you all. I was going to start a little bit earlier, but then I kind of lost track of time. I was working on a chart for our next trial to get it organized. I know yesterday we listened to the openings of it, and it was a little bit hard to understand when there's so many people and you can only hear so much and absorb it. I myself am a very visual learner, so I need visuals, and a lot of y'all are here because you're the same way, and I happen to specialize in visuals, so that's what we're working on. So today is day 2 of that trial, and we are going to it looks like we have movement in the courtroom. We are going to start it when this one goes into verdict watch. So I was trying to get some stuff ready to make it a little bit easier to understand. And I think that Sunny says she has a spoiled. Hi, Sunny. Have a safe drive home. So I was working on that. So I'll show you some of that when we go into verdict watch. I saw that there was a verdict last night in the Hannah Payne trial, right? Did y'all see that? Oh, I like how we're getting like a close-up of the jurors' chairs. That's nice. So nice. Those chairs look comfortable. Lisa says, can't think of how many times in my life I've said, can you show me? Yeah, I'm the same way. I am very, very visual. Very, very visual. Yes, Holly Mack. So that's what I heard. Guilty on all counts. So very interesting. Very. Oh, I need to edit this a little bit. I had this set up for sunset yesterday. Although I'm sure Lucy likes to be like bigger than life over here. Let's see if I can get us set up a little bit so that these are things I could have done before court started. But here we are. It's all right. It's all right. Move this down a little bit. Okay. Update. There we go. That way we're not covering everything. Lucy is very tired. I ended up going to bed. I was very tired. And, I didn't sleep much going into yesterday. It's kind of one of those days I had been very anxious about for a long time. So I didn't sleep. I haven't slept well at all for a while going into yesterday. So last night, I think I went to sleep about like 7 something. My kid made me supper again. Let me tell you, he made buffalo chicken sandwiches and macaroni and cheese. It was so good. There's her same shirt. I hope somebody's washing it for her. It was so good. So good. And so he came over and he's been making me supper a lot lately. So he brought me supper and we ate and hung out for a little bit and chit chatted. And then I think I went to bed about 7. So I woke up at 5 this morning and I took, I got some stuff done. Oh. She hears somebody out there. And we went for a really long, I hear maintenance being called. We went for a really long walk and that's why she's tired. Oh, I think it's the bug guy. Hold on. I know I was muted. I was trying to mouth to y'all. I was going, bug guy. I didn't want him to hear me say it. It was the bug guy. But he's gone now. Lucy was mad. They come once every 3 weeks. I forgot they're coming today. Or 3 months, not 3 weeks. We don't have audio from them yet. But I was just talking about how tired Lucy is, and then she hears that and she's like, oh, time for me to go into protective dog mode.
Jury, I emailed both sides the copies of the charge. Did y'all get those?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any objections or additions for the court's charge?
The only thing that I could think of, Your Honor, was on the tampering charge, on the verdict form, and the language in there, that it's specified the two-way human corpse to distinguish between the physical evidence of third degree and physical evidence of human corpse of second degree.
Well, it's guilty as charged. I mean, we don't put, found guilty of murder with a knife or gun.
I agree. I completely agree with that. Just that there's a.
No, I'm aware. I'm aware that it is guilty as charged. If there was a lesser included, I would see the point with that. But I'll note your exception. Anything else from the state regarding the charges? And you have the one where I excluded the sharp object?
Yes, I saw that, Your Honor. And then I believe Ms. Bolito sent an email suggesting just a change in form and how it read. It looks like on the.
I'm sorry, on the murder charge?
On the tampering charge.
All right.
Formal one on the tampering charge, that it was in there, alter, destroy, or conceal a thing to a human corpse, knowing that an offense has been committed to it, murder. But that obviously tracked language of the statute, so there's no error either way.
Happy anniversary.
Just her email this morning.
Well, hold on. All right, well, I'll look at it. Okay. Anything else from the state?
No.
And anything from the defense?
Your Honor, we're just re-urging that a 3823 instruction be added to both charges. We sent to you and the state Robertson, which is the case law that we're relying upon. We believe we've met the 3 requirements under Robertson, that the evidence must raise an issue of fact, that the evidence on that fact must be affirmatively contested, and that the contested factual issue must be material to the lawfulness of the challenged conduct in obtaining the evidence. We have met that 3-pronged test, we believe, and we are asking for those instructions to be met. We believe by giving this 3823 language in the instruction, this would protect our clients' constitutional rights under the Texas and U.S. constitutions and codified laws.
I think you can distinguish Robertson in that the exception under 3823B, wherein the officers were relying on, in good faith, on a search warrant signed by a magistrate. The court found, that those affidavits were sufficient, and therefore your request is denied, and your objection to the charges overruled.
Your Honor, in order to preserve the record, we would like to continue our objection on this. And
I will give you a running objection to the lack of a 3823 charge in the jury charge. And note that your error, or any error that you're alleging, well, your objection is preserved, rather, not error. Your objection is preserved.
all right, thank you, Mom.
Okay. Is there anything else from the defense?
Nothing else from the defense on the issue of the jury charges, Your Honor.
All right, then, Ms. Dykes, you need to retake the witness stand. The defendant is on cross-examination.
Shay Patrice was gifted a membership by Wrestler's Mom. Thank you so much, Wrestler's Mom. Thank you, thank you. Shay Patrice, welcome to the family. You live here now. Oh, wait, hold on. I have it.
What? We just become best friends? Yep.
Yep. I keep forgetting I have sound effects now. Here she goes in that same shirt with her boobies out. Too early in the morning for
All
Cleveland.
right, then we're ready for the jury.
Get it together. Sorry.
All right.
All rise. Good morning. Good morning. Like, I'm pretty modest. So, like, every time I see something, I'm tugging at my own shirt. I love that Marie Moss counted the shirt tugs yesterday. That was one of my favorite stats that we've ever had. That was really funny.
All right, you may be seated. All right, Ms. Dykes, you are still under oath. Ms. Pittman, you have the witness on cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Dykes, we left off yesterday, we were talking about Kyle Williams. And Kyle Williams is your son, is that right?
Yes.
He's your youngest son, is that correct?
Yes.
And he's the one that actually introduced you to Chuck, is that correct?
Yes.
He was the manager of the bar at on-premise, and he actually initially hired Chuck as a doorman and a bouncer, is that right?
Yes.
And, you know, Kyle knows Dax, Kyle knows Freddie, Kyle knows all those guys down there that hang out at the on-premise on a regular basis, is that right?
He knows the ones at on premise. Yes.
Okay. And Kyle is still here locally in Dallas, is that right?
Yes.
Now, all the rest of your children, Aaron and Chelsea, were living with you in Mesquite, the 3113 Kensington house, and they all moved back to Florida, but Kyle stayed here in Dallas, is that right?
Yes.
And you and Kyle are really close, is that right?
Yes.
You guys talk frequently, and throughout the course of when you left Dallas, you continue to stay in communication with them, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, we were talking yesterday about Kyle, and as I said, you have continued to talk to him up until today, is that right?
Yes.
I mean, as often as you can.
Yes.
Now, you told Kyle, or you became aware through Kyle in a phone conversation that the DA's office was trying to contact him, didn't you?
I'm not aware of that for sure. I don't remember that he mentioned anything like that.
You know that he called you, or you called him. You called him, and he told you that we had gone out to his apartment and left a business card out there, right?
I don't remember him saying that specifically.
And he told you that he thought it was the neighbor that kind of ratted him out as to where he lived, right?
I really don't remember him saying anything like that.
And he later told you that he had gotten a subpoena via text message from us, right?
He mentioned he had gotten a subpoena via a text message, and I told him I wasn't sure if that was correct service of a subpoena.
Because you know the law and you know your way around the courtroom, right?
I do know about subpoena service, yes.
And you couldn't get a hold of, you're talking to Aaron, again, you talk to him frequently as well, right?
I do.
And you were talking to him last week, just last week on October 8th. I'm sorry, not October 8th, December 8th, weren't you?
I don't really know the date. I talk to Aaron when he's off and I can catch him, so.
Okay, and he's off around 7:33 or 6:33 at night, isn't he?
It depends on the route he runs. He's an armed guard.
Okay, and and that's what he was doing when he was here. He was working when he was in Dallas, wasn't he?
Yes.
Okay, and was Chelsea working when she was in Dallas?
No.
But Jimmy was working at the Amazon
Yes.
place, right?
Mhm.
The phone number you use for Aaron is 407-412-1331, is that right?
Yes.
And when you call, you talk for several minutes, 10, 15 minutes, somewhere around there sometimes.
Yes.
And you recall, you know that Aaron was talking to you about the trial, was talking to you about Kyle, and telling him that Kyle needs to communicate with you, right?
I don't remember specifically the
Okay, but that
conversation.
sounds about right, doesn't it?
Can you repeat it?
That you were talking to Aaron and telling him that Kyle needs to communicate. You need Kyle to communicate more.
With whom? Like,
With
I
you.
don't know. Like, well, I talk to him every day, so that doesn't necessarily make sense.
Okay, and Aaron told you that, or you told Aaron that Kyle doesn't need to show up. Is that right?
I don't even know what that context would be.
Okay. Well, Aaron told you that Kyle was going to come to trial on Monday, and you said, he does not need to come to court on Monday, and I told him that. Do you recall that?
I don't specifically recall these conversations because, again, I talk to the kids like all the time. So,
and you asked Aaron to make sure that Kyle knows, no, do not come to the courtroom. Aaron asked you, is this because of the subpoena? And you replied, yeah, like I'm not going to say anything more than that. Do you remember that?
no,
Okay, do you need to hear that phone call to refresh your recollection of it?
I wouldn't. It wouldn't make a difference if I heard it. Like, I don't really recall having said that, but
So if you heard your voice and you heard Aaron's voice and you heard that conversation, are you telling this jury that just wouldn't refresh your recollection at all about the conversation?
I don't remember having said it. Like, I talk to my kids every day. So,
Your Honor, may I have the witness and defendant listen to her jail call from that particular day to refresh your recollection?
You can. Are there any earphones, and can you take the laptop up there for the proper refreshing of her recollection?
Yes, Your Honor.
Play the jail. I want to hear all the jail calls.
Do you have any earphones for this?
1 second, Your Honor.
Well, that's how.
Your Honor, if I may, I have to grab something for you.
That's how Felicia was.
Send the jury out.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. But if not, you can do that.
Felicia was like, nope, that won't refresh my memory. Definitely hearing myself talk will not refresh my memory at all. Don't even try. Nellie's already paid me. I don't remember anything.
Oh, excellent. Thank you.
Just can I move that?
You can put it on the floor.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. Good morning.
I was
Welcome.
gonna sit in this chair, if that's okay.
That's totally fine. It'll go on.
No, with my luck, it'll fall.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Good morning. I want to hear it. I don't want headphones. I want to hear it. This is so rude. I'm feeling very excluded right now. Oh, we can kind of hear it.
Okay.
Oh, he moved the microphone. Damn it. Darn it. Sorry. So mad. That was so rude.
Jump ahead to the
Tori C. Lady, happy anniversary. I'm still straining to hear, and I'm still leaning forward to hear as if that makes me hear better. Man. I hate it when their audio goes out halfway. Yeah, they said we were going to have Agent Thirst Trap. Ramos, happy anniversary. Seems like I've been here longer, but either way, happy to be here and part of the family. We're happy to have you.
Ms. Dykes, did that refresh your recollection of that call?
It did. Thank you.
Okay. And, I mean, what I was asking you about, the fact that you're talking to Aaron and you're discussing Kyle's appearance here in court. You told Aaron, he does not need to come to court Monday. I told him that. Is that right?
I did.
And, she asked Aaron to make sure that Kyle knows, no, do not come to the courtroom, right?
Yes.
And Aaron asked, is this because of the subpoena? Is that right?
Yes, he did.
And you said, yeah, like, I am not going to say anything more than that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Nina actually met Bill when she was like 16. Is that right?
I'm not sure exactly the age that Nina met Bill, but she was young.
Very young, right?
I think it was after she graduated high school, so I'm going to say she was probably 18 or so.
And they got married shortly after, right?
I believe so.
She never had kids of her own?
No,
Now, you made it a point on direct yesterday to tell the jury, Chuck's a violent man, didn't you?
I didn't.
And you were so scared of Chuck that after you met him, you bought him a car, right?
I did buy a car, yes.
And you had to move into your house after your daughter and son and brother moved out, just within weeks, right?
Yes,
You invested in his rap career,
I did.
right? And even after he produced something like Defense Exhibit 7, that rap video, you continued to invest in his rap career, right?
I did.
You were so scared of him that you got matching tattoos with him, didn't you?
I did.
You were so scared of him that you brought Nina, your best friend of 14 years and now wife, around this man, didn't you?
I did.
You were so scared of him that you chose his last name after getting married to Nina, right?
I chose Beltran.
And you were so scared of him that when he had a rap show in Arkansas, you paid for the rooms, you paid for the van, you paid for the slot, and you and Nina went up there to the rap show, right?
I did.
You were so scared of him that when this all happened and you learned that the FBI was looking for Chuck, you met him in Pennsylvania, 45 minutes away from where Nina's house was. Is that right?
I did.
In fact, can I personally honor the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
In States 404, I mean, that's a map
Hi, Catherine.
where East Stroudsburg is compared to the city Bethlehem that you said he just showed up at with no notice. Is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, state moves to admit States 404 for all purposes. Tender to defense counsel.
No objection, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 404 is admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
I mean, this is 37.1 miles away, right?
Yes.
He didn't know where to go. He went to Bethlehem and called you, and you met him there.
Actually, he did know the address of the house.
Now, you were so scared of him that you all got him a passport in Buffalo, New York, didn't you?
We did.
You were so scared of him that you actually paid off his child support so that he could go with you to Mexico.
We did.
You actually left him in Mexico, didn't you?
We did.
You bought him a Jeep, didn't you?
No, we bought the Jeep for me.
You let Chuck drive the Jeep, didn't you?
He did drive the Jeep, yes.
And when you all left him in Mexico, you left him there for a couple weeks, didn't you?
We did.
And yet you went back and drove from Pennsylvania all the way down to Mexico to pick him back up, didn't you?
We did.
And when you picked him back up, you guys went to Albuquerque and you drove in two separate cars with Chuck all the way to Miami and let him move in Miami into the Miami apartment with you.
We did.
And then when he left that Miami apartment is when Nina got arrested and then you got arrested and then he was away from you, right?
Yes.
You did a lot of things to make sure that you stayed in contact with Charles Beltran, even though you had the opportunity when he went to Mexico to leave him there, didn't you?
We didn't feel that we really had any kind of choice in this. Ever.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Ms. Dykes, this is State's Exhibit 5, which has been admitted for record purposes. Is this just an identical copy of that, and this one's just typed? Is that correct?
It appears to be.
Your Honor, we would like to offer State's Exhibit 403 for all purposes. Defense counsel.
Oh, no objection, Judge, it's been approved.
Is that 2 pages?
It's just 403 that we're entering into admitting into evidence, just 1 page of the calendar.
Right. States Exhibit 403 is admitted for all purposes.
Your Honor, pass the witness.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Oh,
All right,
dang.
ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I do need to send you out of the courtroom for just a few minutes, but we'll have you back in 5.
All rise.
That's it. She's done. You're not big on redirect here, are they? That's it.
All right, you may be seated. Dykes, you can go back to your place by your attorney.
We had a lot. See, this is why they need like a, they need to open it up for
Right,
audience
now that we're
questions.
outside the presence and hearing of the jury, Mr. Brown, the court has reviewed the jury charge language in the tampering case and the state's request to modify it as to form for it to read more easily. I do think the way that you've written it does make more sense. However, the charge not only tracks the statute, but it also tracks your indictment. So I'm gonna leave it the way it is, the way you all have charged it, the way it reads in the indictment. So I do think that if you were to indict future cases with that form change, I think that would probably suffice.
The only thing she said about it, she said she never met her.
Do you have any other witnesses to call Mr. Harris?
No, Your Honor, this way we're gonna rest.
All right. We will then have arguments of counsel. Will the state open?
Yes, Your Honor.
How
Going
much
into
time?
closings.
How much time? That's up to you. How much time total?
Do you want, I'll give you it's been a long trial. Do you want 45 minutes?
45 minutes would suffice. Yeah, hopefully we get some of that time back.
I anticipate we would.
Mr. Harris, will 45 minutes?
Yes, Your Honor, I anticipate that'll be sufficient.
All right. Mr. Brown, since you're going to open for the state, what kind of warning do you want? How much time?
We only have used 10 minutes and then I'll wrap up quickly after that.
All right. And Ms. Pittman?
Your Honor, if you'll just let me know about 2 minutes left.
Mr. Harris?
Yeah, 2 minutes, 2 minutes, Judge.
Okay.
Oh, he's going to yell through the closing. There will be yelling.
All right, so when the jury comes in, the defense will rest, both sides will close, and then I will read the charges. Is there any objection to the court? I will read the murder charge in its entirety, and then read the tampering with physical evidence charge up until the point both charges are identical, and then the verdict. Is there any objection to the court doing that?
None from the state.
Not for the defense, Judge.
All right. I'll give you a few minutes to gather your thoughts and prepare any evidence that you want to show.
Thank you.
No, I guess they're not doing rebuttal. They're not doing a lot of things that I think we all expected. All right.
Ms. Sadler, Ms. Garza, I'm sorry to interrupt. Would you let the jury know we're on a 10-minute break? Thank you. They can get
Do a poll. What do you think the verdict will be?
Who said that? Oh, hello, good morning, Ms.
Guilty?
Good morning. I like your tone on tone. I'm wearing tone on tone today.
Not guilty.
Yeah.
Hung jury.
Shamelessly copying Ms. Myron. She is very stylish.
The biggest thing is going to be if they feel like the information that they do have, I hate it when they, oh my gosh, quit with the microphone, dude. It's like they do this to the microphone. It drives me nuts. This is going to be basically, did they present the evidence clear enough to the jury to make them feel like it has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. But keep in mind, closing arguments are generally kind of like I know a lot of you can't see the poll. It's been doing that. That's why I've been reading them out, because for whatever reason, YouTube has been like that the last couple weeks. So a lot of people have it blank. So the closing arguments are generally the story time, where like they pull everything together and tell the full story to pull it all together for the jury, because there's a lot of things between the start of the trial and now that they maybe don't remember right now, or haven't, or forgot or whatever. And the closing arguments are their chance to take all of the information that has been presented and put all the puzzle pieces together, as Rashi would say. I just hope that they don't have a puzzle piece PowerPoint, but they might. Pam became a member. Oh, hold on.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Welcome to the family. Welcome. You live here now. This is where you live. This is where you live now. Right now, for those of you who it's blank, I read it a minute ago, but if you didn't hear it, it's, what do you think the verdict will be? And it's guilty, and then not guilty, and then hung jury. Right now, y'all are at 81% guilty, 15% hung jury, and only 4% not guilty. That's where we're at. That's where we're at. Hello. 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 Good morning. Good morning. Will the blank ones not let you vote either? Or you can just vote, you just can't see what it is. Some people have said that when they change it from dark to light, and it's mostly Androids from what we've learned, and then when they change it from dark to light, it's helped some people. So I don't know. Sinbad says, I just clicked in the poll and it appeared. Let's try that. So you can vote, you just can't see it. Blind voting. I don't know why it does that. But it's been mostly, we've learned mostly Androids, and a lot of it is if you have your settings to like the dark setting on Android. So I don't know. While we are on a break, I will, because this is what we're going to start next. I started to put together some of the chart. This is what I was kind of putting together to summarize some of what we heard yesterday, because there are, of course, multiple, label this. There are multiple names that we have to get acquainted with in our new trial. If she gets a not guilty, can they try again? No, because that would be double jeopardy. The only way that they could try her again is if it's a hung jury. Or, I mean, if it's a guilty and for some reason they were able to appeal it for some reason and she was granted a new trial. But other than that, it would be double jeopardy. All right, so this is the this is the trial that we're starting next. They had like half a day yesterday. We listened to the openings, and the openings were kind of hard to follow because of all the names and everything like that. So when we start on it, we haven't gotten into any of the witnesses yet, just the openings. So for the trial, when we actually start it, we won't rewatch the openings. I am just going to give you an easier to follow summary of the openings along with visual aids, which would have been a little bit more helpful for them. So these are the people that are involved. This is all happening in May of 2016. This is the defendant. This is when he was an aspiring rapper. And then these are and now this is a triple murder trial, or he's a triple murderer, but this trial is for this specific murder for these two boys, Maurice and Larry, the teen brothers. So quick recap of what we heard yesterday. This all happened in May of 2016. So May 4th is when like the first murder happened. So there's a guy who I guess had a bounty on his head. So they decide Brice Rhodes, who also, now maybe it's just me. Maybe kids do things different these days. But I don't think that a 25-year-old man has any business hanging out with a 14-year-old, 15-year-old, 16-year-old, and 17-year-old. Maybe it's just me. It's not just me. I feel like it's not just me. That's not. When my kid was that age, if he had come to me and said, hey, I'm going to go hang out with this 25-year-old man, that's a no for me, dog. But I mean, not my house. Carol O'Neill, member for 5 whole months. Thanks, Brandi, for making this channel a comfortable and fun place to be. Thank you for being here. Y'all make it a comfortable and fun place to be. I love y'all being here. Happy anniversary. Here's to the next 5 months and 5 years and 5 decades. Thank you, Carol. All right. So hard no for me on that. But also, oops, what is happening? Oops, what is happening? But also something else that's kind of odd. And this is something they brought up in the defense's openings yesterday. She said that she kind of put a lot of the blame on the victim's mom, Ren, and said, that why was she the first one to point the finger at Brice Rhodes? Was it because of their romantic relationship gone bad? So, and Brice had even told, police, like, he and the victim's mom used to be a thing, and now they aren't. So, I don't know. It just, the whole thing is just kind of a recipe for disaster. But there's a guy who has a bounty on his head. They decide that they are going to go, search for this guy, kill him, and collect the money. So in one car, they have, I have this. Hold on. I moved this, and now this is, I changed the direction as we're going. Now it's right. Okay. So in the front car, Maurice is driving, and the ones in white are, like, the ones that are outlined in white are the victims. The ones in orange are the ones who have already taken plea deals. And of course, the one that's outlined in black is the defendant. So Maurice is driving. His little brother is sitting behind him. Ja'Cory Taylor's in the front seat, passenger seat. And then Brice Rhodes is sitting in the passenger seat, in the rear passenger seat behind him. I feel like I'm describing the Melly situation again. Anyway, and then following in a pickup truck, which turned out to be stolen, is Anwan Carter, who is another one who took a plea deal. So they are driving along looking for this guy. Brice wants to collect the money on this guy. So they see a guy come out who has braids, like longer braids, and he thinks it's him. So he said, he hollered at him and told him to get out of the road and called him a name, and then shot him. And it did not kill him right away. It went through his arm, I think they said, and then into his body, and then into his side. So the police are called, and they responded, and it ended up, it didn't kill him right away, but it ended up being fatal. So this all happens on May 4th. So then Brice ends up hearing Ja'Cory on the phone. Like, he overhears a phone call of him on the phone, and talking about the murder. And I guess the boys said their family knew about it. So prosecution says that Brice decided to kill the boys because of that. So he borrowed a black Charger from his friend Chris Jensen, and went and picked the brothers up at their house on the 22nd. And that was the last time that they were seen alive, May 22nd. So at his apartment, so Brice Rhodes lives in an apartment with his sister and his mom, who were both out of town at the time. All of the guys, so at this point, May 22nd, they're all at this apartment that he shares with his mom and his sister. So they're like wrestling and stuff. A scruffle broke out. We heard them yesterday say that Maurice, this one, pulled out a knife, and Brice took it and like hit him upside the head with it, and then said it's time for him to learn discipline. So this is the point where they, it got really, really bad. And this part's heartbreaking. But this is where they separate the two brothers. Maurice, the older one, they tie his hands behind his back. They put a toboggan over his head, and he is made to, like, as discipline or whatever. They're making him beg for his life. His brother Larry was put in a different room, so he had to hear his brother going through this. He was punched and then stabbed repeatedly. They rolled him over and then brought his brother out and did the same thing to him. So they both died in that apartment. Now, like I said, mom and sister were out of town, so he had the place to himself. They put their bodies in totes, and he put one in the back seat of his car and one in the trunk. And then Brice left. I think he had Tieran with him, Coleman, Tyrion or whatever, Coleman with him. I believe I have to go back and check that part. I think so though. But they left and to go dispose of the bodies. And then they left Ja'Cory and Anwan, these two guys, they left them at the apartment to clean up the blood and all of that. And he even said he had them do the dishes because, like I said, his mom was out of town. He's like, go ahead and do the dishes while you're cleaning up the blood from these murders too. So Brice and Tyrion went to, we'll just call him Coleman. Brice and Coleman went to drop the bodies off, and they even tried to set fire to like the items associated to it and left those in the dumpster. So mom is wondering after this, mom starts wondering where they are. So she calls their cell phone, and Anwan answers, and he's like, oh, now keep in mind the boys are gone at this point. Anwan answers his phone, and he's like, oh yeah, they're fine. They're not here. I just borrowed his phone. So police find the bodies. They start looking for them. They track the phone, and it leads them to Anwan. And then he finally talks to police, explains what happens. They go pick up Brice, who gives a short statement. They go to his house. They end up pulling up the carpet. The DNA shows the blood of the two brothers. And then also when Brice came back, to the apartment, he picked up the two boys, and Ja'Cory had on boots when all of this was going on. And he left those boots at his girlfriend's house. So the police get a warrant. They got those boots. And again, DNA shows the brothers. They end up getting him to talk too, and he gives a statement that matches Anwan's. So now both of these boys have their statements to the police, which is why they ended up getting plea deals. We are going to hear testimony too from, I know Ja'Cory's going to testify, and I think Anwan is too, but so, because that's part of their plea deal. So we'll end up hearing for them, but and then the Mazda, they brought up the Mazda. So I didn't do a chart for any of this stuff yet. But they went to look at Brice's Mazda, and his entire back seat, all that cloth seating, the entire back seat was pulled out. So, which if he had that tote in his, in the back of his car and, blood got on there or something, that would explain that. So that's the prosecution's opening. I hope that was easier to understand than it was yesterday.
Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the defense will rest.
All right, what says the state?
Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the state closes its case.
Defense also closed session.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have now heard all of the evidence that you are to hear in this case. The court has prepared the court's charges to the jury in each case. I will read these to you. This is the law that you are to apply to the evidence in this case. You do not have to memorize this. These two charges will go back to the jury room with you. Court's charge to the jury. Members of the jury, the defendant, Lisa Jo Dykes, has been charged by indictment with the felony offense of murder as alleged to have been committed on or about the 5th day of October 2020 in Dallas County, Texas. To this charge, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. Offense definitions. Our law provides that a person commits the offense of murder if she intentionally or knowingly causes the death of an individual, or if she intends to cause serious bodily injury, or intentionally or knowingly commits an act clearly dangerous to human life that causes the death of an individual. Term definitions. An act means a bodily movement, whether voluntary or involuntarily, and includes speech. Person means an individual. Individual means a human being who is alive. Deadly weapon means a firearm or anything manifestly designed, made, or adapted for the purpose of inflicting death or serious bodily injury, or anything that in the manner of its use or intended use is capable of causing death or serious bodily injury. Bodily injury means physical pain, illness, or any impairment of physical condition. Serious bodily injury means bodily injury that creates a substantial risk of death or that causes death. Serious permanent disfigurement or protracted loss or impairment of the function of any bodily member or organ. Mental state definitions. A person acts intentionally or with intent with respect to a result of her conduct when it is her conscious objective or desire to cause the result. A person acts knowingly or with knowledge with respect to a result of her conduct when she is aware that her conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. Party liability. A person is criminally responsible as a party to an offense if the offense is committed by her own conduct, by the conduct of another for which she is criminally responsible, or both. A person is criminally responsible for an offense committed by the conduct of another if, acting with intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense, she solicits, encourages, directs, aids, or attempts to aid the other person to commit the offense. Mere presence alone will not constitute one a party to an offense. Accomplice witness. Upon the law of accomplice witness testimony, you are instructed that Charles Beltran was an accomplice if any offense was committed, as alleged in the indictment. With this in mind, you are further instructed that you cannot convict the defendant upon Charles Beltran's testimony unless you first believe that his testimony is true and shows the guilt of the defendant as charged in the indictment, and then you cannot convict the defendant unless Charles Beltran's testimony is corroborated by other evidence tending to connect the defendant with the offense charged. The corroboration is not sufficient if it merely shows the commission of an offense, but it must tend to connect the defendant with its commission. And then from all the evidence, you must believe beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the offense charged against her. You are further instructed that mere presence of the accused in the company of an accomplice witness shortly before or after the time of the offense, if any, is not, in itself, sufficient corroboration of the accomplice witness's testimony. Application paragraph. Now, if you find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the 5th day of October 2020, in Dallas County, Texas, the defendant, Lisa Jo Dykes, acting alone or as a party, did unlawfully then and there intentionally or knowingly cause the death of Marisela Botello Valadez, an individual, hereinafter called deceased, by stabbing deceased with a knife, a deadly weapon, or if you find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the 5th day of October 2020, in Dallas County, Texas, the defendant, Lisa Jo Dykes, acting alone or as a party to the offense as defined herein, did unlawfully then and there commit an act clearly dangerous to human life, to wit, by stabbing deceased with a knife, a deadly weapon, and did hereby cause the death of Marisela Botello Valadez, an individual, then you will find the defendant guilty as charged in the indictment. If you do not so believe, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will acquit the defendant and say by your verdict, not guilty. Indictment. An indictment is the means whereby a defendant is brought to trial in a felony prosecution. It is not evidence of guilt, nor can it be considered by you in passing upon the question of guilt of the defendant. The fact that a person has been arrested, confined, indicted for, or otherwise charged with an offense does not give rise to any inference of guilt at the trial. Presumption of innocence. All persons are presumed to be innocent, and no person may be convicted of an offense unless each element of the offense is proved beyond a reasonable doubt. The law does not require a defendant to prove his innocence or produce any evidence at all. The presumption of innocence alone is sufficient to acquit the defendant unless the jurors are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt after a careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence. Instruction regarding bias. You are instructed that jurors must be able and willing to make careful and impartial decisions that are not based on bias or prejudice. Do not let any personal bias, prejudice, sympathy, or resentment on your part, or any such personal emotion on your part, enter your deliberation or affect your verdict in this case. All persons deserve fair treatment and equal justice under the law, regardless of their race, national origin, religion, age, ability, gender, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. You must set aside your own personal biases and prejudices during your deliberations and base your verdict on the evidence. Decisions based either wholly or in part on unfair stereotypes have no place in a criminal trial and will taint any verdict which is not based solely on the evidence and these instructions. Burden of proof. The prosecution has the burden of proving the defendant guilty, and it must do so by proving each and every element of the offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt. And if it fails to do so, you must acquit the defendant. The burden of proof in all criminal cases rests upon the state throughout the trial and never shifts to the defendant. It is not required that the prosecution prove guilt beyond all possible doubt. It is required that the prosecution's proof excludes all reasonable doubt concerning the defendant's guilt. In the event you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt after considering all the evidence before you and these instructions, you will acquit her and say by your verdict, not guilty. Evidentiary instructions. You are instructed that if there is any evidence before you in this case regarding the defendant having committed any offenses other than the offense alleged against her in the indictment in this case, you cannot consider said evidence for any purpose unless you find and believe beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant has committed such other offense, if any. Even then, you may only consider the same in determining the state of mind of the defendant, motive, opportunity, intent, preparation, plan, knowledge, identity, or absence of mistake or accident of the defendant, if any, in connection with the offense alleged against her in the indictment. At times throughout the trial, the court has been called upon to pass on the question of whether or not certain offered evidence might be properly admitted. You are not to be concerned with the reasons for such rulings and are not to draw any inferences from them. Whether offered evidence is admissible is purely a question of law. In admitting evidence to which an objection is made, the court neither determines what weight should be given to such evidence, nor passes upon the credibility of the witness. As to any offer of evidence that has been rejected by the court, you, of course, must not consider the same. As to any question to which an objection was sustained, you must not conjecture as to what the answer might have been, or as to the reason for the objection. You are instructed that you are not to allow yourselves to be influenced in any degree whatsoever by what you may think or surmise the opinion of the court to be. The court has no right by any word or any act to indicate any opinion respecting any matter of fact involved in the case, nor to indicate any desire respecting its outcome. The court has not intended to express any opinion upon any matter of fact in this case. And if you have observed anything which you have or may interpret as the court's opinion upon any matter of fact in this case, you must wholly disregard it. You are instructed that it is only from the witness stand that the jury is permitted to receive evidence regarding the case, and no juror is permitted to communicate to any other juror anything he might have heard regarding the case from any source other than the witness stand. Deliberation instructions. After you retire to the jury room, you should select one of your members as your presiding juror. It is his or her duty to preside at your deliberations, vote with you, and when you have unanimously agreed upon your verdict, to certify to your verdict by using the appropriate form attached hereto and signing the same as presiding juror. Your verdict must be unanimous and shall be arrived at by two deliberations and not by majority vote or any method of change. You are instructed that any statements of counsel made during the course of the trial or during argument not supported by the evidence, or statements of law made by counsel not in harmony with the law as stated to you by the court in these instructions, are to be wholly disregarded. During your deliberations in this case, you must not consider, discuss, nor relate any matters not in evidence before you. You should not consider nor mention any personal knowledge or information you may have about any fact or person connected with this case, which is not shown by the evidence. During your deliberations, you are also instructed you must not communicate with or provide any information to anyone by any means about this case. You may not use any electronic device or media such as telephone, cell phone, smartphone, iPhone, or computer, the internet or any internet service, or any text or instant messaging service, or any internet chat room, blog, or website such as Facebook, Snapchat, LinkedIn, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, or Twitter, now X or 10, to communicate to anyone any information about this case or conduct any research about this case until I accept your verdict, if any. After you retire to consider your verdict, no one has any authority to communicate with you except the bailiff who has you in charge. You may communicate with this court in writing, signed by your presiding juror, through the bailiff who has you in charge. Do not attempt to talk to the bailiff, the attorneys, or the court concerning any question you may have. Your sole duty at this time is to determine the guilt or innocence of the defendant under the indictment in this cause, and restrict your deliberations solely to the issue of guilt or innocence of the defendant. If you have a verdict or you wish to have a break, turn on the red light and the bailiff will quickly respond.
Oh, I hope they
The
let
very
us watch the
last
red light.
page are the two verdict forms. We, the jury, unanimously find the defendant, Lisa Jo Dykes, guilty of murder as charged in the indictment. Or, we, the jury, unanimously find the defendant, Lisa Jo Dykes, not guilty. There is a place for the presiding juror to print and then sign his or her name. Now, with the second charge, I will read to you only the portions that are different than the court's charge in the murder case. Court's charge to the jury. Members of the jury. The defendant, Lisa Jo Dykes, has been charged by indictment with the felony offense of tampering with physical evidence alleged to have been committed on or about the 5th day of October 2020 in Dallas County, Texas. To this charge, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. Offense definition. A person commits an offense if the person, knowing that an offense has been committed, alters, destroys, or conceals any record, document, or thing with intent to impair its verity, legibility, or availability as evidence in a subsequent investigation of or official proceeding related to the offense. It is a felony offense if the thing altered, destroyed, or concealed is a human corpse. Term definitions. Official proceeding means any type of administrative, executive, legislative, or judicial proceeding that may be conducted before a public servant. Public servant means a person elected, selected, appointed, employed, or otherwise designated as one of the following, even if he is not yet qualified for the office or assumed his duties. An officer, employee, or agent of the government, a juror or grand juror, or an arbiter, referee, or other person authorized by law or private written agreement to hear or determine a cause or controversy, or an attorney at law or notary public when participating in the performance of a governmental function, or a candidate for nomination or election to public office, or a person who is performing a governmental function under a claim of right, although he is not legally qualified to do so. Person means an individual. Individual means a human being who is alive. Human corpse includes any portion of a human corpse, the cremated remains of a human corpse, or any portion of the cremated remains of a human corpse. Mental state definitions are the same as in the murder charge. Party liability is the same. Accomplice witness is the same. Construction. Application paragraph. Now, if you find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the 5th day of October 2020 in Dallas County, Texas, the defendant, Lisa Jo Dykes, acting alone or as a party, did then and there, knowing that an offense had been committed, to wit, murder, alter, destroy, or conceal a thing, to wit, a human corpse, with intent to impair its verity, legibility, or availability as evidence in any subsequent investigation of or official proceeding related to the offense, then you will find the defendant guilty of tampering with physical evidence as charged in the indictment. Unless you so find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will acquit the defendant and say by your verdict, not guilty. The instructions regarding indictment, presumption of innocence, bias, burden of proof, evidentiary instructions, deliberation instructions are all the same. The verdict forms in the tampering with physical evidence case read, we the jury unanimously find the defendant, Lisa Jo Dykes, guilty of tampering with physical evidence as charged in the indictment, or we the jury unanimously find the defendant, Lisa Jo Dykes, not guilty. Again, there is a place for the presiding juror to print and then sign his or her name. We will now have arguments of counsel each side. It's been allotted 45 minutes. The state will open and close. Mr. Brown.
Here we go.
Marisela deserved better. Marisela deserved better than Raul on October 4th when he couldn't get to his apartment. When he let her go back out alone. Marisela deserved better than Chuck. Marisela deserved better than any of these nonsense issues about the Dallas Police Department and things that happened after the investigation. Marisela deserves better than to be talked about, look at what she's wearing in opening statements.
Yeah.
Marisela deserved better.
Thank you. Thank you for saying that.
Photograph in the Dallas County Courthouse
Good for you.
in the state of Texas versus Lisa Dykes, because Lisa Dykes lost control in October of 2020 of a man she was obsessed with, Charles Beltran, Chuck. Because she lost control, couldn't get a hold of him. He brings home a woman after she's told him no. And she straddles Marisela in the middle of the night, in her sleep, in Dallas, Texas, here in Mesquite. Lets her die. Wraps her body up in trash. And dumps her in Wilmer, Texas, right off the road, off Post Oak Road. But what Marisela does is her U12 and the two alternates who spent a lot of time last Monday sitting over here, and we talked about all these issues. We talked about the law. We talked about a lot of things. It was a very active session. You all spoke quite a bit, and you are here because you agreed and you said, I can do this job. You are here because you said, I can handle this job. There was nothing about this job that said, I can't do it. All 12 of them. Right? In jury selection, last Monday, we talked about what is beyond a reasonable doubt. We talked about there's no legal definition, but obviously it cannot be 100%. 3 people in that room that night. It's not 100%. It's not beyond all doubt. It's not beyond all possible doubt. You all agree with that, right? It's all about being reasonable and using your common sense. Keep that with you throughout this, right? We talked, and just to put this out there, right, there should be no doubt in your mind Marisela is killed in that bedroom that evening, in the early hours of October 5th. Look at all the evidence you have. There is no doubt of that. We talked about this. What is that a picture of? Many of you knew right away. Some maybe need some more. Let's talk about that. How does that relate here? Maybe one of those puzzle pieces is Chuck's testimony. Right? A pretty important piece. It's not the only piece. Right? We've got those call detail records that show this defendant, Nina Morano, right where that body's found. Right? We've got Lisa Dykes calling into work October 5th. We've got the DNA results that Marisela's blood is in a carpet pad of that Kensington address. We've got that Lisa Dykes quits her job on October 16th. The week news articles start to surface about Marisela missing. We've got that's the day after she gets a call from the FBI. And that she lied to the FBI. We've got the whole picture, right? Like we talked about, are you willing to get back there with circumstantial evidence, lay it all on the table, and weigh it all with one another? See how those pieces fit together. How do they all come together? What checks back with what? Take away Chuck's testimony, right? Start with Chuck's testimony out of that puzzle piece. That's all complex law tells you to do, is that does his testimony make sense? Is it corroborated by anything else? There's not any specific thing that has to be corroborated, just is his testimony corroborated about the offense that took place and her involvement? And it is. The motive, all kinds of things are corroborated each step of the way by what Chuck says. Take his puzzle piece away, put everything else on the table first. Don't look at just the one piece, right? The defense has, you heard Ms. Dykes, she's got an answer for every single puzzle piece. That they're all just unlucky coincidences. Don't do that. You said you wouldn't do it, don't do it. Lay them all on the table, weigh them against each other, and weigh them individually once they're all in front of you. Then you can start to see what the actual picture is, right? We talked a lot about this, right? Is it reasonable to weigh an individual piece of evidence by itself in a vacuum? You all answered, no. Why not? That makes no sense. That's not how we're going to do our job. So don't do it that way, right? Weigh them all individually, right? We talked a lot about circumstantial evidence. That's what you have here. You do have a lot of circumstantial evidence. You have quite a bit of circumstantial evidence. A lot of strong circumstantial evidence. So wait, right? You said, hey, I understand that there are a lot of criminal cases that may be just circumstantial evidence, and I can do that job. I can give a fair trial, and I can make sure that justice is done. Motive. We talked about each and every one of you. Why? Why is motive important? You answered about why motive is important. You heard people answer. Of course, that is an important thing for us to know. And you have plenty of evidence that you've heard of this trial as to her motive. The only person with motive and a reason to kill Marisela October 5th, 2020. We talked about his evidence, his flight and evidence of guilt. Absolutely, you all said. Weigh it. Consider it with everything that you have. Okay? We talked a little bit about the law of parties. It's in your charge, right? Because obviously you have multiple people here, right? That you're criminally responsible if you do something with someone, commit a criminal offense, right? If you aid, you encourage, you solicit, right? You help in some kind of way. Everyone understood that. That's also why Charles Beltran is guilty of tampering with a human corpse, because whenever he sees this happen, and he tells Lisa, instead of calling 911, fine, take care of it, and she says, grab Nina, and he does, he has now aided, assisted, and helped, and he took responsibility for that. And his punishment's being assessed. It's 20 years in prison. He knows that.
Wow. That answers one of our questions.
We talked a little bit here also about the witness testimony, right? And it's going to be your job to weigh all the evidence that comes from that stand from witnesses, right? people you've never met, you got away. What are you going to believe about them? All, some, or none, right? We talked about ways that you have tools to weigh their credibility. Weigh it back to the physical evidence. Weigh it back to the documents you see. Tie it back to what you hear from other folks, right? How many witnesses did you hear from? And how many of those can you get and start to paint the exact same picture? You all said, yeah, I can do that. So I just want to leave you with this, right? Don't go back there. Defense counsel comes out, and there's excuse after excuse after excuse for each little thing, or to talk about Charles Beltran. They're all just one little puzzle piece. Don't focus on the one until you put them all on the table. When you put them all out on the table and back in that room when you're deliberating, that's when you start saying, hold on, this piece maybe doesn't fit, but maybe I still see the picture there. And I'm confident that at the end of this, you will bring quick justice for Marisela, because it is the right thing to do, because the state has met our burden, and you will find Ms. Dykes guilty of murder and tampering with a human corpse. Thank you.
What do y'all think?
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Mr. Harris.
That was short. Welcome, Maddox. Oh gosh, here we go. Everybody turn your volume down. He's gonna be hollering.
Ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, again, I want to thank you for taking time out of your busy schedules to serve as jurors. I know it's been a long trial. You many excuses you could have given us. Again, you didn't do that. You accept responsibility, and now it's time for the state to accept responsibility for these allegations that they brought against Mrs. Dykes. I told you in the opening statement, I told you from the beginning, this is not about puzzle pieces. We're not talking about pieces of puzzles. We're talking about either you got the evidence or you don't. Because we're not talking about puzzle people. We're talking about Miss Dykes' life. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about her life. Whether she's going to be labeled a murderer, whether she's going to be labeled a felon. They have the obligation to bring evidence that proves this case beyond a reasonable doubt. They haven't done that because she's not guilty. She did not commit the offense as Charles Beltran told you. And they're absolutely right. Marisela does deserve better. She deserved better than DPD gave her, than Detective Ramirez did in the investigation of this case. I submit to you, one of the worst homicide investigations in Dallas County history. We talk about false confessions and how they typically lead to wrongful convictions. So, this was a trouble investigation. I had to call Detective Ramirez and put her on the witness stand. They don't want to support her. I called her so you could see her, you could hear from her, and understand how she botched, how they botched this investigation up. Because she had blinders on once she believed she knew what happened in the case and how she manipulated Charles Beltran into putting it all on Lisa Dykes and Nina Morano. False confessions? Do you think I'm just talking? You think I'm just talking? I'm not just talking. Nina Morano was charged with murder based on statements of Charles Beltran. That was whenever, years ago, when they got charged.
Remember, that's not true.
They just dismissed that case. They've been talking to Charles, getting him ready to testify, at least 4 or 5 times, with the state and his attorney, preparing him to testify. Talking about all the inconsistencies that even after he talked to the detectives the first time, he still had. Ladies and gentlemen, what I'm trying to tell you is you cannot believe Charles Beltran. He's a liar. You know that because he gave story after story after story after story. These girls will have to believe, oh, he's such a, sugar bear. She's a sugar mommy, he's a sugar bear. He's so gentle. If a gentle person had witnessed the horror that he's alleging Marisela went through, don't you think that would have affected him somehow? Don't you think that would have affected him in some manner? Everybody that came in contact with Charles said he acted normal. He acted normal. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what happened to Marisela, other than she got her teeth knocked out. But what I do know from her family, from her friends, they all told me that she smoked weed, but she was not the type of girl that would go on a one-night stand with somebody like Chuck. I submit to you that what the evidence shows is yes, she met him, she wanted weed, but that's all she wanted from Charles. But he wanted more. Remember he said, if you come to this room, you're gonna have sex. That's what he said. That's what he meant. I submit to you, I believe the evidence shows that he did take her to the apartment, somehow get her over to the house, wanted to have sex with her. She didn't want to have sex with her. Either he hits her in the mouth, I don't know who hits her in the mouth. Somebody knocks her teeth out. And I wanted to make sure I made a big point of that with the dentist. Those teeth, she had her teeth at 7-Eleven. Now her teeth are missing. That is physical evidence. Men lie. Women lie. Physical evidence does not lie. The drops of blood that were on that carpet are more consistent with someone having their teeth knocked out and bleeding, and then someone later trying to get it up, than a stabbing. That's why he's backing off the stabbing now. That's why they're backing off that she was stabbed. But Lisa's standing over her and she's stabbing her. Because any crime scene expert, officer knows that when you stab someone, ladies and gentlemen, the knife goes in, the blood comes out. The knife goes in, the blood comes out. The splatter is against the wall. Especially, that's why I had to do the demonstration. If you throw someone against a wall that has blood over them, you would anticipate that blood on the wall. There's no blood on the wall. There's no spatter on the floor. There was no tussle, no struggle, the way Charles Beltran lied to you about. The physical evidence does not support that. Men lie, women lie. Physical evidence does not lie. If this was a stabbing, where is the blood spatter? Stabbing. That's what they have to prove in their indictment, beyond reasonable doubt. Stabbing. Stabbing. Now, to admit to you, he's pausing because, see, now they know. He's talked to the detectives, he's talked to the state all these times. They know that room don't show blood spatter consistent with a violent stabbing. Imagine, ladies and gentlemen, if it did happen the way he said, she's in such a rage, she's so angry, she straddles her over the bed. The bed is right there on the wall. Where's the blood? They're struggling. They're both up. She's trying to get away with that. Where's the blood? Where's the blood? You can't get the blood up, ladies and gentlemen. You can make it appear like it's up, but you can't get the blood up. It's still going to show when you do that, the blue star. When Lisa is supposed to be going back to her room or going back wherever in the house to get out of this gown that clearly would have been dripping. I don't even talk about her injuries. Just the gown. Well, she's supposed to be naked. Marisela's supposed to be naked. Where are the blood droppings? Where are the blood spatter? It's not there because it didn't happen the way Charles told you. It didn't happen that way. There's no evidence other than Charles Beltran that she was even killed at Mesquite. I submit to you, when you look at all the evidence, and they have to prove this. They have to prove this with evidence beyond reasonable doubt. They have to prove when she was killed. Look at the autopsy report. It says March 24th of 2021. You know that's not true. That's when they found the body. They have to prove that. Even as far as when the body got to Wilmer, where it was located, because of all the animals scavenging out there, potentially moving the body before it decomposed. You don't know when the body got there. So they say, okay, Their phones pinged. Let's talk about that. The phones pinged in the Wilmer area. Well, if you look at the report, and I'm not going to pull it for you, you'll see all the towers. You got one in Wilmer. You also have one in Hutchins. I submit to you that the ping from their phone is because they went to the FedEx location in Hutchins. If that FedEx location wasn't there, trust me, they tell you it is there. That is what happened. Coincidence? There's no evidence that the body was even out there on October the 5th. Not one shred of evidence. Not one shred of evidence in regards to when the body is out there, other than the fact that they found it on the 24th. And I'm saying to you, I don't believe the body was out there because you have to remember the FBI agents say they went to the area that they felt like the phones had pinged. They went to the whatever landfill, the area with the cement and stuff. They went out there. You got FBI agents combing that area looking for any evidence regarding Marisela's missing body. Nothing. It's later when the whoever is putting the traps out, and that's how they end up finding the body. But when they initially go out there, again, there's no evidence that that body is out there. But they need that because they have to have cooperation. They have to have cooperation. They don't have it. The blood does not corroborate the fact that Marisela was stabbed. I'll submit to you is just as consistent that blood came from her teeth being knocked out.
That much?
The phone pings does not corroborate that this offense took place the way Charles Beltran told you. It's not corroboration, ladies and gentlemen. It's not. So all you really got is an accomplice witness putting it all on Lisa Dykes. And that's important, ladies and gentlemen, because again, I wish you could have heard his interview with Ramirez and Ortiz. You know, all the lie after lie after lie he told about, again, not knowing what happened to Marisela's. I dropped her off. I thought she took an Uber, lie after lie. And it's only after, hey, they're going to say, you're the monster. And let me also touch base on it. Look, I didn't say nothing negative about her dress. It's not his dress.
Because we all got mad about it too, remember?
What I did say, and what I do want you to know, is they filed this case initially as capital murder because no one believed that Marisela would be with someone like Chuck. He knew that. That's why he said, well, why did you call the police? Because I didn't think anyone would believe somebody like me. What do you mean somebody like you? Somebody with a record like mine. Somebody with a history of violence. Somebody like me. That's why I didn't want to get in trouble. Because I knew if they knew what happened, that I was with her, and whoever heard her, I was going to get in trouble. So when the detective started feeding him this jealousy stuff, he ran with it. When the detectives were telling him, the attorneys are going to put it on you. The attorneys are going to put it on you. This is your only time to save yourself. So tell us. And that's when he starts filling in the false allegations about Lisa and about Nina that I submit to you lead to false and wrongful convictions. Yeah, wrongful convictions, because that's exactly what would have happened if a jury heard these allegations that he made about Nina assisting in the stabbing. Nina's assisting in the stabbing, and they went back and found her guilty. Because finally, he says it's not true. She didn't assist. It does nothing to corroborate that she did anyway. They're both in that room, just like she told you. They're both in that room asleep. And we wanted to talk to you a little bit about the dog. just because even though Charles had brought numerous women, numerous guys over to that house, in that room, in that studio, having sex, doing whatever they're doing, smoking dope, making music, doing exactly what you saw on that Picture Me This video. And the reason I wanted to show you that video is because that's who Chuck Beltran really is. 50-50, half amazing, half crazy. Unfortunately for Marisela, and I agree, she didn't deserve to meet the half crazy Chuck, but that's exactly what I believe the evidence shows. As far as the dog, again, had this happened the way they're alleging it happened, don't you think that dog would have ran in that room? Don't you think there have been blood paw prints everywhere? But there weren't, because it didn't happen the way Chuck told you it happened. All this stuff about them running, all this stuff about them evading, they didn't have to talk to the police. They didn't have to talk to the police, ladies and gentlemen. They told you they felt persecuted, you know? They felt like they were being blamed. They couldn't get a fair trial. That's why they left, that they were afraid of Charles and his people. When he said Santa Marcia's always watching, Santa Marcia's always watching, they were afraid not to cooperate with Charles. They don't know, she could have easily got up there and said Chuck did. But she has no idea what happened to Marisela. She told you that. She's never met Marisela. And no physical evidence corroborates that she did. Nothing. Not one shred of evidence. Even the evidence that they got the arrest warrants on. You know, trying to lead judges to believe that they had her DNA. That was a lie. Nina's DNA, Chuck's DNA, with Marisela's DNA. All those are lies. The cement in the alley, lie. The hair sample, lies. Lies. A botched investigation. Marisela does deserve better than what Detective Ramirez did in this case. They deserve to have the right person found guilty. And it is more likely that Charles Beltran had something to do with her demise. And now he's covering it up, trying to blame everything on Lisa Dykes. Ladies and gentlemen, again, when you go through this jury charge, this is the law. You know, don't make the same mistakes that Detective Ramirez made, speculating, trying to force a square peg into a round hole or whatever puzzle talk we want to talk about. The evidence in this case does not corroborate Charles Beltran's, this last version that he gave. The evidence doesn't corroborate any version that he gave. Version after version, version to death, version to Fred, version to all the girls that he came in contact with, lie after lie after lie. Nothing corroborates it. He's a liar, he can't be trusted. I'm gonna ask that you not further suborn this perjury is all it was. My opinion. In my opinion, it doesn't matter. What matters is what evidence came from that witness stand. And the bottom line, ladies and gentlemen, is the evidence does not corroborate Charles Beltran's version of the horrific murder that he's trying to tell you about. It just doesn't. Blood spatter is real. It's real. But it wasn't in that room. So there was no stabbing. There was no stabbing. Charles knows that. You should know that from the physical evidence. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to submit to you that you should find Ms. Dykes not guilty, not just because that's what the law dictates that you do, you know, but because this was a sloppy investigation, ladies and gentlemen. You know, you remember the phone records? that specifically show that after he leaves Mesquite, remember, they get to Mesquite because they're looking at his phone. But after he leaves Mesquite, he goes to Carmen's apartment. Where's Carmen? Why don't they ever talk to Carmen? Why didn't they check her apartment? Oh, well, her phone went off here about 8 o'clock in Mesquite, so we didn't go to. There's a million things he could have done with the phone. They're out all night. The phone could have went dead. A million things that could have happened in regards to why she can't use her accounts, why she can't use her phone. She's with Chuck 50/50, the monster. Why didn't they check that apartment? Was there evidence there at Carmen's apartment? We don't know. Why did Carmen disappear? Why did she disappear? Ladies, again, we're going to ask that you find Ms. Dykes not guilty because that's what we believe the law and the evidence dictates that you do. But more importantly, because she is not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. We have 30 minutes, Ms. Whitman.
Thank you, Ron. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when you all were in Fort Dyer, we discussed that your verdict had to be based on the evidence that you saw and that was presented to you in this case. You also heard that the defense did not have to bring a case at all, didn't have to bring any witnesses at all, but they also could if they chose to. You've heard that you can make reasonable inferences, again, solely based on the evidence. But what you can't do is what you just heard Mr. Harris do. Mr. Harris spent his entire time speculating, making up things that could have happened, maybe could have happened, based nothing on the 404 exhibits that the state brought you and the 12 exhibits that the defense brought you. Nothing that he said was corroborated by anything, the exhibits or the 32 witnesses that we brought you and the 4 witnesses that he brought you. Nothing. Nothing at all. Ms. Dykes took the stand, and when you assess witness credibility, the first thing you need to do is see, is their testimony making sense? Is it backed up by anybody else's testimony? And in this case, she swore on direct and swore on cross over and over and over again that she had no romantic or sexual relationship with Charles Beltran. Yet in her phone, that she is on talking to someone when she gets arrested in March of 2021, March 26th, his name is Lover. She chose that name for him. Yet she sat up there and lied to you. No, he was just a business investment. If she can't give you the truth about that one thing that everybody knows that here, she's not going to give you the truth about anything. Anything at all. Let's read this conversation. She reaches out to Lover, Charles Beltran, and says, "Hey, love, we good?" Takes some time before he responds, and so she says, "Guess not." She wants to know, has he said anything yet? She knows he's the one that knows what she did to Marisela Botello in that room. He's the one that knows, and she kept him close for months. That was her choice. She is not the victim here. She is not the victim here. Marisela is the victim. We good, guess not. Finally, he responds and says, yeah. You? She says, yep, I'm still hanging on. Attorney's seeing the wife today. He says, okay. She sat up there and told you she didn't have a choice about Charles Beltran, but yet her next message is, I really wish we were together. It's hard to watch your own back. And tells him you can't trust anybody either. He says, I know. Love. And then he does what Chuck does and asks for money. He needs to change vehicles. That Jeep that she said was hers, but that he has and drove to Dallas and to New Orleans before he went to Utah, that's in his possession, not hers. He needs a new car.
Welcome, Michelle.
She says, yes, as soon as I see the attorney. I had to pay him up front, big gamble, but there doesn't seem to be any issue as long as she signs off. Use your reasonable inference. That right there is evidence. You can use a reasonable inference as to who she's talking about. She's talking about Nina. Nina's arrested and sitting in jail in Miami while she ran to Orlando. She said, I called the jail myself. What did they say? They got warrants for capital murder on all three of us. Now, Lisa Dykes has sworn to you she didn't know what happened to Marisela Botello or where she was or anything else. Look at that message right there. She said she thought she was out and about on a bender, going to prostitution motels and things like that. Supposedly, they found her. She's talking about Marisela because they found her body just 2 days before. She knows the gig is up. She knows the gig is up. And she's got to get the heck out of Orlando. She's not worried about Nina. She's worried about getting her money. It says, but the attorney says they're building a case. They don't have evidence. They are guessing. I'm hoping she kept her shit together. She wants you to think that she cares about Nina, that she thinks Nina's on suicide watch, and so she's hoping she keeps her shit together in that way. No, she hopes that Nina keeps it together and doesn't talk. That's what the evidence shows. I need to get out of the state real quick. She's not trying to turn herself in. She's trying to run again. Ask Chuck, how much money do you need? How much can you send? I need to make moves. She says, I have no idea how much there is until I get her shit, Nina's shit. She wants you to believe that she wasn't using Nina for money. She's trying to get her shit. She's not talking about trying to get Nina out of jail. She's not talking about trying to help Nina, about caring about Nina, about being worried about Nina. She's talking about getting her shit so she can get out of this state. I'm trying to go to our fave spot that I wanted to live for a minute. You think you could get to me there? This woman that testified to you that she was so terrified she felt like she didn't have a choice is asking Chuck, asking this man that she's obsessed with, if he can get there to her. Or do I need to come get you? Says, I thought you got paid today. I did. This guy was $2,000 to get the money off of Nina. Who's she worried about? She's worried about herself. She's worried about Chuck. She's not worried about Nina, but she's worried about getting that money. He just called me. What did he say? Question mark? Mom, she's arrested. The gig is up. Lisa Dykes sat up there and told you that Chuck was just a business investment. She told you that she had lived with family, and Jimmy, her Brother said, yeah, I mean, she was there for us. That's what family does. We get each other's back. We do that. She helped me. And everything was going really well in Mesquite with all of them when all of a sudden, just weeks before, she tells Chelsea and Aaron and Jimmy that they've got to move out. Just weeks before, she met Charles Beltran. She tells Kat De Leon, I can't live the lifestyle I want to live with them here. Not I want them to spread their wings and fly. Not that I want them to take care of themselves. I can't live the lifestyle I want to live with them here. And what you see is the evolution of Lisa Dykes right there from when prior to when she met Charles Beltran all the way through to the bottom. Full tattoos, new haircut, platinum hair, makeup. The last hair appointment she had with Kat, she changes her appearance again, bright pink. She still has the scars from her facelift that Nina paid for. Nose rings. This is the willing evolution of a woman that was obsessed with a young, much younger man that was in the rap scene and in the bar scene, and this is what she thought he wanted her to look like. So that's what she did. That's what she did. But let's talk a little bit about the Lisa Dykes or Lisa Beltran that you met here in court. She was quiet. She was soft-spoken. Her attorney even said, pull that microphone up so we can hear you. Had that little country accent. All of those things. This woman has 37 years of experience in the courtroom. She knows the legal system. She's a negotiator. She's strong. She knows what she's doing. She's successful. She's raised these kids on her own. This is not a soft-spoken, weak woman. This is the woman that when she was confronted in Cambodia in a foreign country by 4 Cambodian officers dressed in SWAT gear and 4 Cambodian officers dressed in uniform, and 1 FBI agent looked that woman straight in the eye and said, what jurisdiction do you have here? That's the Lisa Dykes that killed Marisela Botello, not the one that came here to court today. Because see, she can change who she is for the circumstance. She wants to control the circumstances. When we talk about motive, it's not like she was so jealous of each of these women that he brought home that she wanted to kill them all. It was all about control. She had told Chuck no more. She had told him no more. And yet he continued to not listen to her. And let's talk about the time frame that we are talking about. We're talking about in October when she had just spent all this money on Chuck for a rap concert on October 3rd. I'm sorry, on October 4th or October 3rd in Arkansas. The van, the spot, the hotel rooms, the booze. She's walking around in the club. She's getting around just fine. She's done that all for him. All for him. And how does he repay her? Does exactly what she told him not to do. This last slide, ladies and gentlemen, you heard Kat De Leon talk about her hair was always platinum. Always platinum, maybe some streaks of blonde, something bright. This is what she chose to do for her appearance when she was in Florida. Make no mistake about it. She is trying to hide. She is trying to change her appearance, and she's not trying to be found by the FBI, by the Dallas Police Department, by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, by anybody. Now, again, Ms. Dykes, this chart shows the nexus between all the witnesses that were called in this case and the people talked about in this case and how they were related to each other. Ms. Dykes got the benefit of hearing every single person in here talk. And what did she say? Of course, she starts with Charles Beltran's a liar. We'll get to his testimony in just a minute. But the Charles Beltran's a liar. Her brother's a liar. Her coworker, Olivia Martinez, is a liar. Kat De Leon, her hairdresser of years, she's a liar. Jamie Scarpa, that she's met one time, that woman's a liar. Chuck's girlfriends are all liars. Freddie Chapman, when he says that she's driving, he's a liar. And so is Dax Stevens.
This is what we said yesterday.
The only person you don't see marked with liar is the only person that didn't show up, and that's Kyle Williams and his girlfriend, Valerie Simmons. Heard the call about why he didn't show up because she told him not to. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, Ms. Dykes talked about her medical records yesterday proving what I don't know. She had a hard time with this thigh surgery? Sure. You read through this, what you'll find is that you have a non-compliant patient, a person who wants to be in control, is not listening to the doctors and causing her own problems. But more specifically, when you look at the appointment date on 9/22/2020, that's September 22nd, 2020, it talks about how on that day she's discussing with the individual that is looking at her. The notes indicate that Miss Dykes tells her on that weekend, I have a trip to Los Angeles planned. That weekend is not October 3rd. We're talking about September 22nd, 2020. That weekend is September 26th, 2020. She had a trip to Los Angeles planned with Nina that weekend. But what she told you is that, oh, no, we didn't actually plan on going to Arkansas. That was because we had to cancel our trip for October 3rd that we were going to take to Los Angeles because the doctor told me I had to. You can read through these notes yourself, but that particular appointment, the medical professional tells her, look, you don't need to go this weekend on your trip. And Miss Dykes was insistent that she was going to go. What you're going to find from those medical records as well is that on October 2nd of 2020, not October 3rd of 2020, as Ms. Dykes said, but October 2nd, she had a follow-up appointment, and the doctor's notes indicate everything seems fine, and they didn't schedule another follow-up appointment until December. If she was in that kind of pain, as she had described to you all, don't you think they would be seeing her on a regular basis? At that point, everything is starting to come back together. Everything is starting to be fine, so much so that she can go to Arkansas, drive 4 hours in a car, walk around a club and party with a bunch of younger men at a rap concert, at a rap show.
She's hitting every single point.
In October 2020, Lisa wants you to think that all of these are coincidences. That she renewed her lease, which shows that she intended to be there for a full year, although she testified that, hey, we were already planning on going to Florida. Her lease documents show otherwise. She's planning on being in Texas for a while. That on October 5th, she calls in for an unknown reason. That's the day that Marisela is supposed to return. That's the day that she goes missing, and she calls into work, unexplained. The call records show her down in Wilmer. Coincidence that the very next day, her wife, Nina, is desperately searching passport offices, how to get a passport fast, how to change your name on a passport fast. The very next day. Lisa's hair in her last appointment goes pink, and there's continued passport Google searches. The very first news article that comes out about Marisela is a WFFA news article on October 11th. Nina urgently wants to sell her Pennsylvania home the very next day. Calls Jamie Scarpa and says, I need to list it today. Not in a week, not let's sit down and talk about it today. That's just a coincidence. Lisa gets a phone call from the FBI. She tells all her coworkers, oh, it's fraud, it's fraud. It wasn't a real person. But tells that FBI agent that she could see on the Ring camera was legit, and tells him, you know, I haven't seen him in some time. I don't know where he is. I don't know his number. I don't know how to get in hold of him. The very first time she's contacted by law enforcement, she lies. And then the very next day, she quits. Unexplained, just out of the blue, according to her coworker. Is that just a coincidence too? These are all just in October. October 31st, that first search warrant in the Kensington house looked like they had moved quickly. It was abandoned, property left there. But the blood had been cleaned up. That blood had been cleaned up for sure. And that's her house. Make no mistake about it. She knows what goes on in her house. She's in control of what goes on in her house. When we're discussing the phone records that put her in Wilmer, this shows earlier that day that they are all in the same area at that Kensington home. And if you'll recall Mark Sedgwick talking about the time, the green arc, that timing advanced record, that is a different record that you get from Marisela's phone because it's a different provider, and that's almost real time. And you see right there in the middle, she's at that house. That yellow square indicates the Kensington, 3113 Kensington house. She's there. She's there with Chuck. Then you see the next day, you heard Chuck's testimony. He left out of there, and he didn't go back that day. And his phone records support that. He tells you he went to get an oil change, that he hung out at Carmen's apartment in the parking lot, that he never saw her. Then he went down and got an oil change. And then he goes on and hangs out in the Deep Ellum area later that night. And you heard corroborating testimony about all of that. But here's the interesting slide. That red square right there, that is the location where Marisela Botello's remains were found. And if you recall Mark Sedgwick's testimony that the azimuth is kind of the direct line where you see that V, the azimuth is that kind of direct line, and that indicates the direction in which those cell phones are pinging from. So they're within that little angle right there. And these are all the pings of Lisa's phone during that time period. They start at 6:36, then you have one at 6:43, 6:50 for Nina's phone, 7:02, 7:07, 7:16, 7:22, 7:38. And each and every one of those, that azimuth is pointing towards the location where Marisela Botello's body was found. She wants you to think she was at a FedEx place in Hutchins. There's Hutchins right there. That's Hutchins. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 other towers that if they were really in Hutchins at that FedEx distribution location, those cell phones would have been pinging off of there. But no, they are within that area of where Marisela Botello's body was found. 2 turns, 2 miles from where she used to live. A left on Beltline, a left on Posto. Just off the road where you can park and pull a body just a short distance off the road behind brush. She didn't think anybody was going to find her before the animals had gotten to her, before her body decomposed completely. And so, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what I'm going to ask you to do with that is don't give her the benefit of her tampering with a corpse because she chose to dump that body out there where she knew nobody was going to look, and it was decomposed so they couldn't do a full autopsy on her. Don't give her that benefit and speculate that just because of that, there's no way to tell from the autopsy exactly how she died. You know how she died because Chuck told you how she died. And his story makes sense. When it comes to Charles Beltran, we brought you his testimony, but we didn't bring you his testimony uncorroborated. We didn't just throw him up there and say, tell your story and just leave it at that. There are 404 pieces of evidence that back up his story. Not only that, you have 32 witnesses that the state calls to corroborate bits and pieces of his story. There's not one person that can corroborate everything, but each person can corroborate something. And so let's start with that. Let's start with Raul Ortiz said that she left there and left his place at approximately 1 a.m. or so, 12:30, 1 a.m. because he got sick. And she took a lift down to Deep Ellum. That's corroborated by the fact that the surveillance video shows her walking around by herself. And then she meets Chuck. And you see that surveillance video of her and Chuck meeting. And you can tell she wants to go with him. Was it a smart choice? Of course not. Was it a choice that a young 23-year-old that is trusting of human nature and trusting of people would make in that scenario? Absolutely. Absolutely. And it's a tragedy that she didn't know who she was going to be having to deal with later. Chuck did what he always did. You heard from Dax, you heard from Freddie, and they're like, man, this guy, 5 minutes, and he is talking to a woman and he's taking her home. And he doesn't have to force himself on anyone. He doesn't. And guess what? If she didn't want to have sex with him, it's fine. He's got plenty of other women that do. But this girl was cool, and they were hanging out, and they were having a good time, just like he always does, just like normal. You heard from Kat De Leon about Chuck and Lisa's relationship, and also you heard that Lisa was livid when she learned that Nina had slept with Chuck without her. Make no mistake about it, Lisa wants to control this relationship between her and Chuck. That is her prize, that is her possession, that is her boy toy. She's the one that pays for everything. She's the one that invests in his rap career. She's the one that brought this man in, and she wants to have control over that. Yes, the three of them were together. Yes, the three of them had sexual relationships together. Yes, she and Chuck had sexual relationships together. But when Nina did it with him, That was not okay. She was livid. And you know that to be true because two people that have never met, that didn't know each other, said that Lisa said the same thing. Olivia Martinez said that when she found out about Chuck and Lisa, she was livid. She said, quotation marks, I'm going to make Nina my bitch. I'm going to make her do anything I say. I take a body to Wilmer after you killed an innocent girl because you want to control the situation? Lisa is the one that got Nina involved in this. As far as what we talked about, what the defense talked about, Chuck's fear is real. He's a young black man, covered in tattoos. That's his choice. Two-time felon, that's his choice. He pled guilty to those offenses. He served his time and he was out. But when he looked at it, when he ran from that situation, as his girlfriend Jasmine said he always would, as he always did, which is in his nature, which Dax Stevens says that's how Chuck deals with conflict. He doesn't fight, he runs. And Freddie said that's how Chuck is. He doesn't fight. He's a lover, he's a player, but he's not a fighter. He runs. He ran from that situation. The further that he ran from it, the bigger it got. He told you, he testified on that witness stand, look, I look like the bad guy. I look like who they would be looking for. But I'm not him. I didn't murder this girl. And he had no reason, no motive whatsoever to do anything to Marisela Botello. Defense makes a pretty big issue about the fact that her forefront teeth were missing. And you heard Dr. Casper talk about that the way that those teeth were missing, that they were fully out. They were completely gone, as if they were extracted from her mouth. Not a punch in the mouth with broken teeth. Those are inconsistent. You get punched in the mouth, your teeth break, and you bleed. They don't just fall out of your head.
Did you want to check this in the statement of the evidence in this case?
Overall, the jury will recall the testimony.
He's the one who misstated it.
They don't just fall out of your head. You are allowed to use your common sense. You don't have to check that in when you are looking at the evidence and listening to the arguments and weighing things against each other. If anything like that happened in Marisela, her teeth would be broken, not completely missing. You understand that there was a lot of animal activity out there. There's a lot of reasons why those teeth might be missing. Her skull might not have been right where it was laying, where it sat when they found it, but it was definitely in that vicinity. Unfortunately, because it was March when they found her body, they couldn't find everything to give you a full picture. Chuck's story makes sense because the DNA evidence corroborates that. This is Chuck's room. You see the two windows right there? You see the blue purplish spot right there where the carpet is. That is where he testified that after Lisa stabbed Marisela, he woke up in his deep sleep. He'd been drinking. He'd been smoking a little bit of weed. He wasn't sure it was real at first. And thank you. And his reaction was to shove her off the bed, and Marisela came tumbling down onto the floor with Lisa, and then he jumped over and he pushed them apart. That stain from the carpet pad piece is exactly where Marisela's blood was found. Her DNA was found. So the physical evidence corroborates what he says. The phone evidence corroborates what he says happened after that. The records of Pennsylvania, Mexico, Miami, all of those things corroborate Chuck Beltran's testimony, and not one thing of any of this here and any of those witnesses back her up. And she won't even know that she has a relationship. Mr. Brown said Marisela deserved better than that. Of course she did. She's beautiful. She's full of life. She has dreams. She has hope. She has aspiration. And she has to go to work on October 6th. And they want to speculate that she suddenly, within 24 hours of meeting Charles Beltran, became a tweaker, a prostitute, and a drug addict, and was wandering around in Dallas in places she doesn't even know. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is just not reasonable. Not reasonable at all. You know that she was killed on October 5th, 2020, because that's the only reasonable conclusion that the evidence supports. Marisela Botello deserves the 12 of you, the two alternates, to weigh the facts and the evidence in this case and to come to the verdict of guilty. But you know who deserves that more? Lisa Dykes.
Oh, dang.
Lisa Dykes is guilty of murder and guilty of tampering with a corpse. And when your verdict of guilty is read out loud in the courtroom, you're not telling her anything that she doesn't already know. We're asking for a guilty verdict on both charges in this case on behalf of the Dallas County community, the family of Marisela Botello, and our victim, Marisela Botello Valdez. Thank you.
Dang.
Thank you, Ms. Pittman. All right. I see and have noticed that some of you have been taking notes. You will leave those in your seat here in the courtroom. Those will be collected by the bailiff, given to me. They will not be read by anyone. The two alternates, you will be put in a separate jury room while 12 jurors begin their deliberations. Now, for the 12 of you beginning your deliberations, it is almost lunchtime. It is up to you to decide if you want to break for lunch and how long. You can take 10 minutes, you can take 30 minutes or an hour. You can go get your lunch and bring it back. All jurors must be present at all times during your deliberations. But whenever you do decide to go to lunch, or if you want to go get it and bring it back, please push the red button, turn on the light, and let the bailiff know so that we can all take a lunch as well. All right, please leave all of your notes in your chair, and you will now retire to begin your deliberation.
All right.
Okay. Happy anniversary, Matthew Harris Law, member for 7 whole months. Happy anniversary. We're glad you were here. What y'all think about that closing? That one was amazing. I think that she hit all of the major points that we were talking about yesterday. All of the stuff that we were talking about, how there's a lot of questions about all of the stuff, and all the fact that all of the things that Lisa was saying when she took the stand in her own defense, for all of that to be true, every single other person would have had to have been lying. And I'm so glad that she brought that up. And I'm glad that she brought up the teeth thing too, because he keeps misstating that and saying, he's insinuating that Chuck knocked out her teeth because, he wants Chuck to be like, he wants to put Chuck roast in the cooker. So, he's wanting to make Chuck the bad guy. And he kept misstating that about the dentist. And that was making me so annoyed and frustrated. I hate it when they try to twist things. That's not justice. Justice is not twisting facts to trick the jury. That's not justice. So I was really, really glad that she brought that part up too. So yeah, they're going into verdict watch. All right, let's do a poll. Start a poll. And for the ones that it's not working, I'll read it. Do you think the state proved their case? Yes or no? That's our poll. So interesting. I think that the way that the body, that they took the body and put it in that area by the concrete plant and all of that, do you think that with her saying that it looks like extraction, like teeth being extracted, do you think that maybe they were trying to do that to protect, not protect her identity, but keep her from being identified, and then realized it's harder than they thought and gave up? Especially if it's the first 4, those are the easiest to get to. Because if they're not broken, like you're being punched, that's my theory. But what do I know? What do I know? Maybe she had a plate. Is that the front part? Well, they said it was a fresh extraction, though. Dennis said it was like a fresh extraction. If they didn't remove fingerprints, then the teeth would be just wasting time. But not necessarily, because if she's not in the system, because if she's never been arrested or anything like that, then fingerprints won't necessarily lead them right to her. Especially because I don't think she had been arrested for anything, right? I don't think she had any kind of previous stuff. But so interesting. Let's see. Yeah, by the time they found her remains, it was just bones. She had been out in this area for months, and it was just bones that remained. And not even all of them. They think that animals had gotten to her. So sad. I hate that her family had to see that part. What is Lucy sleeping with? She a little stuffed flip-flop. That was one of her gifts from the 13th jurors. She's snuggling it. She's spooning it right now, actually. She was laying in the window for a while. I don't know if you can see how pretty it is outside. Let me see. If I can. I don't think you can see it from here, but let me try. My little bitty condo. Let's see. Nope. No, it's too bright out. You can't see it. I have that one shade closed, but oh well. I was going to show you because it's such a pretty day out. But you can't see it. Now I'll never get this fixed back. I did this the other day and I was like, oh, I shouldn't have done that. And then I was like, oh, I'll learn my lesson. And then look at me doing it again. Oh, well. Okay. Anywho. Recovery Addict. Hello. Brady, thanks for being one of the good ones. Here's to many more verdicts and many more Memberversaries. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Happy memberversary, RA. I'm glad you are here. I keep hearing about your good news. Everybody's excited for you to go on Friday. That's awesome. So exciting. RA is one of the good ones too. My favorite streamer. Happy anniversary. Matthew Harrisall says, you haven't learned your lesson if you haven't had to learn it twice. That's true. That's true. Once is a mistake, twice is a lesson. Where are verdict brows? I will get the verdict brows out. I will get them out. I need to look too. I don't think. Oh man, they ended the stream on that. Dang. I was going to see if we could see the red light on the other, on the other feed, but you can't see it. I hope they put this on the red light. Maybe they're just at lunch right now. I hope they put this on the red light. I really want to watch the red light. It's 11:56. So we will now be in verdict watch and we'll start our new trial. I'll go over, I went over like a Cliff's Notes version during one of the breaks of the openings from yesterday for prosecution. So I'll do a quick recap of that. And then the defense's openings, because it was kind of hard to follow yesterday. So I made visuals. Visuals make everything easier. Everything. Kelly, I think it'll be a quick verdict too. How long y'all think it'll be? That'll be our next, that'll be our next poll. Right now, you think we'll end this one. 94% of you say that, oh, it changed. 93% of you say you think the state proved their case. All right, so we'll do another poll too while I'm getting, yes, I'll do verdict brows. I'll put them on. I know we haven't had them in a while because I've had to be at my brother's. How long do you think the jury will take? All right, we'll do under an hour. We'll just throw it out there. Under an hour. And then we'll do 1 to 2 hours. And then between 2 to 3. Everybody's saying short verdict, so we'll keep it short. And then more than 3. All right, starting that poll. Look, Lucy just covered her little flip-flop so I don't take it. I'm not going to take your flip-flop. You're good. Just thinking I'm going to take it. Let's see. Since this does not include lunchtime. Let me see. I don't know. I think that they. You can see my foot. See my foot? I have this. I have to move this when I move. I need to adjust her little area. I think that they're going to lunch first. Which means it won't start quite yet. No, I did not move to a different room. I only have one room. My condo is tiny. I live in a studio condo. I only have one room. So this is the wall that used to be behind me. And now it's beside me instead. I moved my desk so that way I can see out the window. I missed being able to see out the window. And when I got back here after being gone, having to be gone from my place for almost a month, I got back here and realized I missed my view so much. So I turned my desk so y'all don't get as cute of a view anymore, but now I get to see out my window so I can see the water. All right. Thank you. I love my condo. It is tiny. It is itty bitty, but I love it. That's all I need. It's just me and Lucy, and she doesn't take up much room. All right, let's see. Thank you. I showed it a little bit yesterday. I'm not going to show it again on that because if I just now got that situated again, but you can kind of see it a little bit. But I love my condo. It's a little bitty tiny condo, but it doesn't take long to clean. Now you have to do dishes before a stream. Well, it's just me that lives here, and my kid has been cooking for me a lot lately. So he'll just bring me dinner on a paper plate with tinfoil over it. So there haven't been many dishes lately, but anytime I have dishes, I just put them straight in the dishwasher. I don't like things sitting out anyway. I like things clean. All right. So this is what we'll do. Let me put this as picture in picture so we can watch. I really wish they would put this on the red light, but I guess they're not going to listen to me, huh? They don't really care what I want. Rude. Let me get our stuff pulled up. I live in a 600 square foot apartment, living room, bedroom, teensy kitchen, and bath. I could actually live in one less room. It's great though. Yeah, I mean, I sold my house in Ohio, and I had a pretty decent sized house, but it was so much to clean. And with my health not being where I wish it were, I couldn't keep up with it at all. So I sold it, and I was like, well, you know what? We can, and by we, I mean me and Lucy, can sacrifice square footage for a view. So I have a tiny, tiny place, but a big, big view, which is what I wanted. All right, let me see. I'm going to get to where we left off yesterday. Okay, so this is where we left off yesterday. I'm going to do a little recap though. Let's do this first. See the judge's head down here. I'm going to make her smaller for a minute. All right, so let me unpin this message. Shifting gears. Watch. Pin this. All right, so I'm going to end this poll. So get your last minute votes in before we shift gears a little bit. And then I'll introduce you to this next. Oh, this next one. Woo. Woo. All righty. So verdict time frame poll says somebody, I can smell sawdust where they're doing work down there. Okay, 43% of you think that it'll take between 1 to 2 hours. Oh, I love that smell. I was about to say, smell that. You can't smell that. It smells sawdust where they're cutting wood out there. 43% of you say 1 to 2 hours. 42% of you say between 2 to 3. 8% of you say more than 3. And 5% of you say under an hour. Interesting. So, oh, I just want to smell that. I wish they made like candles that smelled like sawdust. I don't know why I love it so much. All right, so that's what you got. Oh, I don't know. Lucy's on the run. I think she's going back to the window again for a little bit. All right. So for those of you who missed it, we listened to the opening statements yesterday, but it was a little bit all over the place. So I made some visual aids to help us get through it. So I'll give you the kind of Cliff's Notes version. I went over it a little bit during one of the breaks earlier, but most of you weren't in here. So this is the trial. It started yesterday afternoon, so we're about to catch up on it. We're not far behind. It's Brice Rhodes. This is the defendant, Brice Rhodes, and it's a triple murder trial. So there are 3 victims. The 3 victims are outlined in the white. So Christopher Jones, Larry Ordway, and Maurice Gordon. Those are the 3 victims. So the prosecution's opening yesterday. This is all happening. Now, everything happened in May of 2016. So this has been a while. The prosecution, this is their version of this. This is what they're saying. Brice had some kind of romantic relationship with the victim's mom at some point. It didn't work out, but this 25-year-old man, was hanging out with all these young teenagers. Whatever. So he was an aspiring rapper. He went by the name Rambo. I have listened to his music. Not a fan. But you know, what do I know? So basically, they're saying that there was a fella who had a hit out on him. Brice decided it would be a good idea to go find this guy, kill him, get the money for it, make a quick buck. So they go to find him. They drive one night to go find this guy, kill him, and collect the money for it. So in the front car, Maurice Gordon is driving. This is Brice's car. Maurice Gordon, the 16-year-old brother, is driving the car. His little brother, Larry, another one of the victims, is sitting in the back seat. Also in the back seat beside him is the defendant. And then in the front passenger seat is Jacory Taylor. So they're in this car. Behind them, following behind them, is Anwan Carter in a stolen pickup truck. As they're driving down, they see a guy come out who has like long braids, and Brice thinks it's him. So he rolls down the window. He hollers something really rude to him, calls him a really rude name, tells him to move, and then he shoots him. It goes through his arm into his side, and it did not kill him right away, but it did end up being fatal. So, but then turns out it was the wrong guy. It wasn't even the guy who had the hit on him. So they, Brice shot and killed an innocent man. According to the prosecution, it was Brice. Defense says it wasn't him, but he wasn't even the one who had the hit on him. So police are called. They respond. It ends up being fatal, so he is passed. After this happens, Brice, the defendant, overhears a phone call between Ja'Cory, who was in the front seat, talking to Maurice, the 16-year-old, and he overhears his conversation. They're talking about the murder, and he hears that Maurice and his little brother had been talking about it, and their family knew about it. So, according to the prosecution, he decided to kill them to cover up the murder. So he, on May 22nd, move this over here. May 22nd, so this is like, 3 weeks later, something like that, almost 3 weeks later. He borrows his friend's black Charger, goes and picks up the two young brothers at their house. He takes them back to his apartment that he shares with his mom and his sister. Now, mom and sister are out of town, so he's got the place to himself. These three are also there. So the other two that were with him that night, the one that was in the passenger seat of the car that he was in, and the one that was in the stolen pickup truck behind him, they're all there, plus another one, Tierra Coleman, was there. So all of the guys are over at his apartment. Like I said, mom and sister are out of town. They start wrestling. There's a scruffle. Maurice, the 16-year-old, pulls out a knife, and Brice took it from him and hit him with it, upside the head, and said it was time for him to learn discipline. So this is the part that's really hard. This is where he ends up killing these two teenage boys. He had basically had these two, according to the prosecution, had these two do a lot of the work. They took the 14-year-old into another room, and he had to listen to his brother as his brother was getting punched, and then they stabbed him repeatedly, basically rolled him over, brought out his little brother, did the same thing to him. So both of these boys lost their life in Brice Rhodes' apartment. So the guys put their bodies into totes, and they put one in the back seat of Brice's car and one in the trunk. Brice and this guy, Tieran, leave to go dispose of the bodies. So he left these two, Anwan and Ja'Cory, he left them at his apartment to clean up. And he told them while they're cleaning up the blood and everything from the murders, he said, go ahead and do the dishes for my mom too. So these guys leave to go dispose of the bodies. They dropped the bodies off at an abandoned house and then tried to set fire to the items associated to it, and also left some in a dumpster, with trying to set fire to it. So a little bit later, the mom who apparently used to be in a romantic relationship with him, their mom calls their cell phone, and instead of them answering, Anwan answers. And he's like, oh yeah, they're fine. They're just, they're not here right now. I borrowed the phone, which of course we know wasn't true. So police end up finding the bodies. They start looking for the boy, looking, for them. So they track the boy's phone, the one that Anwan answered, and then it leads them to Anwan Carter. So they bring them to the police department. He finally talks and he explains what happens. So police department goes, they pick up Brice, and he gives a short statement, kind of short and rude from what I hear. They go to Brice's apartment. They pull up the carpet. DNA, under the carpet shows the blood of the two brothers. When Brice came back, after they had gotten rid of the totes, had gotten rid of the bodies, when he came back, he picked up these two, and the boots that Jacory had on at the house had, blood and stuff on them. So he had left them at his girlfriend's house. Police also got a warrant for those, and the DNA on those matched. So again, tied them to him, or tied him to the murders. So then they talked to him, and then he gives a statement that matches Anwan's. When they went to look at the car, the Mazda of Brice's, the entire back seat was completely pulled out, like completely ripped out. It had cloth seats. It was completely ripped out. So obviously that is suspicious. Now, one of the things that defense said is that police had found that back seat, and I'm trying to listen if they turn on audio. They haven't turned on audio yet. Defense says that police found that back seat that was found a back seat like half burned in the dumpster. And I know court's live, y'all. I've got it right here, but they're not talking. We have no audio. So the defense says that they found the back seat, but somehow lost it. So they're basically blaming all of the police department for tunnel vision and saying that, it was really these two. It wasn't him. They're just saying it was him. That, they just did this to get their sweet, plea deals and get out of trouble. And it's not really them. She also pointed out that the first time that they went to Brice Rhodes' apartment, they didn't find blood. The second time they did. So she said that was suspicious too. Of course, I think the second time is when they actually pulled the carpet up, which would be the reason they didn't find it the first time. But she says you can't just keep going back until you find something. She also said, the defense attorney also said that the kid's mom, who she said used to have the relationship with him, was the first one to point the finger at him. And she thinks it's probably a, revenge thing. And because of the romantic relationship gone bad. And she also says that, their mom was on drugs. And yes, you heard right. They lost a whole back seat. Yes. Their mom was on drugs, and that she was a known drug user, and she knew the boys were hanging out with drug dealers and had guns and stuff like that. She also said that there were other reports that were made that were never followed up on, because again, she's saying that this was just tunnel vision. There was a guy on a bike in a white shirt who was waving a gun around somewhere in that area. She said there was no investigation on that. There was also somebody who reported seeing somebody get out of a car and go and mess with the body before the police got there. She said there was no investigation of that. And she said that the testimony that we're going to hear from Jacory and Anwan is not believable. And she said Anwan is actually in prison now. He was 15 when this happened. Now, keep in mind, this was 2016, so it's been a while. But he was 15 when it happened, and he got this, plea deal. And then he ends up moving from Kentucky to go to Florida. He joins a gang, and now he's in prison for gun charges. So he, she said, is not believable. And she said he changed his statement. So that's the summary of everything that was missed in the openings. That's it. That's all. Is it the same lawyer he spat at? No, different lawyer. I can show you some of his, oh gosh. I can show you some of his bad behavior. Let me pull it up. This is one of the other reasons that this is so interesting. Let me pull. He has had a lot of outbursts in court. And he's racked on some new charges since he's been in jail, too. Let me get it pulled up. They were originally seeking death penalty, but then they took death penalty off the table because they said that he is intellectually disabled and suffers from serious mental illness. So he is not eligible for death penalty anymore. All right, let's see. All right, here's.
Detective Botello and I have no sexual relationship.
Now I'm talking about you and a prosecutor over, sir. You denied all my motion.
So this is when he accuses the judge of having a sexual relationship with the prosecutor and then calls the judge a racist.
I don't know if y'all got some type of sexual relationship going on or what y'all got going on, but I'm definitely going to speak my mind.
Detective Botello and I have no sexual relationship.
Now I'm talking about you and a prosecutor over, sir. You denied all my motions. Every motion I filed, you didn't deny it.
I'm pretty sure I've denied the vast
every motion I filed.
motions that have ever
Are you some type of racist? Or y'all got some type of sexual relationship going on? Which one is it?
Or are you just wrong in everything that you've made a motion for?
Are you a secret Ku Klux Klan member?
No, sir, I'm
Is that
not.
what you really are?
No,
Okay.
I'm not.
But like I said, the higher courts, they'll deal with it when time comes necessary.
That's exactly right.
Exactly.
And
So say less. On to the next subject. Say less.
Your job is to do your job, not to worry about me.
This guy.
In your public ask you why now asking for his third. Ask you why do you keep refusing to get this man off my case when we keep having problems? Do you have something personal against me to where you don't want to remove him?
no, sir. I have something personal against not providing you effective assistance of counsel.
Judge Cunningham.
Oh, he had to wear this because he keeps spitting on people. Where's the other one? Let me see if I can find it. Oh, that page is down. He the one where he's blowing kisses to the victim's mom. Was one of the ones that was. Why can't I find it? Hold on, let me look in history because I was showing that one to my kid last night. He's gotten in trouble for all kinds of stuff. But since he's been locked up.
Threatened. A defense attorney says that.
Here's one too. His attorney, his first attorney, ended up having to recuse himself because he realized that the victim's grandfather was one of his close friends. So he took himself off of the case, and that really made him mad.
WDRB, he was speaking with Rhodes.
Let's see. When he told him that, he tried to spit on him. Let's see.
how he felt about being spit on.
Nice cheap shot. You a coward. Nice cheap shot. Coward.
I'll see you when I get out.
Telling him I'll see you when I get out. And he said that to a judge too before. He said something to a judge about, I can, it's not hard for me to find out where you live or something like that. Insane. Let me see. There's another one too.
Can we do a fair trial in Jefferson County? But then another part of it is, if we have a concern, what's the alternative? Because then if we might get into a situation on the law where I'm supposed to weigh.
He's doing that to the victim's mom.
Pros and the cons. Ma'am.
Stop it. Look at me.
Ma'am.
He keeps turning around.
Ma'am, I told you once before, let me please help you understand. You can't just talk out like that, okay? If you can't handle him looking at you respectfully, all I can tell you to do is don't be in my courtroom, because he's going to keep doing it, particularly now that he knows that it irritates you. So you either are able to control yourself or you're not. And I would understand why you could not. I get that completely. But I can't have you talking up in court, okay? I need you to hear this. The next time it happens, there will be a consequence. You understand that?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Rhodes, you're smiling. I don't know why you're smiling.
Because I can.
Well,
Because I can. It's not a crime to smell.
it's not a crime. to
Continue
smile,
what you were saying.
But it doesn't help you, all right, to irritate people.
All right.
And you have a lot at stake in this case.
It's not a crime to smell, is it?
I didn't say you were committing.
Okay, then.
I'm saying you're
Continue
not
what you were
helping
saying.
yourself.
Continue what you were saying.
What a
I
jerk.
smell.
I would suggest
All
you
right.
do what helps
Okay.
you, not what hurts you.
Okay.
That's
Do what I
all.
want to do.
Well,
Let's
do
get
what
that
you want to do.
understood.
That's fine.
Let's get that understood.
I'm sorry.
Let's get that understood.
Well, you've made
All
that
right.
abundantly
Continue what you
clear.
were saying about the motions.
Okay.
All right.
I'm saying I want to have a hearing on it, and we'll be happy to give you a date when we can come back and talk about that. Is there work we need to do to be ready for that hearing, or we basically have what work needs to be done?
Judge, we haven't received their motion.
But we
Yeah,
have,
so-
we haven't filed the petition yet. Judge, we wanted to have a date from Your Honor. We have some exhibits. Some of them may be lengthy, so we're trying to get all that.
P detectives interview a 15-year.
So, yeah, he's awful. And they ended up putting a shock cuff thing on him because they are going to shock him if he acts out in court. He's terrible. He's awful. He's charged with 3 counts of murder for all 3 victims and tampering with evidence and abuse of a corpse. So that's I tell you the part that I honestly I said this yesterday, I kind of hope he acts up because I want to see him get shocked because he's a piece of crap. But also, he has been well behaved yesterday afternoon and today so far. We haven't even made it a full court day. But so far, he has done well. What I am concerned about, or not concerned, but when I think that might change is when the 2 that took the plea deal, that used to be friends with him, when they get up and testify, I have a feeling that is going to possibly be the time when he acts up. He also is saying that there's corrupt police and that's the reason that he's arrested and whatever. So that's where we're at. So we listened to the opening statements yesterday afternoon. So now we're going to go to the first witness. They did a couple of witnesses yesterday. but it was just a very short day yesterday because they didn't start until yesterday afternoon. So I'm not sure what happened to his head. Did anybody hear that? What happened to his head? He has like the bandages and stuff on it. And I'm not really sure, but kind of interesting. He's also had, now I will say this too. He's also had additional, like he attacked a nurse while he was in jail. There were also other attacks that he had while he was in jail. He threw his own urine on somebody. I mean, he has not been a model prisoner, as they say. So he's bleh, bleh. Mental status, they said that he is mentally competent to stand trial, but that he has serious mental illness, and he's not eligible for death penalty. So I'm going to keep watch over here. So we got our little verdict watch over here, but this is our first witness from yesterday.
I'm gonna try to. I have like a really big fan I'd like to bring in, but it's in my car, which is in the shop.
Might have to.
It's just
But he's been behaved so far. Knock on wood.
Mostly, I just the fast so I know what the next move is.
All right, jury.
And then go to parking garage.
See, he's got the bandage.
All jurors are present, Your Honor.
Thank you, Deputy Mills. Everybody's phone back over here. Okay. Does anybody need to report anything regarding the admonition? Perfect.
Oh, I forgot about the eyebrows. Okay, I'll do that while we're listening.
I know it's very hot in here. You don't need to take your coats off, whatever you need to do. So I'm going to try to get a big fan in here for tomorrow, something to get the air moving around. It's just
We have another hot courtroom.
It's warmer outside. It gets very, very hot in here. All right, Commonwealth, are you ready to proceed?
We are, Your Honor.
You may call your first witness.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth is going to call Officer Thomas Franklin, staff.
Verdict eyebrows. Almost forgot. Nothing.
I could have you please raise your right hand. Please have a tell the truth and the whole truth. Thank you. You can have a seat.
Good afternoon, officer. Can you state your name for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Officer Thomas Franklin,
And Officer Franklin, where are you employed?
Louisville Metro Police Department.
How long have you been with?
Still quiet.
Roughly 10.5 years.
And were you with the police department when this case occurred back on the 2nd day of May of 2016?
Oh, that got louder.
Yes. And how did you come to be involved in the case?
At the time, I was a patrol officer in the 1st Division on late watch. And I heard a shot fired while I was at roughly 28 and Broadway. started going towards, and then was later updated that there was a shooting that had taken place with the victim, and therefore continued that direction.
So you actually heard the gunshot yourself, and then you became aware that
Yes, sir.
it was fired. And have you had an opportunity to review your body cam from that evening?
Yes, sir.
And did it fairly and accurately reflect the events as they unfolded?
Yes, sir.
Move to admit and publish officer's body cam.
I'm about to do the browse. I want to make sure I don't need to.
It's
They
actually going to be Commonwealth 6. I have 5 photos.
they have some
Thank you. So admitted.
trigger warning because they have stuff that they show on here and they don't change it. I'm not going to show the they show the victims when we get to that. I'm not going to show it for the kids. I'm not going to, but I want to make sure before I walk away.
Eric, over there by that sidewalk, please. Okay. Hey, buddy, can you hear me? Can you hear me? We'll get to you in a second, all right? We just. Hey, where you shot at?
And this
Where you
is
shot? Oh, here we go. Right
Christopher
here.
Jones.
Yeah, got it.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna get my
Hey, buddy, stay with me, all right?
all
What's
right.
your name, man? Died abdomen. 112 back close to the abdomen. He's breathing. He's not conscious or alert right now. Hey, buddy, what's your name? Hey, buddy. What's your name, man? Talk to us. Can you hear me? He's not really responding to anything. Yeah, good. Oh, here we go. Hey, you're good. You're good. You're good, Barney. Be still, man. Be still. Be still. EMS is here. Can you hear my boy? Can you hear me? What's your name? Got a wallet back here. He's moving his arm, but it's not like he's just responding to us. It's right underneath this. I don't see an exit wound. Yeah, there's one patient over here. No, it's over here by EMS. Don't worry about it. You guys are fine. Yeah, only seen one. Right here underneath my arm. Yep. No, he's not responding to us. He's moving his arm though a little bit. He may have another shot right here. Yep, right there in the arm. Another one. You're fine. This one's a throw through. It looks like it went through this into him. Oh, I got it. You're fine. You're good. Today's fixed right now. You hold down for it. I don't know. It went into him. It's stuck in there. No, actually, it went through the arm here into here.
Is that a night you remember pretty well, safe to say?
Yes, sir.
Can you walk the jury through, what do you do once you get the call? What steps do you follow?
This one, again, I was in the parking lot at 280 Broadway and actually heard the shot and started going that direction. At which time it's updated to a shooting with somebody that's been struck. I'm a first division officer that borders the second division. The actual location was in the second division. However, because of short bodies, people already on runs and things of that nature, I decided to continue to go anyways because I had determined based off what dispatch had been saying and whether people had been responding, I would still have been closer to help provide aid and continue and go that direction. So I continued going, I observed EMS in the area beforehand and notified radio that they were staging.
And I don't think I asked you, do you remember what time it was that the call came out?
It was after midnight. We work 7 to 7 at that time, I believe, but 12-hour shifts. So it was after midnight, but not too early in the morning.
I said it was 1:50. Would you believe me?
Yes, sir.
So you pull in, we saw how fast your cruiser was going. You see somebody down. What's the next thing you're doing there at the scene?
Next thing I did is I grabbed a roll gauze, medical supplies from glove box, show up on scene. There was another officer there, and put on PPE gloves, then immediately went into trying to address wound, figure out where the wound was. Obviously, this is our victim here that we're attempting to help, and located the abdomen wound, which at the time putting pressure on was the best option. And based off my experience and training and everything that I've encountered up to that point in time in my career. Again, en route, I'd seen EMS, so I knew they were close by, and just take care of the scene as far as making sure that it's safe for them to get there with their higher level of medical expertise.
And may I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Showing the witness with pre-marked exhibits, 145.
I always mess one of them up.
Are you familiar with these photos?
Yes, sir.
And they all fairly and accurately represent what they purport to be?
Yes.
Why don't you walk the jury through what these are photos of? This is Commonwealth's Exhibit 1 to admit and publish, Your Honor.
Yes. Well, actually, sorry. If I admitted and published. Should have checked with you first. I'm sorry. Thank you.
So the first picture was a driver's license. Why is that significant?
It was a driver's license that was in the wallet that was located in Mr. Jones's pocket. He had longer hair that night in the picture.
And then we have a picture here of this intersection.
Yeah, at the location roughly close.
And there's a picture of the numbers on this pole. Why is that significant?
I did not take those pictures. We use the numbers on the poles for years. LG&E uses them at specific geographical and longitude, latitude locations. We've used them for our traffic accidents when reporting locations for traffic accidents in the past. But again, that picture I did not take. So.
And then this is Commonwealth's Exhibit 5. This is that same pole behind the car. Okay.
I'm sorry. Did you answer?
Yes, yes, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yes, that's the vehicle from where the back bumper where Mr. Jones was at.
Focus just a little bit better. But what is this picture of?
That's the location that we found him.
And there's items that are in the road.
Yes, as from the body camera to render medical aid, some clothing items were cut off, taken off to better allow the medical crew to address the wounds.
And that's what we saw happening in the video.
Yes, sir.
And then I want to show you this final picture here. There are yellow cones, numbered cones on the scene. What's the significance of that?
I did not place those cones. That would probably be a question for a detective. In the past, cones have been used to mark key pieces of evidence or things that they want specifically documented.
Things that you've identified as significant on the scene.
Yes, sir.
And so how long was it from the time that you showed up on the scene to the time that the victim was taken away in an ambulance?
The perception of time in instances like that, it seems like it could take a long time or a short time. Everyone's is different. For me, again, it's documented on the video. I would better reference that video to answer that question.
And then did you do anything else of significance at the scene?
After I was done helping with aid and EMS was there, at that point in time, as a patrol officer, understanding this is now a crime scene, depending on what has already been done, crime scene tape was already in the process of being put up, at which point I went and people had started to gather and come outside because of the commotion and the lights and the sirens, and therefore just tried to identify anybody that may or may not have been around or seen or heard or anything like that, try and get information on them to better identify them for a detective to follow up with.
Thank you, and please answer any questions for the defense.
Yeah, the judge just walked out in our verdict watch trial.
Officer Franklin, I believe you told us that you are part of the 1st Division. Does that just refer to the area that you patrol?
Yes.
It's not a ranking of any sort?
Nope.
Okay, so you're a 1st Division officer on patrol that night?
Yes, that night I was.
Yes. And you testified that you were the first officer on scene that night?
One of the first officers on scene. The body camera video will show, again, going from 1st Division to 2nd Division, I'm not as familiar with all the streets. I was able to see another officer in front of me turn down the block, and then that's when the video kicked on, turn down the other block, and then come to the location.
So you were the first or maybe the second officer on scene?
Say so, yes.
And when you arrived, however, you were not the first person on scene, correct?
Judge.
Correct, yeah.
Because EMS was already there.
Negative. EMS was not there. I would say there were other people, obviously bystanders, I at one point in time told to, go back, sidewalk, and we'll come talk to you.
So when you arrived, EMS is not currently there.
As far as first responders go, I was, for the video showed, the second officer there.
But there are other people who are not involved in law enforcement or first responders at all, correct?
They were already there as I was approaching.
And when you arrived, let me go back. You testified that you heard a single gunshot,
Yes, I heard a gunshot.
just one single gunshot,
Yes,
not 5 gunshots.
I heard a gunshot.
And you found a single bullet casing.
There was a casing near, and because of rendering medical aid, at one point in time, it was moved. However, I made a point of it further on in the video to identify that that was it, and we still had it located. Whether I moved it, I bumped into another officer, or EMS did, at that point in time, in our chain of importance, rendering medical attention is more important than that.
So I think you said your first, was it fair to say your first priority in responding is to preserve life, if it's possible to do so. And then the next priority might be preserving the scene. So your first priority when arriving was to render as much aid as you could.
Yes, when safe to do so. Again, you have to have the scene safe. Only 2 officers, 1 person, you're kind of delegating, playing off each other as far as tasks. 1 person is security. You still don't know is the individual who shot the area, etc. So going into medical aid, I had the gauze. I remember to grab it, but I was getting out of the car.
Somebody's typing really loud.
The casing that was found, that was put into evidence and preserved.
I was not part of that process.
But Brice's fingerprints were not ever found on that shell, correct?
Excuse me?
Brice's fingerprints were not found on that casing.
It's not part of that process.
I believe you said that after the scene was secure, you interacted with some of the bystanders.
Yes.
To try and see if anyone had seen what had happened.
Yes.
And one of the bystanders was Keith Taylor.
Yes.
And did you speak with him?
I did.
See, he testified that he wasn't there for that, but she still wanted to ask it because she wanted the jury to hear that.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Heller.
That's not me typing.
Thank you. So you can step down. You're free to go. I'm all prepared to call our next witness.
Oh, we are, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Sergeant Anthony Wilder at this time.
Thank you.
But also she mentioned fingerprints on a casing, and that's really uncommon to find and really difficult to get on.
Hey, Sergeant. Good afternoon.
cases.
Afternoon.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, my name is Anthony Wilder, Wilder. I'm currently a sergeant with the Louisville Metro Police Department assigned to the Public Integrity Unit.
And how long have you been with the police department for?
Approximately 19 years.
And do you remember what your role was with the police department back in 2016?
From 2010 to August of 2017, I was assigned to the homicide unit.
And is that what you were doing back on May the 2nd of 2016?
Yes.
Do you remember how you became involved with this case?
I was working in the homicide office, and I was notified by radio that 2nd Division officers were responding to a reported shooting in the 800 block of South 41st Street. It was approximately 1 a.m. I believe it was Wednesday, May 4th, 2016.
And what was your first action that you took once you got to the scene?
Once I was on scene, I made contact with the first officer that responded to the scene, Officer Franklin. Spoke to him about what information he had learned upon his arrival. And then after that, I conducted a neighborhood canvass of the immediate area, spoke with several of the residents, and then I conducted the scene investigation for that location.
So can you explain for people that aren't familiar what goes into a neighborhood canvass?
I went door to door along that block and tried to make contact with residents to see if anybody had witnessed anything or had any information that would help with the investigation. I spoke with several of the residents, but I don't recall any specific information being provided.
And do you memorialize that search in some way?
Not yet.
My activities are documented in an investigative report that's provided to the lead detective and maintained in the case file.
So what do you do on the scene as far as the scene investigation goes? What's your role there?
The crime scene unit was contacted and they responded to the scene. And then they work at the direction of the detective, which in this case was me conducting the scene investigation. do a walk through the scene and identify items of evidentiary value. And then the crime scene unit will do a series of photographs and video to document the scene location. And then they'll collect the evidence for preservation.
Sir, I'm now going to show the witness Commonwealth Exhibits 7 through 19. You, take a look at these photos and see if they're familiar to you.
These are some of the photographs taken during the scene investigation. They show typically there'll be 3 sets of photographs taken. The first set is an overall scene, and it shows the scene as it's found. The second set, markers are placed down. They're usually like a plastic type of cone with numbers, and those are placed next to items of evidence. And then another set of photographs is taken, and then a third set is taken where the evidence is, it's a close-up of the evidence.
Why is that done?
It's just for documentation and to be able to show perspective of one piece of evidence to the other.
Okay, and we'll just go through these photos real quick. Start with this first one, and I'll go ahead and move to publish these as we go.
This one is marked Exhibit 7. It is one of the first overall photos.
And that's
it's showing, yeah, it's showing the scene and items of clothing that were eventually collected.
And this is all from that first shooting where they shot the wrong person. Or Brice shot
Yes,
the wrong
this is
person.
just showing
Allegedly.
from a different angle the clothing.
Same with 9 and 10.
Yes, these are just showing different angles and perspectives of the scene during the first set of photographs with no markers.
All right, what about 11?
Markers in this photograph have been placed to help identify the items of evidence.
And 12.
It's the same, it's just showing a different angle.
Take a look at 13 through 19 together. What is this one?
These will be, it'll show the close-up of the marker and the item of evidence associated with that marker. So for marker number 1, I believe that's a pair of dark colored jeans.
And picture 14, marker 2.
Marker 2 is a shell casing.
Marker 3.
Marker 3 is a kind of a plastic wristband.
4.
Is a Cricket cell phone.
5.
There's several pieces of clothing in 5. I believe there's a jacket, some white and red t-shirt, and then a cigarette butt.
And 6.
It's a red and black hat with a U of L Cardinal logo on it.
Now, were you the lead on this scene?
I was not.
So what do you do once you gather all the information and help identify what the significant evidence might be?
Once I've completed these activities, I document what I did and my findings into an investigative report. And then as the case would progress, any further assistance that's asked of me by the lead detective or as the investigation develops, I would provide further assistance and then document those activities in separate investigative reports.
All right. And 41st Street is the address of this incident was in Jefferson County, is that correct?
It was in the 800 block of South 41st Street, and that is in Jefferson County.
Thanks.
Lucy's staring at me.
Detective, you were the first member of the homicide unit on scene, correct?
I was.
But you weren't the lead detective.
I was not.
And you arrived on scene about 15 minutes after the call came in.
Approximately.
So you didn't witness the shooting.
I did not.
And you arrived 15 minutes after.
After the initial 911 call. By the time I got there, the victim had been transported to the hospital and was not on scene.
So when you arrived, you never once put eyes on the victim in this case.
That's correct.
And you testified that you conducted a neighborhood canvass.
Yes.
You attempted to or spoke to a number of folks who were in the area.
Correct.
But there were no eyewitnesses to this event.
I did not identify any during my neighborhood canvass.
One of the individuals that you did interview was Keith Taylor.
Yes, I believe he was one of the first 911 callers that reported the incident.
There was another report that night of someone riding around in a bicycle carrying a gun, correct?
Officer Hendricks from the 2nd Division, he was the first officer from the 2nd Division to arrive on scene. And he did advise me that there had been a report prior to that 911 call of an individual reported to be riding around on a bicycle with a gun. I can't remember the address he gave or the location, and I don't remember how far the 800 block of 41st Street is and the location he provided. I'd have to refresh my memory with a review of my investigative letter for the location that Officer Hendricks provided for the bicyclist.
But you didn't locate this individual riding a bicycle and waving a gun.
I did not.
That's the person they brought up in the.
And there was
opening
another
statements, too.
report of another vehicle, a Chrysler 300 on scene that night, correct?
Mr. Taylor advised from speaking with him, I learned that when he had stopped his car, as he pulled up on the victim in the street, there was another car that pulled up with him. Both individuals exited their vehicle, saw the victim. Mr. Taylor called 911 and remained on scene. The driver of the other vehicle got back in his car and drove away.
And the other individual drove away in his car before the police arrived, correct?
That's my understanding from speaking with Mr. Taylor.
One moment, Your Honor. No more questions at this time, Your Honor.
Thank you. You were direct.
Mr. Taylor had said that he and the Chrysler both pulled up after the shooting. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I think I misquoted the date on this. It actually occurred on the 4th. It was late at night on the 3rd into the early morning of the 4th.
I believe the call came in at 1 a.m. on Wednesday, May 4th, 2016.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Cunningham just did the same, the first witness to the date.
All right, any recross?
Detective, were you the officer to recover the shell casing?
I was on scene. It was collected by the crime scene unit.
Was it collected while you were present?
That's correct.
And where was it located?
There was a green Camaro parked on the believe it's on the west side of the street facing south, and the shell casing was near the driver's side rear tire, which would be facing the street side.
And this casing would have been placed into evidence.
It is.
And Mr. Rhodes' fingerprints were not found on this casing, correct?
I wouldn't know about that.
No more questions.
All right, you're free to go. Thank you.
So again, she knows that no fingerprints were found on the casing, which again, it's really hard to do. But her repeating that is a way to constantly remind the jury that his fingerprints weren't found on the casing. Which is, because notice, she's not even, I hate that noise. Notice she's not saying no fingerprints. She's saying his fingerprints. She wants the jury to hear that as much as possible.
I'm gonna break if anybody needs to stretch the legs, use the restroom. Just be back in about 5 minutes, please.
All right, for the jury.
Then please remember the admonition. Sorry.
And I'm watching, talking. I'm like, I just. Guy to the right of Rhodes is law enforcement, I assume, in case he gets rowdy. Ooh. Whisper louder so we can eavesdrop. He is acting more like he's got some home training this time, but also remember, he's got a jury in there this time. All these other times, it's been him against authority figures, which he's shown he's not a big fan of. Look at her on her phone. Who's she texting? She got a robe unzipped, her phone out. Is that? Who's she? She's ordering DoorDash. Who's she texting? Wrong answers only. She's texting her husband like, he ain't done nothing yet. But if he threatens me like he did the other judges. She got her robe unzipped, ready to fight in case she needs to. Ordering lunch. She's on Tinder. She did say it was hot in there. Yeah. She's on Amazon. Texting RA. Grinder. Oh my gosh, she's Chuck Gorgeous. Pulling up her videos. She is different. I'll give her that. Bumble. Christmas shopping. Looking at Wordle. She's texting me. It'll get lost in all of my other. I'm not very good with my answering my phone or my texts.
How we remember before they leave today, I want to get the jurors to write down their phone numbers with their last name.
So she can text them too.
Like remember last before. Weren't you here already when that one juror left their phone? Maybe not, but a juror left their phone behind and we had no way to get a hold of them.
Return in Jefferson County, do they end up in the file? Do they
They're supposed to go in the file. They're
For hair
supposed to
drugs.
be like anything that, I mean, just like someone's been served. Yeah, they're supposed to go back in the file. But there's also, if they're served by the sheriff's office, you can actually get them online. All the information about the service online.
CourtNet or is it on there?
It's the sheriff's office website. Yeah, yeah. It's here to help me remember.
We could fast forward, but I'm eavesdropping because
All right, I think we're ready to bring the jurors back in.
I can't get the store.
Michelle Phillips from NC, member for 5 months. I'm late, but I'm here. Love y'all. You're late. You have detention. We're glad you're here. Happy. Oh,
You reset it or something? You want me to try to hit reset?
anniversary.
I don't know if it's like takes forever to warm up.
Ballinger
glad you're
always told me
here.
hit reset if all else fails.
Bob told me.
Angela Billets texted me and said she's here watching the live stream, heard me, and has facilities working on making it cooler in here.
They're hot.
Oh, Kristen must be watching too. I think she just heard me. They're so good. They're so good at their jobs.
It's getting hot in here. Let's take off all your robes. I'm listening. She's still texting. That looks like an engagement ring because she doesn't have a band. So maybe she texted her boo thing. Wedding plans. Ordering groceries to be delivered. Candy Crush. It's hard to put down Candy Crush sometimes. She said to Angela, I think that's just her cover. Because Angela is already done. Because Angela said that she's going to get on the air and she's already done. So now she's moved on.
It looks like it's restarting now. So it's counting down.
She's texting a TV repair guy. Yeah, wrong trial. Who has a TV repair guy? She's so full of crap, Wendy Adelson. Every once in a while,
Miss Foster had this happen, and it was something.
call Chris Foster. What are we waiting on? Happy 10-year wedding anniversary, Janet Phillips. Jenny, happy anniversary. Do you know what today is?
A1, yes.
It's our anniversary.
That's what it says.
It's 4 months for us, Jenny. Janet Phillips has 10 years. Crazy. Crazy.
Screen box, whichever one you put on.
So long to be with, like, I was with my first husband for that long, but so long. All right, we'll go forward a little bit since now we can't see.
Yeah, tell them it's, nothing's coming up for wallpaper 1.
Yeah, all of our trials lately have had hot courtrooms. Calling Matthew Harris Law for law advice. That could be a good one.
Should be normally put it on internal, but they need both the internal and external for it to come out to the system.
Maybe that's Chris.
What should I do with my computer? Yes, many times, but not recently. Yeah.
HDMI port. Look, they're trying to walk her through it. This is like
The other
me. This is like when my mama needs help on Facebook, and I'm trying to walk her through it.
Be ahead of schedule.
I'll do that other thing.
They're all fanning themselves.
Got it.
Hot in that one, like it is in Texas. Oh, looking up YouTube videos on how to fix the air. That's
You fixed it, Ballinger. Thank you so much.
It's almost like this is his job. We love you, Ballinger. Thank you.
Oh, bless him.
I just love you, Bob.
That's the Reverend Bob.
Okay. All right, see you in the morning. All right.
Go ahead and bring the jury back in too. We can bring everybody back in.
Great white north, man.
I love that he fixed it. Oh, you're right. There's no squeak on that one.
All 15 jurors are present, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Good
So, need
point.
to report anything? Great. Commonwealth will call their next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth is going to call Detective Brian.
He was adorable.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good older man.
If I could have you raise your right hand, please. Swear to tell the truth and the whole truth. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Detective. Can you introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Brian Griffin. I was previously employed with the Louisville Metro Police Department, and at this time I was part of the homicide unit.
And how long were you with the homicide unit for?
I was with the homicide unit for about 2 years, employed at that time for 5 years, I believe.
And what do you do these days?
I'm a commercial real estate appraiser.
So back in 2016, May the 4th, you were with homicide then?
I was.
And were you called to the scene in this case?
I was.
What was the first action you took when you arrived on the scene?
So when I arrived on scene, it was about 1:30 in the morning. Detective Wilder had already made his way to the scene and had started that scene investigation. When I arrived on scene, the victim had already been transported to University of Louisville Hospital. So at that point, we were conducting the scene investigation. So my first actions when I got on scene was to see what we had and then to start the neighborhood canvas.
Okay. And did anything interesting come about as a result of your neighborhood canvas?
For my part of the canvas, I was unable to locate any witnesses along in the 800 block of South 41st Street. I was canvassing house to house. I had no answers on doors. It was 1 o'clock in the morning. So on my side, the houses that I knocked on front doors, I was not able to talk to anybody.
And do you recall a report of a guy that had a gun that was on a bicycle?
That was there was a report of that. I didn't have any further information on that. And I was unable to.
Was there any statements from anybody that he was in any way involved in this?
I didn't have any statements to that effect, no.
And can you tell us a little bit about the character of this neighborhood? Is it residential? What?
So the 800 block South 41st Street where this occurred is a residential neighborhood south of Broadway in the west end of Louisville. It's predominantly a residential neighborhood. There's people out. Just depends on what time of day, but there are people out at all times of day. So someone on a bike is not out of place.
And no one said that someone on a bike was at this scene or even on this street.
That's correct.
Okay. So did you go out to the hospital that night?
I did. Once we completed our scene investigation, I went to University of Louisville Hospital.
All right. May I approach with Commonwealth 20?
May. You all seen this?
No objection, Judge.
Is this photograph familiar to you?
There's a call for in every trial.
There's a picture of the victim at University of Louisville Hospital.
What's the number on it?
That's Commonwealth 20. And had he already passed away by the time you got to the hospital?
When I arrived at the hospital, he had already succumbed to his injuries.
What did you do after that? Did you do anything else with respect to the scene?
When I went to university, we had concluded the scene investigation. It was in the middle of the street and on South 41st Street. So we concluded that scene investigation. Then I went to the hospital I believe it was Detective Baker that went to the hospital first. So we kind of split duties while people are investigating the scene. Somebody else will go to the hospital to speak with the doctors there to get a report of what's going on with the victim to get an expectation there. So as soon as I was done with the scene investigation, I went to University of Louisville Hospital to talk to the doctors there to determine time of death and the injuries that had occurred.
And did you also attend the autopsy?
I did that. It would be that same morning at that point.
And was there anything significant about the autopsy?
Other than the injuries he sustained a gunshot wound that went through his right arm and injured his right side.
So sad.
So after the autopsy, after the scene, did you have any suspects on this case?
I did not.
Did you have any promising leads on the case?
I did not.
So what was the first thing that broke for you on this case?
I believe, and I would have to look at the exact dates, roughly 2 weeks later, I received a call. I was off at the time that there was there were interviews taking place, that the individuals that were being interviewed had information on my case.
And who was that call from?
I believe it was detective. It was one of the detectives in the homicide unit, but I can't remember who exactly called me. If it was Detective Tonelli or if it was another person. I believe it might have been Detective Tonelli, but I can't remember the exact conversation.
And as a result of this phone conversation with Tonelli, what was the next step that you were able to take on your case?
So at that point on my case, I came in to witness the end of the interviews. As far as in my case, we had a statement from one of the co-defendants in this case.
And Judge, I'm going to object to any hearsay at this time.
That will be sustained if you want to go, you need to approach?
Yes.
Okay.
Approach. Mute that for a second. I hate that sound. Here, we can actually skip forward. I forgot. Oh, I'm the coffer.
So as a result of your investigation, did you come across any surveillance videos?
I did. I had made several attempts to recanvass the 800 block of South 41st Street where this occurred, in the hopes that it was late at night, maybe somebody would be awake the next day or subsequent days. I had a chance to go to, I believe it was 823 South 41st Street, and where I obtained some video, surveillance video pointing out the front of the house towards the street. I was able to collect that.
And what was significant in that video?
That video, it faces the street. It does not capture where the victim was located ultimately. However, it does show the victim walking down the street right around the time of the incident, and then it shows two vehicles that are coming up the street. They would be driving northbound prior to that, right after he walked by.
All right, and you've seen this video before.
I have.
It fairly inaccurately represents the video you recovered. Your Honor, the Commonwealth would move to admit, publish Commonwealth Exhibit 21.
No objection. All right, admitted, and you may publish.
And do you know if the timestamp on this video is accurate?
I would have to, I don't remember. I didn't look as I was watching it. If you
Put the last clip back up.
It would have been, so frequently whenever I have been looking at video for surveillance on private homes, it's frequent that they're not on the correct date or the times could be off. As for instance, this is showing 5/3 of 2016 at 23:51 hours. The incident in this, for this case, it occurred on 5/4 at roughly 23:59 is when we got the call. So roughly an hour later from this, which could be from several things. If people don't change it with daylight savings time, if something like that occurs, the hours could be off by a little bit. So the timestamp on this will show within an hour of when we received a call.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
So when you asked if he would have gotten caught for this one,
Good afternoon.
he had no leads.
I want to start off with something
no
pretty
suspects.
easy. Is it Brian or Ryan?
Brian with a B.
With a B.
B-R-I-A-N.
Correct. Griffin.
Yes.
That's my fault. Okay. You were lead detective on this case?
I was for this case, yes. Christopher Jones.
Did you remain lead detective on it until you left the Louisville Police Department?
I did.
Okay. Which was when?
It's January 15th of 2021, 2 years ago.
A couple of things I wanted to follow up on with you. You're familiar with your report, right?
Yes.
Familiar with your report?
Your initial report in this case is actually only 2 pages, right?
That's probably a fair assessment. The initial report for anything is the pertinent information on it, and we'll add to that as time goes on.
2 pages.
Probably.
In that report, you indicate that there was a shot followed by 5 more shots.
I believe that was what the call came in as, that there was the caller for the dispatch run said that they heard a shot and then 5 additional shots.
So today, you would agree that that was incorrect?
I was not there at the scene to be able to say whether that was incorrect or not. She could have heard a total of 6 shots. I don't know. I can't speak to what she did here.
Okay. Well, you were the lead detective. There wasn't evidence of 6 shots.
There was not evidence of 6 shots, correct?
Nonetheless, your report indicates 1 + 5. Right?
That was the initial call, yes. From the
Well,
call taker.
but you don't have, you have the ability with, I know those reports are done by computer, right?
Correct.
And you, when you figure out something's wrong, like an error, right, you can go back in and fix it.
Correct.
But you did not.
I did not correct the initial call takers, what she took from the person who called in. Correct. I left it as it was called in to dispatch.
You didn't include a correction that says, in our investigation, we determined, in fact, it was only 1 shot.
I did not, and I did not change the initial report to change it from what the call taker took as it came in to say that there was only 1 gunshot recovered or 1 shell casing recovered or 1 gunshot that was heard, because the call came in that there was a gunshot and then she heard 5 additional. Whether it was accurate or correct, it still was something that was called into dispatch, and that's how we received the initial call. So to preserve what we received initially, that was left the same.
Let's talk about this 1 shell casing.
Okay.
That shell casing was still present on the ground when you got to the scene?
Yes.
And it was collected?
It was.
It was tested?
Yes.
That's one of the routine things that lead detective does, make sure everything gets tested, right?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, one of the things it was tested for was fingerprints.
Yeah, it was tested for fingerprints, but I'll let you ask the question.
Okay, thank you. And Brice's fingerprints were not on the shell casing.
No, sir.
And the reason we test for fingerprints is because things like shell casings actually do take fingerprints.
They do, and they often also burn off from the shot.
I want to ask you about another aspect of the case. You went to the autopsy.
Correct.
Which was?
The morning of the 4th.
Okay, all right. It was the same day?
Yes.
Okay.
By the time that we finished the scene and I went to University of Louisville, it would have been about 4 or something in the morning. And then it would have gone over to the autopsy right after.
Okay. And you're familiar with the contents of that report?
Yes.
You were present at the autopsy?
I was.
In addition to the injury from the bullet, the single bullet, right? There also was an injury to his head.
Yes, sir.
That was documented. You were able to see that, right?
Yes.
And that was also documented on the autopsy report
I believe so.
and was observed by the medical examiner.
Yes.
Okay. Now, it's fair to say
That's what I was
that
thinking.
I think you talked about doing a neighborhood canvas, right?
Yes.
Your report indicates that you knocked on 5 doors.
I did. There was additional detective there that was doing an additional canvas on the additional side of the road within the immediate area.
Now, you've talked about things a few weeks later, it would be 18 days later, or something like that. Roughly 18 days later. From the 4th, during, say, the next week, a week after that, there's no indication that you did any follow-up work on this case.
That's not entirely true. There was additional follow-up done. I followed up with the leads that we had. There was additional cell phone search warrant that was done for the victim's cell phone, as well as additional canvases that occurred that did not yield any results.
Looking at your reports, I think you said before when you were asked by the prosecution, you didn't really have any leads.
There were not very, no, the leads on this case were not very good.
You may not have recall of this next question, but I'm going to ask anyway. About how many murder cases would you say you had you were working the homicide?
Correct. Were you asking that I was the lead on or that I worked on in general?
That is a fair follow-up question. I meant as lead.
Okay. I would have to get the exact for you. It was within around 10.
Okay. And that's fine. I was looking for the ballpark. I was curious. And then how many additional ones that you were not lead?
That I was not lead that we worked on.
That you were part of. Do you guys do it all by teams?
It just depends on the situation. It depends on the amount of cases that are being worked at the same time, depending on the day. It all
Why are you growling at me?
varies, unfortunately. But we worked over 100 cases a year, and I was there for a couple of years. I did not work every single case, but a fair amount in some form or fashion.
I think I did a bad job asking my question. I'm going to ask it better. In May
of that year.
2016, how many cases would you have had open either as lead or as part of a team?
This would have been the only homicide that I had open as a lead.
And then as part of a team?
As part of a team, I would have to look. I don't have that number. I mean,
Sure. I know you don't have the number yet. I just meant you
I've worked several, but I was also working non-fatal shootings as well. So I couldn't give a 7 years ago. I can't remember the exact number of cases from that one.
Okay. You were unable to find any other leads the next day, the next week, week after?
Yes, sir.
Why'd you leave the Louisville Police Department?
Family reasons, sir.
I have no further questions.
Can you retract?
Briefly, Ron. You mentioned someone had come forward and said that they heard one shot and then 5.
Yes, I believe that was the initial call for the call for service that came to dispatch, that came through dispatch for patrol response.
And it was phrased that way as 1 and then 5.
Correct.
If somebody had heard 6 shots at once, you'd think they would just say they heard 6 shots.
That would be what I would assume. In the area that was in, it is not uncommon for there to be multiple different gunshots from different areas that would be audible in the same area.
And I guess the question was asked, because someone gives a statement that has facts in it that don't jive with what other people said or what your theory of the case is, you don't get to go back and change what they said, right?
Correct. That was what I heard. It would be, after going to the scene and seeing one shell casing, to amend it to say there would be one would be fair, but the call came in that there was one shot and then an additional 5. Whether that's accurate or inaccurate, I left that there for transparency.
What you do know is there was 1 shot at yours.
Correct.
Was anybody's fingerprint identified on the case?
No. So
there were no fingerprints on the casing. It wasn't
That's correct.
just that Brice Rhodes' fingerprints weren't on the casing. Nobody's.
Correct.
Do you recall when you saw an injury to the victim? You mentioned his head. Where on his head was the injury?
I would have to look at the report to be sure. I can't. 7 years ago, I can't remember the head injury very clearly.
Do you remember seeing the head injury when he was laying in the street before he got medical attention? Or do you remember seeing the head injury at the hospital or at the autopsy?
It would have been at the hospital or autopsy because I did not see the victim on scene. When I arrived on scene, he had already been transported to U of L while they were trying to give him medical attention.
No further questions.
All right, you're free to go, Detective Griffin. Thank you. Go on, approach.
Okay, yes, I said it. The plane drove by. I meant flew by. Passed by or whatever. You know what I meant.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for the evening, but I'm going to read the admonition again. Before you go, please recall my earlier order. You are not.
All right, that was yesterday. So we're already almost caught up, y'all. Didn't take long. Didn't take long at all. Okay, so real quick. Yes, exactly, Julie Weaver. Thank you. Somebody is driving the plane. Hold on. I had to take a picture. I love it when I see them fly by. Some of them are so cool looking. Look, let me see if you can you? And I love that. I think they're so cool. Anyway, whatever. Okay, real quick. We are now on today's testimony. And his head looks gross, bad, whatever. They do show very graphic pictures. I am not going to show the kids in that. I'm not going to show it. I won't do it. It's kids. I know that this is true crime. I know that we watch this stuff, but these are children and I'm not going to show them. So when it gets to that part, I am going to take those off. I'm not showing kids in that position. So we'll do the rest of that, but oh, I'm blurry because I keep moving. I gotta use the force. Whatever, it'll focus. All right, so this is today. We're making progress. He always does that lip purse thing. Like this looks like scratched head. Like even his hair follicles and stuff. I just want to see him get shot.
Ready to get started? Please try to be on time. I really hate keeping jurors waiting. Hate it. Okay, so.
Please be on time.
You guys.
There.
Judge, I want to know what it says you need to speak. Requires concerns about it's the man who was here yesterday. I'm sure some people know. Yes.
Me's dropping. No, we can't hear.
So we told you the number 2. Yeah, that's what I was told.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. It's more than freckle spots, though. He has like red right here above that big old bandage on him.
Hold it here one time. Oh, please, it's not done. I wish I did one.
She on her phone again. Busy. See how it's like red right there, and then it's got the big bandage on there. His wool blanket.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Unappetizing. This is normally I skip through all this, but I'm kind of like skipping a little bit. It's still checking, like making sure he ain't acting up. He's been well behaved so far. Oh, that noise. I don't like it when he looks at us.
Good morning. I'm finding that huge lens very disarming. I'm not gonna allow you to stay in here and take photos. I've been allowing the one media pooling video. But it's distracting, disarming.
Okay.
Not disarming, what's the wrong word?
No, I understand
Right.
what you're saying. I have a 70 to 200.
Is it gonna make noise?
This is moving. All right, let's see what's going on. Nothing. We get another close-up of the jury chairs. We don't want the jury chairs. We want the red light. There's movement. What happened to this one? Is this one like?
All right. Is the Commonwealth ready to call their next witness?
Yes, the Commonwealth calls Antonia Jones.
Thank you.
I want to know why they changed this to right here. We just hit 2 hours. Since they finished. I don't want to get too much into this testimony and then have to stop it if they're about to do something here. Could it be a verdict? Could it be a question? See if I can find out. Let's see if I can find out. Jury has reached a verdict. Hour and a half of deliberations. Verdict. It's the eyebrows, y'all. It's the eyebrows. Hour and a half. For it to be that fast, it's guilty. I think. Verdict. Verdict. The cameraman needs to chill. Cameraman shakes as bad as I do. We have a verdict in our Lisa Dykes trial, so we're just waiting on them to come in. Who got their time right? It was about an hour and a half. So whoever said between 1 to 2 hours, you got your time right. Pick me. That was what most of y'all said, right? Most everybody said between 1 to 2 hours. Y'all are some smart cookies. I tell you. Can't get nothing by y'all. I love it. %, said 1 to 2 hours. See, y'all are some smart cookies. I love it. Do you think she'll react? It was about 2 hours ago when they finished and they ate supper. or lunch, whatever. And then, so the deliberation time, let's see, they're reporting deliberation time was roughly 90 minutes. I can't imagine anything but a guilty verdict too, especially with it being this short of a time, because there's not much deliberation in that. For it to be such a short time, the longer it takes, the more I think it can go either way. When it's a short verdict, it's usually like whatever is the most obvious is what they're going with. She Chuck can be pen pals. Wouldn't that be something? Oh, you looked up custody for Chuck? He's not listed. Possibly because they transported him for testimony. If he's not showing up right now. She's getting a new shirt today. I think, I wonder what sentencing will be. Look, I'm already talking about sentencing. Like, I am so sure she's convicted. I feel like it's a conviction. I agree. Anyway. Yep, we got a verdict. We got a verdict. We're just waiting on them to get in. What a waste of plastic surgery. It was quick. Pretty much everybody thought it was going to be a quick verdict, though. Fleeing to Cambodia was almost as stupid as fleeing to Vietnam. Almost. Charges for Chuck and Nina. I believe, what they have, tampering with evidence was one of them. I'd have to look it back up. Did they get abuse of a corpse? No. Abuse of a corpse is Brice. I'd have to look it back up. I know tampering with evidence is one of them. DMB gifted membership. It went to Olivia. Olivia, look, you look good in green. DMB, thank you so much for gifting membership. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I wonder what the sentence will be. Parole? No parole. Tampering with a corpse. I look sleepy. I got a lot of sleep last night. I'm just constantly exhausted. Ugh, wait till treatment starts. I'll be falling asleep on stream. Oh, let me unpin this one. Let me pin this. I love how they're showing us that, like, we wanted to see the red light the whole time, and we can't see that, but we can see the sprinkler. I'm not sure when it starts yet. I have to wait on them to call me and set it up. It'll be 5 days a week, but I think it will only be in the mornings. So we'll still be able to do our thing. We're just gonna have to get a late start. Make sure I'm not muted. Hi. Welcome, those of y'all joining us. Yeah, treatment's local. I won't have to go. My oncologist is all the way in Pensacola, so that's 2 hours away, but I can do treatment locally. So about it 5-10 minutes. Not far. You'll be good. Amber C. Love strength prayers, but thank you so much. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. We're glad you were here. I'm not sure who the lawyer was hugging.
Before they come in, did you actually sign up for what you were saying you were gonna sign up for?
I did.
When you, 2 dozen roses.
Oh, yes. Team player.
You're gonna need them.
Eyes wide open.
Dang. Yeah, for those of you who weren't here yesterday, I there was some stuff on my PET scan. It's fine. It hasn't turned into nodules or whatever she said. So I'm just gonna but anyway, I'm gonna just do some treatment and then I'll have another PET scan in 3 months. It will be good. I want to see, like, I wonder if they're going to show her family when.
Silence on phone. $1 million.
One of these days, we're gonna go past this.
Hi, Jessica.
All rise.
Bring the jury. Here we go.
You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court has received your jury verdicts. All right. Ms. Dykes, please stand. The jury verdicts read as follows. We, the jury, unanimously find the defendant, Lisa Jo Dykes, guilty of murder as charged in the indictment. For the second case, we, the jury, unanimously find the defendant, Lisa Jo Dykes, guilty of tampering with physical evidence as charged in the indictment. Both verdicts are signed by the presiding juror, and the name is also printed. You may be seated. Is this ready to proceed in punishment?
Oh, dang.
You may.
Now we're going to get to the sentencing. Wonder if she'll change her appearance in prison too. Only so much you can do there, though. I think I'll drop the hammer here.
Before you call, well, oh, there's Mr. Settler. Mr. Settler, if you could hand the jury back their notebooks and things, if they want to take notes on punishment.
I'm not
Yeah.
sure.
Her prison uniform will not be mauve. I was going to pin the verdict.
Your Honor, the state calls Luis Botello.
But some people are behind.
All right, sir, if you would please stop and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You may be seated. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Botello, can you state your name and spell your name for the court, please?
My name is Luis Botello Valadez, LuisBotelloBalladez. Grand Africa.
This is her brother, right?
And Luis, will you tell the jury your relation to Marisela?
Marisela was she was my older and my only sister that I grew up with in our apartment over in Seattle, Washington.
And how old are you, Luis?
I'm 20 years old.
And Marisela would have been 25 now?
25, 26, around that age.
You said you grew up with her in that apartment, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was she like as an older sister?
She was the sister that I've always the best sister I could have asked for, that my parents blessed me with, and sadly she's no longer here with us anymore.
Growing up, you guys have lived in that same apartment for your whole life, is that right?
That's right.
And it's a fairly kind of small size apartment.
That's correct.
Your parents are very hardworking people, aren't they?
Without a doubt.
Your dad's had the same job for what, 25 years?
25 years now, recently 25 years.
Tell the jury about your sister, what kind of, what she learned from your parents.
My sister definitely, she learned how to, my sister definitely adapted the dedication, the hardworking mentality that my parents always showed us growing up. She was always working. She was she would always stay involved in healthy activities, sports throughout her middle and high school career, high school years. She'd just always just be this just amazing, just great vibe you could be around.
Luis, I want you to tell the jury, there was a time that your sister, she got her first job when she was about 15, is that right?
That's correct, around that age.
And was she working at Wendy's with your mom?
That's correct.
And you were how old at that time, about 12?
12 years old around that time.
Okay. Is that about the time that most kids are starting to get cell phones and things like that?
Yeah, everyone in my class would always have their cell phones. I was like the only kid in my entire classroom that didn't have a cell phone.
Did you ask your parents for one?
Too many times.
To the point that they were done with that question, right?
Yeah, they made it very clear that they probably weren't going to buy me a maybe.
And tell me what, and that was because they really couldn't afford it at that time, is that right?
That's correct.
What did your sister do?
So I was coming home from, I was playing some basketball with my friends right down the street. And I seen she was walking with a little Metro PCS bag. I thought she purchased the phone for herself. I didn't know what it was. And I went up to her and I asked her, well, what phone did you get? I forgot what she told me, to be exact. We both go upstairs into the apartment, and she pulls out this little Samsung phone. She told me, this is for you. She gifted me my first ever personal cell phone.
That was from her first job when she was 16.
Yes, ma'am.
how does she look out for you now that you're old? So you are 20 years old now, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Marisela was taken from you when you were 17, is that right?
That's right.
What kind of influence did she have on you in your high school years?
So obviously at that time she already graduated high school. She always before I started my freshman year, my sophomore year, she always told me, just stay focused in your classes, stay involved in activities after school, because that's what she did herself. She always wanted me, to just stay on the top of my class so I could build that mentality, have a working mentality that would just help me with my future career. So I feel like that's what she just wanted me to have, a good working mindset overall.
And you're currently working, right?
That's correct.
And you're planning on going back to school?
I'm thinking on joining a trade school.
Trade school?
Yes.
Tell the jury what it's like day to day now that you don't have your son.
Growing up with a person that basically you're that's the only person you can kind of relate to, because she's the only because that was the only person that was closest to my age. Obviously, I had my friends, but every day I had that person who I could just kind of talk to, just have those conversations you typically kind of don't have with your parents. Just kind of, it's a lot of things I could connect with her, since she was the closest to my age in that household.
And how is your mom handling and dealing with the loss of your sister?
The way I see my mother handle this tragedy that happened to us, it's the way I see my mom every day doing her best as being the loving mother that she's always been. She's always taking care of us, despite of us losing our sister, their firstborn child. The fact that all of this happened, herself and my dad, I don't even know how to explain myself. They find a way to keep pushing forward, to continue on with their lives, despite of this tragedy happening to us.
That's what you're
Thank you, sir. You may stand down. Please watch your step.
That's her brother. He's wearing, look at his cowboy boots.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury room, we're going to send you back. Jury, I think I called you ladies and gentlemen of the jury room. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to send you back to the jury room. We need to find an interpreter. And we have not scheduled. So there's a couple running around the building. We'll find them. But we'll be in recess until we do.
All right.
Please remember your instructions.
So they need to find an interpreter. So that they can have it might be her mom again. Remember, she had to have the interpreter for her mom before. So they're going to send the jury back to the jury room, and then they'll get them back out there when they find an interpreter, and we'll hear more. Micah, you became a YouTube member. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are glad you are here. You've been part of the family, though. You're still part of the family. Wayne, the verdict is guilty. So now we are in the sentencing phase. Hi, Tayo Toys. Can you summarize the motive? Oh my gosh, my stomach is growling. Can you summarize the motive? I got lost. Well, they were in a throuple, and there was Chuck Roast, and then there was the Splenda Mama, who's on trial, and then there was the Sugar Mama. And Splenda Mama and Sugar Mama got married, but kept on with Chuck. But Splenda Mama, who's on trial, got really like jealous and possessive, and he brought Marisela home, and they were asleep, and Splenda Mama came in and started stabbing her when she was asleep. She was jealous. Yeah, and together they are Splenda Blend. She got jealous. So, and then Splenda Blend took her body and to a wooded area right by the house where she used to live, and they were able to track their cell phones there, but not his. So. Crazy, right? Little B, member for 3 whole months. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. Little B, we are glad you were here and part of the family. Stomach's growling again. I'm going to heat up some food real quick. They were also trying to get his child, though she denies it, but that's what other witnesses said. And there were court papers that were filed on Chuck Roast's behalf. So, interesting. Julie F., you did not miss the sentence. We are in the sentencing phase, but they had to get an interpreter so that they could, it might be her mom. They had to have an interpreter for her mom when she took the stand the first time. But I'm not positive. That's just a guess. But they're trying to find an interpreter right now to come up there so that they can continue with the penalty phase. Half Splenda, half sugar, 50-50. See, we got three different 50-50s here. Which that math ain't mathing, but you know what I mean. What is my next trial? Well, we've already started it. It's, you can see it's going on back here. Oh, they must have found one. Where is Chuck? He is in jail. Chuck is in jail. Yeah, I that's what they said earlier, that Chuck is going to have to do 20 years. So I'm assuming Nina would be the same. I assume her mom is going to speak.
Hearing of the jury, Ms. Dykes, you are still under oath. Mr. Harris, was there anything you wanted to get on the record?
Yes, go ahead and stand for me, Ms. Dykes. The jury having found you guilty, you understand that I anticipate that the state is about to rest, which means that we have an opportunity to call more witnesses during this phase of trial. And it'll be your opportunity to also testify if you chose to. Do you want to testify during this portion of the trial?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you understand you have absolute right to testify, absolute right not to testify.
I do.
And no one, myself, included, can't force you to testify, can't keep you from testifying. You make the decision whether or not you're going to testify. Okay, and that is you're not going to testify.
We're in the sentencing phase.
I have no question. Mr. Ayers, do you plan on calling any witnesses?
No, Judge, I anticipate we're going to rest.
I am working on the charges right now.
Okay. Did you want to make sure you include sudden passion in there?
Well, I can't.
Their witness specifically said she was in a daze and she acted in a rage. That's what he said. That's evidence for that sudden passion. If you believe him, that's exactly what he said. She was in a rage. She came in the room in a rage. She was in a daze. What did I do? What did I do? That's sudden passion.
I know, yes, but I believe that she denied doing anything. So
But they didn't believe him. They didn't believe her. If the jury could still, I want to be clear. Oh, turn that off, Judge. I'm sorry. I want to be clear what his testimony was and the version that he gave that this jury actually bought is that she came in a rage and killed this woman. And continued to be in a rage.
Thank you, Carrie.
Until he stopped, slammed her against the wall. So she's again acting under sudden passion at her house.
All right, well, I will consider that. So we'll be at recess for 5 minutes while I discuss. Jim?
Yeah, he all of a sudden has come up with this based on, he said, the witness said it was a jealous rage. Carrie, thank you so much for the super sticker. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. And Fur Baby's mom, member for 6 whole months. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. Yeah, that's who I thought he was talking about, right? Chuck Roast, because he was saying that he was testifying that she came in like jealous rage or whatever and stabbed her and that he had to put her up against the wall. So now he's wanting to add that into the charge for the sentencing phase, which would actually make it, I mean, it would actually change it a lot. And she said, I can't. And because I mean, that's basically changing the indictment, not just the charge for sentencing. Right? Where's my attorneys at? Matthew Harris Law, are you still in here? Because to me, that would be like sudden passion would make it second degree, not first degree. So if that was going to be something that was an option, that would have had to have been done previous to trial. That would have had to have been or previous to the deliberation for the guilt phase of it. They would, like, as one of the lesser charges, but they didn't include it in that. So I don't think they can include it in the charge, in the charge for the penalty phase. Jamie, member for 4 whole months. Love your brows. Oh, these are the verdict brows. Thank you. Verdict brows. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. Matthew Harris Law. Oh, you're here. Okay. So he's wanting to add for penalty phase. He's wanting to add like heat of passion, sudden rage to the charge. And she said, oh, I can't do that. And he's said that based on Chuck's testimony, where he said that she came in, you know, mad and jealous and whatever, and he, you know, was stabbing and he had to put her up against the wall, wouldn't changing or adding that to the charge for the penalty phase not be allowed, because it would have had to have been added before the guilt phase, because it's basically like that would be considered a lesser charge, right? Like adding an option for second degree instead of just first degree, which is what she was charged with, and it would be totally different than just trying to throw it in there for sentencing. It's like you can't be sentenced for something that you weren't charged for, right? Robert McNamara, thank you so much for super chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. They're verdict brows and not every day heading out to town brows. No, they're only for verdicts. That's the only time I have them. It became a tradition because this one lady emailed me and told me that she liked watching, but she couldn't focus because I didn't have enough eyebrows for her and it was distracting. So somebody sent me tattoo eyebrows and now we just do it for every verdict day. Tradition. You should have argued for it on the verdict form. See, that's what I was thinking. All right, Matthew Harris Law. I think that it should have been part of the original charge since it is an enhancement. It is part of constitutional due process. So if they didn't have, but if that's not what she was charged with or convicted of, convicted of. Oh yeah, I guess if it would have been, but she was convicted of first. So if it's not what she was convicted of, they wouldn't be able to add that on to the charge for this, right? The others are doing 20 years for tampering with a corpse. And, you know, they didn't report it and they didn't kind of went on the run. Your condo looks very cozy. That's the realtor term for small. And yes, it is. Cozy and small. But also, oh, here we go. I think it is fair game for considering the sentence, but not for amending the indictment if that's what they're trying to do. Because it feels like he's trying to throw in like, hey, sentence her for this lesser instead. Okay, because I could see it being if this happened. Okay, let's think about this. Crime of passion, whatever, like if she's in the moment. Keep in mind, for it to be first degree murder, it has to be, you have to make a decision and then act on the decision. It doesn't have to be premeditated as in like you had to plan it all out. You just have to make a decision and then act on it. So if she saw that she was here, she had to go get a knife from somewhere. And then she's not just going to walk around in her nightgown with a knife. So she had to have seen that Marisela was there and then got a knife and then acted on it. So to me, that would constitute what she was convicted of and not crime of passion. So I don't think that should be allowed to be considered part of the charge. That's a good point too. How can they change it to passion when she said under oath she didn't have a relationship with Chuck? Yeah, that's a good point too, because now the attorney's like, well, he said that she did it in a crime of passion. So since y'all didn't buy our story, let's go back to his and give us a lesser option. Yeah, they had trial dates. When we started this, we looked it up. They had trial dates, but during the course of the trial, we heard the judge saying, what was that, a couple days ago, I guess. It all runs together. We heard the judge saying that she was, they did the paperwork and everything for them to drop the murder charges for Nina and Chuck. So they had trial dates, but now those trial dates will be canceled. They're dropping that charge. And they're getting, what they said, 20 years for the other charge, tampering with corpse. Is the lawyer wearing flip-flops? I didn't see that, but I know that one of them is the McShouty over there is wearing cowboy boots. I mean, I don't blame him for trying. It's, it's his client. He wants to do what he can, but I only wear cowboy boots with my suits. I wear cowboy boots with everything. I am always in either cowboy boots or flip-flops. I have one pair of tennis shoes for exercisey stuff. Other than that, I'm in flip-flops and cowboy boots all the time. I do have one pair of Uggs too, but I wore them a lot when I was in Ohio, but not so much here in Florida. Nobody really testified that it was a crime of passion. He's talking about the testimony from Chuck where he said that she came in like a jealous, rage and did that, and he had to put her up against the wall. So the attorney is saying, well, that sounds like crime of passion, so that should be included in the charge for the sentencing phase. We just had the verdict, so we are in the sentencing phase. Let me pin it. Pin it. Okay. Yeah, the defense attorney is telling the judge that, but he's basing it on, and to hopefully, he's wanting to hopefully add it to the jury instructions, but he's explaining what Chuck was saying. Would that reduce the sentence? Well, the problem is she was convicted of first-degree murder, right? So she has to be sentenced for what she was convicted for. So if it was a crime of passion, that wouldn't be first degree. So they can't sentence her for second degree if she was convicted of first degree. Yeah, that's kind of the problem too. It's like, and again, I know like he's doing his job, but it's kind of like, oh, well, if it was a crime of passion, like throw it in there that it was a crime of passion because that would be a lesser sentence, but also it wasn't a crime of passion. She didn't do it. So I'm no attorney, but I know that ain't how it goes. It's like she didn't do it. But if you think she did it in a crime of passion, go ahead and give her less time. It doesn't even make sense. We are on break because we are still waiting. They are getting a translator. Yeah, Marisela didn't deserve this. Actually, you know what though? I'm so excited too that when the first prosecutor got up to do the first closing, and he said, you know, that he said that he was like, she didn't deserve this, and she also didn't deserve to have the attorney, you know, shame her for what she was wearing or whatever. I'm so glad he said that, because remember how mad we all were in chat? Because you don't mess with victims. Like you don't, that's not cool. Like we'll sit here and, you know, we'll crack jokes about things like, you know, in good fun. Like we laugh about him being, you know, mixed shouty, and we, you know, laugh about the judge is on Tinder, like things like that. But like mean-spirited stuff, not allowed. And anything towards the victims, not allowed. No victim shaming, no, you know, talking about appearances. And so when we see attorneys who try that, it always makes us so mad. And I love that he got up there and said what we were all thinking, that she did not deserve that. It was not okay. It was not okay to get up there and suggest that the way that she dressed that night had like any kind, it opened up any kind of invitation for her to be, you know, killed and dumped out like trash. You know, she's young and, you know, beautiful, and she had on a beautiful dress. And he needs to chill with that. I'm so glad that the DA said something about that. She didn't deserve that. It was not okay. I don't like it. I don't like it. It does look terrible for him. I don't like it. Lauren Farmer. Hi, Lauren Farmer. Wish you would have covered the Hannah Payne trial because nobody feels sympathy for the victim. They only feel sympathy for Hannah. I was going to cover that one. That was the original plan. And then we changed 3 times. But I didn't get to watch it. But that was the one I was planning on doing originally. I think that there's also in trials, and I mentioned that in this one when we were listening to Chuck Roast testify. I think that there's an ability to, like, 2 things could be true at the same time. Like, you can feel empathy for one person while still feeling sympathy for another. So like I think that it's important to feel and acknowledge both because, especially in trials, nobody's perfect and everybody's going to do, wrong things. And I think a lot of times, okay, take for example, the sex therapist trial. Remember the roommate? That poor guy was distraught over everything that happened. And people were so hateful toward him about how he didn't go upstairs and whatever. And I was like, it was just so unnecessary. But then it turns out, like, he had whatever medical thing or whatever that was like, hard on him. So he knew if he went up there, he couldn't have done anything. And so he was trying to get to a phone to call 911 and all of that. So I think that it's important to have empathy for the people as you're going, but also to keep the focus on the victim and no victim shaming. Oh, he made me so mad when he did that. Oh yeah, mama of 3. He's talking about the dress and his client was actually showing more than the dress did. They should have brought her a safety pin for that. I feel like that would have been, well, maybe I guess she can't have it. I don't know. Or somebody should have put a stitch on it for something. Undershirt, something. Yeah, he's still destroyed. In the sentencing, what was that, last week? Talking about how he still lives with it every day and stuff. Oh. Crane says, I felt she deserved to be punished, but felt they overcharged. Oh, for Hannah Payne. See, I didn't get to watch it. Not facing death penalty, no. Oh, yeah, Lisa's saying that Chuck was a trafficker with suitcases with kids' clothes. She just threw in one of everything. He's one of everything. Crazy, right? It's similar like when she went on the run until she got caught. She found guilty. Now it was passion. Yeah. She's like a walking ball of contradictions. Lisa's attorney should have gone to Walmart. There's always a Walmart. Oh, yeah. And he beat his dog. I forgot about that. He beat his dog and he was sex trafficking and he was abusive and he was all these things. I think it's really interesting that that they were allowed to show his music video, and then they kept referencing how Mick Shouty and Lisa kept referencing how that's how he really is. I thought that was really interesting because think about like the Melly trial. They were not allowed to have any of his like music videos and stuff like that, and because they said that that's like a persona, that's like a part that he's playing, you know, for being an entertainer. But they allowed it in here. I thought that was really interesting. I need to make commands to answer all the same questions I keep answering. Goodbye. Have a good afternoon. Good afternoon. He stepped on a bee. Put this one up there. She also said that was a one-of-a-kind video and most of his was good music. That's why she invested in it. Financing his rap career. I want somebody to finance my rap career. And by that, I mean just buy me an Audi and give me money. Oh, there you go. I have a rap career. There you go. I'm good at that. Super chats for Brandy's rap career. I'm going to make it big. I'm going to get signed any day now. I have hope. All I got to do is learn how to rap. First RA gets mentioned during a trial, and then Mel, hopefully you aren't next. Isn't that funny? Well, my stuff got entered into evidence during the Murdoch trial, if that counts. But it was before I had YouTube. Oh, I started to scratch my eyebrow and then realized it was, I have fake ones on. Brandy will do one freestyle rap with every super chat. She's about to make it big. I cannot freestyle rap at all. So you will be wasting your money. Hi, Red Pen. Hello, hello. Rap with a twang. I'll be like Bubba Sparks. That's true. It's really cool when you find ones that do. I tell you what, that I know this ain't like actual whatever. Anyway, the in 8 Mile when they go back and forth doing that, that's one of the things I love about that movie. Like watching them do that was so fun in that movie. It made me want to go find like underground rap battles and just hang out there. My Chardonnay. Just joking. Hello, hello. Channel my inner Biggie and Tupac. So funny. Welcome, welcome. Uncivil Law saying I'm a Barbie girl last night. Hey, I had that one day during lunch. I sat here and sang forever while we were trying to figure out what song those two were dancing to. So yeah. Jury was out for about 90 minutes. Little Brandi C. DJ Brandi. Wicka wicka. That's all I can do. Little brow. Big brows on verdict day. Thank you very much. Oh, that's true. All you have to do is be like, DJ college and another one. Look, some of them do just repeat themselves over and over. So I could totally, I mean, if that's all you got to do. Little brand. Big brow wow. Big brow wow. That one would work. Wicka wicka. Oh my gosh, that would be my rap career. Just yell "Go Dogs" like Little John yells. Okay. Go Dogs. Wicka wicka. Totally do it. DJ Sassy Pants. Gangsta Brow. Ah. See, I wouldn't be able to do it because I can't write a diss track because I can't be mean like that to people. So I would be like, my only diss tracks would be like, not a fan. And nobody wants to hear that. Yes, chart OG. Don't get loosey with me. Yeah, Lisa had nobody in court supporting her. Oh my gosh, Be Kind Tiger, no storms. Daybell ruined that for us all. Lil Brow Wow and the Dramaniques. Oh my gosh. Lil Nomeo. I do have all my Nomios, all my little Nomies. Oh yes, Compton Brandy. Remember when we had this all planned out? Compton Brandy. Compton Brandy Greatest Rhymes, Volume 1. This is great. This is what happens when we're left to our own devices and we have to, like, you know, create a life plan for me. I end up planning out my rap career. Slim and M. Ah. First album name, Straight Out of Pine Straw. I can't believe some of y'all never heard of Pine Straw. Wait, what? Have you ever heard the theory that gnomes are a sign that you're a swinger? My husband told me that because I love them too. No! Pineapples. Don't ruin my gnomes for me. I've never heard that. Tell him he's a liar. Tell him no, that we like our gnomes. Don't ruin them for us. Don't ruin my gnomes. I'm so mad at your husband right now. It's pineapples. He's just getting the top of the pineapple confused with the beard of the gnomes. He's just confused. I don't even want one person, much less multiples. It's too much headache. Oh, I heard this recently. I just heard this the other day for the first time. The little shower poofs. That's a thing. People put them on their golf carts at campgrounds. I just heard this for the first time the other day. This chat is going off track quickly. I blame your husband. Oh, and bandanas. Yes, Dino Kelly. That's another one too. I saw this on one of the true crime shows I was watching because there was there's a guy that got killed at a rest stop, like along the interstate, and he had a bandana in his back pocket, and whatever color it was, because I guess different colors mean different things, and whatever color it was, is what made the detectives think that it was like that he was like getting busy at the truck stop. You know what I mean? So, but I guess like they said that different ones hanging out of your pocket mean different things. And I never heard like different colors or whatever. And there were some like if you have it on one pocket, it means like one side it means something, and the other side it means something different or something like that. Like it's apparently like there's a whole language of bandanas. These are things that everybody should know, because I feel like if you're just like walking around, with pineapples all over your shirt and you don't know these things, or you're walking around, and like, let's say you just get hot and you want to keep a, bandana in your pocket to wipe your sweat or something. And you don't like these are things that we should all have to agree on. So I said, I've seen that at our old camping resort, golf carts having bandanas, shower poofs, and various things meant they were this or that. Isn't that crazy? Like, but how do you even, I mean, so what, you like check into the campground and they give you like your map and your, cheat sheet on what means what? Like, how do you even know? How do people, I have questions. You know what? I don't want to know. Don't want to know. Yeah, we need a committee, like an entire approval process. And then they have to like hand it out in a pamphlet every year, like the phone books. Where in the world did they go to get an interpreter? They didn't have one scheduled, so they said they're trying to find one in the courthouse right now. I'm gonna make a chart. Just go to the villages in Florida. What villages? I don't know. Then it would be not secret signs. But what if you're accidentally giving off secret signs? The villages. Oh, it's like a thing. Like the villages. I don't know about the villages. The way y'all are reacting though, I feel like it's something I should not Google. Oh, oldies swingers. Okay. Okay. I'm just going to stay in my condo. So like a bunch of like elderly people just What happened is like getting old and knitting and playing golf. Everybody getting busy. I thought the point of retirement was to not get busy. I mean, look, to each his own. Chat has gone drastically off track. We gone. Darren Greenwood said, "Oh my, what have I come into? Get out now while you still can." I'm just joking. This is all her husband's fault because he's talking about gnomes. Red pen's responsible. I don't want to become a knowledgeable child about it. I think I like not knowing. Keep my innocence. You know what? Hey, I'm gonna take a second and heat me up some food. Y'all get yourselves together. And when I come back, everybody be behaving. Get it together. Okay. Did we get back on track? Or are we still misbehaving? They're taking a really long time. Did y'all want to start on the other witness while we're waiting from the other trial? We were good, I promise you. Yeah, right. Okay. We'll keep this in we'll keep this down here so we can watch for when they come back. And we'll start on our next witness. This will be from this morning.
Good morning. Can I have you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You may have a seat.
Good morning. Could you tell the jury your name? Antonia Jones. And are you related to Christopher Jones?
Yes.
How are you related?
I'm his sister.
How old was Christopher in May of 2016 when he died?
He was 40.
Okay. And can you just tell the jury a little bit about him?
Well, he was the middle child of 3. I'm the youngest. He has an older brother, Sean Jones. Chris has 3 children, a daughter and 2 sons. I don't know.
How old are his children?
I'm not quite sure their ages, but I know his daughter, she was an adult when this happened. And his youngest was maybe around 6 or 7. And then his middle son was probably around 8 or 9, somewhere around in there.
And does your family live in Louisville?
Yes, yeah.
And did Christopher work?
Yeah, he had jobs. I think he worked at the 3 Brothers that was like right there at the corner of 41st. At one time, he also worked at was it Rallies on Broadway? So he had like little jobs like that.
And was his murder a surprise to you all?
Yes, it was a very big surprise.
As far as you all knew, did he have any enemies?
No.
Thank you, ma'am. I don't have any other questions.
Any questions from the defense?
Oh, sorry, Judge.
Go ahead.
Approach. Do you recognize this?
Yes, this is my brother Chris.
Your Honor, if I'm welcome to introduce this as 21.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted.
I can just show the jury.
You may.
It's so sad. Literally just walking down the street.
Mark that as 21.
Didn't even know him.
Any questions from the defense?
Ma'am, I'm sorry for your loss. We don't have any questions.
You're free to go, Ms. Jones. Thank you for being here. Commonwealth could please call their next witness.
Your Honor, that should have been 22. I'm sorry.
That's fine. Thank you, Ms. Jones.
The Commonwealth calls Jesse Silveria.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am. You can just come right up here to the witness stand. I could please have you raise your right hand. Please swear to tell the truth and the whole truth.
I do.
Thank you. Have a seat.
What is your name?
It's Jessica Hoffman, formerly Silveria.
She found the mic.
And where do you work now?
I'm the Commonwealth's detective at the Commonwealth Attorney's Office in Bullitt County.
In 2016, where did you work?
I was a crime scene technician with LMPD.
And how long were you a crime scene technician?
Since 2004.
Okay. When did you leave?
I left in 2018 just due to an injury that I couldn't work that type of job, hazardous duty, anymore.
Can you tell the jury what a crime scene technician does?
Sure. So as a crime scene technician, we work under the discretion of officers. We will be called out to runs either from dispatch. We'll hear that on our radio. Officers will call us, or they'll come down to our office and say, hey, I need for you to come out to a location with me. So we're a secondary responder. So for example, if I was called out to a scene by a detective, we would go out, document everything when we got there, take pictures of the scene as is. We may videotape the scene if it needs to be videotaped. Example, if it was a homicide or other type of major crime. Then with the direction of the detectives and with them, we would take measurements if need be, which is also documenting the scene. Like I said, the videotape. We may do some presumptive tests. We'll collect the evidence, make note of the evidence in reports. We will measure where we found the evidence. Some people in the unit would scan the scene. So that part is collecting, documenting, preserving the evidence. After that, we may go to an autopsy. After that, evidence is going to be logged into the property room. We may photograph it further at the crime scene office and do further development of fingerprints or presumptives, which could be for like blood and other items and other materials. Then we would place the stuff in the property room and we document that. And then I would say like our final step that the crime scene unit does is taking the evidence to the KSP crime lab for analysis. We bring it back, secure it back in the property room. And then finally, like I'm here today, it's been years, but we have our reports and then we testify as to what we done.
And how do you, when you find a piece of evidence at a scene, how do you ensure that from collection to lab to courtroom that it's the same piece of evidence?
Right. So we'll also put markers down. I forgot to mention that. So there will be a marker down at a scene so that later we can recognize, hey, exhibit 1's at marker 2. You can look at it. You can see exactly where it was at. So that piece of evidence, to ensure that it's been packaged and secure and in the same thing, like it might get put in a paper bag and we'll write on there 1, because we're just doing preliminary documentation. So it would say 1, I'm just making up shoe. We're going to record 1 shoe. It was at this marker. We know where this location was. It was photographed. It's in this bag 1. When we get back to the office, it may, if it doesn't need to be dried or anything, it can stay in that bag. And then we're going to put a label on it. 1 shoe, all the case information. Or if it needs a new, most stuff is packaged in paper to preserve the evidence. If it needs a new packaging, if it needs to be dried, that gets labeled so that we know what we have, but then it'll get put maybe in an envelope and you'll see like yellow envelopes or a bag with a label on there. It says evidence, you'll see evidence tape. That's how we assure that that's that item.
And why is paper a good substance for storing evidence?
Well, especially when you have items that might have at one time been saturated with any kind of material, and I'm not speaking specifically to this case, but say you had, it was wet with water, it had blood, suspected blood on it, or blood, or any kind of other thing that was wet, you don't want to create mold. Everybody knows you can have a piece of moldy clothing if you had left a bathing suit out too long. You can have moldy food. If you put it in plastic, that's just going to create more moisture. So you want to put your evidence in paper bags so that it's breathable a little bit, but it's protected, and then it stays dry. It doesn't deteriorate further.
And why do you dry some evidence?
Because biohazard evidence, for example, blood, just in general, you don't want it to saturate that bag and then later get on some other evidence because it's going to the property room. So you need to make sure it's safe and secure. It's been packaged properly in that bag and it's not going to contaminate any other evidence. So you want to make sure that that evidence is staying contained to that bag.
So how do you dry evidence?
We call them the CSU drying cabinets. Basically, it looks like a big refrigerator, but it's open and it has shelves, has a glass little window where you can look in there, and it has a contained filter. So we changed the filters. We put butcher paper, which is like the brown paper that people put meat and different things on. The reason we do that is because we line the shelves. That makes cleanup easy, gives a little extra protection. And what we would do is we make sure that cabinet's clean with bleach. It's always sprayed out before and after with a bleach solution. I believe it's 10%. And then we have a hose. There's like a little hose that's connected to it. So basically you're spraying it out. Then you're going to hang your clothing or your items in there that are wet. Like you can put stuff on the shelf on top of the paper. You hang your clothing up with the hangers that are plastic, and then you close that. And then you're going to put a little note on there. Case number 12345, items 12345, initials, and then you don't get in there until you get them out to package them, and you may photograph them before or after.
It's normal speed.
And you mentioned evidence tape. What is that?
Sure. There's evidence tape, which you might hear is the crime scene tape from the crimes that's yellow, do not enter, but there's also crime scene packaging evidence tape. And you'll see it's either yellow, blue, or red. It's very thin. There's little edges. So say this was the package or the envelope. I would seal it here. I'm going to initial it. I'm going to date it. If anybody opens that or even tries to, it rips so easy. So like at the lab, it may be cut through the envelope just so that they don't have to mangle all the tape. But if somebody tried to open it where that seal is, you're going to rip that tape. So it comes in a box in a roll, and we just basically secure our evidence to show it's been properly sealed.
So that way you could see if it was tampered with.
Correct.
And then does the lab put their own tape on after they open your tape?
Yes, the lab will have their own tape, and then they'll put their initials on there.
Turning to May 22nd, 2016, did you get called out to a scene?
Yes, I did.
Where did
you?
Why are they approaching?
Okay, because it's been a while.
On May 22nd, 2016, did you respond to a crime scene?
Yes, I did.
And where did you go?
I'm going to have to refer to my notes if that's okay, because it's been a while. So these are my reports, and it looks like I was called out to the rear of 4028 River Park Drive in Louisville, Jefferson County.
When you say the rear, what do you mean?
The rear of the house.
Is that an area with alleys?
Yes.
Okay. Were you responding right off of an alley?
Yes.
Okay. How did you know to go there?
Detective Jason Vance called me, and that was how, like I described, sometimes they call us. He called me to respond to that scene about 13:10, which is 1:10 p.m.
What did you see when you got there?
So when I got there, I would have to specifically refer to photos for exact scene details, but there was 2 victims at the scene and other items of evidence that I collected.
While you were there, did you take a video?
Yes, I did.
Is that what's known as a scene video?
Yes.
And when you take scene videos, what are you looking to put in the video?
So the scene video, we walk around with one of the detectives. I know that I walk around with them, and what we do is we document the crime scene. For example, if this was a scene, I would walk to the front of the house. I would show the address, might show any street signs. We're going to follow around to where the scene was, which is actually the majority of the scene at the back of the residence of the alleyway, which we're calling the rear. And you would document everything as is before you start, collecting things. I have not reviewed all of the photos yet today, but usually we don't put markers out until we've done that. I'm not sure if there was ones put out at this time, but we try to document it as is when we get there first.
Would the scene video in this case be a fair and accurate representation of how the scene looked that day?
Yes, it would.
The Commonwealth moves to introduce the scene video as exhibit
No objection.
All right, admitted.
The typing is so loud, isn't it? This is where they the area where they dumped the boys. Hold on, I'm going to skip forward this way. We don't see this anyway. They're watching the video that we're not seeing. We're gonna go a little faster on this part. This is the house where they were dropped.
Now, that street we can see beyond the boys there, was that the alley that you spoke of earlier?
Yes.
Were detectives already working the scene before you were called to the scene?
Yes.
How long, when you first get to the scene, how long is it before you start taking pictures?
Basically, we do a quick walkthrough. Just this is what we have. Make sure you don't step on this. Make sure you're aware that this is here. We make notes who's there. Usually, when we get there, we get the basic information, and then they're going to give us a basic little walkthrough. And then the video is usually what we do first. According to my notes, I videotape the scene first, even before I photograph the scene, just to show it as is.
So that would have been, as far as you know, how police first found the scene.
Correct.
Did you then take photographs?
Yes. After videotaping the scene, I photographed the scene.
I'm going to show you what we marked as 24 to 51. Take a look.
Thank you.
And let me know if you recognize those photographs.
Yes, these are the photographs that I took.
No objection.
So admitted.
Switch over.
Location house to the right of it, 4030.
Flip through, feel free to start describing. Sure.
So basically, due to media arriving, more people showing up, just trying to preserve dignity. We've already taken the video. We are allowed to put up privacy screens, and that's what this black screen is at the scene.
So beyond that screen, would that be where the bodies
The bodies are behind that. And this photo is showing from the alley of
You finally found a translator? I'm hiding the photos because they're very graphic and they're of children. I ain't about to show nobody's baby like that.
We're ready.
All right.
me get a few more bites in before I start crying with mama.
You may be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I apologize for the delay. We have been working diligently. Ms. Pittman, call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state at this time has no further witnesses. We would like to resubmit our case in chief. And with that, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the state rests its punishment case.
All right, the court accepts your offer.
I guess I didn't find one.
The jury is instructed that you may consider all of the evidence that was presented in the case in chief in the punishment phase. The state having rested, what says the defense in punishment?
Judge, the defense also just wants to re-urge the fact that we would like for the jury to be able to consider the testimony of Charles Beltran during the guilty innocence phase, and that testimony be considered evidence in the punishment phase. And with that, Your Honor, defense will also rest.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm granting that request, and as the state resubmitted their evidence, you are and are instructed to reconsider Charles Beltran's testimony on direct and cross-examination in its entirety as evidence in the punishment phase.
Judge, and Detective Ramirez's testimony as well.
All right, you will also consider Detective Ramirez's testimony in its entirety as well.
Thank you, Judge.
And the defense rests?
Yes, Your Honor.
What says the state?
The state closes, Your Honor.
Defense also closed, Judge.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, you will now hear all of the testimony you're going to hear in the punishment phase of the trial. The court has prepared the two court's charges to the jury in both cases. I will now read those to you, and then we will have arguments of counsel. And I will give each side 20 minutes with a 2-minute warning. Court's charge to the jury, members of the jury. The defendant, Lisa Jo Dykes, was found guilty by you of the offense of murder. The court received and accepted your verdict of guilty, and you will no longer concern yourselves with the innocence or guilt of the defendant. You will now limit your deliberations under all the law and the evidence in this case to the question of punishment, which is now your duty to assess. Sudden passion. Our law provides that at the punishment phase of the trial, wherein the jury determines the punishment to be assessed in the case, the defendant may raise the issue as to whether she caused the death of Marisela Botello Valadez under the immediate influence of sudden passion arising from an adequate cause. Having found the defendant guilty of murder as charged in the indictment, and the said defendant having raised the issue as to whether she caused the death of Marisela Botello Valadez while she was under the immediate influence of sudden passion arising from an adequate cause, it now becomes your duty to decide such issue. The burden of proof on this issue is on the defendant. She must prove by a preponderance of the evidence that she caused the death of Marisela Botello Valadez while she was under the immediate influence of sudden passion arising from an adequate cause. Adequate cause, as used herein,
I don't know. She originally said she couldn't use it. Now she's letting it in.
Adequate cause, as used herein, means cause that would commonly produce a degree of anger, rage, resentment, or terror in a person of ordinary temper, sufficient to render the mind incapable of cool reflection. Sudden passion means passion directly caused by and arising out of provocation by the individual killed, or another acting with the person killed, which passion arises at the time of the offense and is not solely the result of a former provocation. Preponderance of the evidence means the greater weight of the credible testimony. Now, if you find and believe by preponderance of the evidence that the defendant, Lisa Jo Dykes, on or about the 5th day of October 2020 in Dallas County, Texas, caused the death of Marisela Botello Valadez while the defendant was under the immediate influence of a sudden passion arising from an adequate cause, you will answer the issue on the verdict page, yes. If you find and believe from the evidence that the defendant, Lisa Jo Dykes, did cause the death of Marisela Botello Valadez, but the defendant was not under the immediate influence of sudden passion arising from an adequate cause, or if you find the defendant has failed to prove by a preponderance of the evidence that she caused the death of Marisela Botello Valadez while under the immediate influence of sudden passion arising from an adequate cause, then you will answer the issue on the verdict page, no. The jury's answer
Well, there you go.
on the sudden passion issue submitted must be unanimous, either yes or no.
She
In
didn't
the
prove
event
it
you
was
answer
sudden
the
passion.
issue submitted
She said it
yes,
wasn't.
that the defendant did cause the death of Marisela Botello Valadez while under the immediate influence of sudden passion arising from an adequate cause, then you will assess the defendant's punishment at confinement in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for any term of not less than 2 years, nor more than 20 years. In addition, a fine may be imposed not to exceed $10,000. In the event that you answer, in the event you answer the issue submitted no, that the defendant did cause the death of Marisela Botello Valadez, but was not under the influence of sudden passion arising from an adequate cause, you will assess the defendant's punishment at confinement in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for any term of not less than 5 years, nor more than 99 years or life. In addition, a fine may be imposed not to exceed $10,000. The range of punishment. I'm going to remove this paragraph before I give the jury the instruction because that's superfluous on page 3. All right. Evidentiary instructions. You are instructed that in assessing the defendant's punishment, you may take into consideration all of the facts and evidence admitted before you in the full trial in this case, and the law submitted to you in this charge, and the charge heretofore given you by the court. Extraneous offenses or other bad acts. You are instructed that if there is any testimony before you in this case regarding the defendant having committed offenses or bad acts, other than the offense of which you have found the defendant guilty, you may not consider such evidence unless you find and believe beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed such offenses or bad acts, if any. The burden is upon the prosecution to prove such extraneous offenses or bad acts beyond a reasonable doubt. The prosecution's proof must exclude all reasonable doubt concerning the extraneous offense or bad act. Therefore, if you find and believe beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed an extraneous offense or bad act, then you may consider such evidence in assessing the defendant's punishment. If you do not so find, or if you have a reasonable doubt as to whether the defendant committed an extraneous offense or bad act, then you may not consider such evidence, if any, in assessing punishment. Fifth Amendment right. Our law provides that a defendant may testify in her own behalf if she elects to do so. This, however, is a right accorded a defendant, and in the event she elects not to testify, that fact cannot be taken as a circumstance against her. In this case, the defendant has elected not to testify in the punishment phase, and you are instructed that you cannot and must not refer or allude to that fact throughout your deliberations or take it into consideration for any purpose whatsoever as a circumstance against her. Instruction regarding parole. The length of time for which a defendant is imprisoned may be reduced by the award of parole. Under the law applicable in this case, if the defendant is sentenced to a term of imprisonment, the defendant will not become eligible for parole until the actual time served equals 1/2 of the sentence imposed, or 30 years, whichever is less. If the defendant is sentenced to a term of less than 4 years, the defendant must serve at least 2 years before the defendant is eligible for parole. Eligibility for parole does not guarantee that parole will be granted. It cannot accurately be predicted how parole law might be applied to this defendant if sentenced to a term of imprisonment, because the application of the law will depend on decisions made by parole authorities. You may consider the existence of the parole law. You are not to consider the manner in which the parole law may be applied to this particular defendant. Conclusory instruction. You are further instructed that your verdict must be unanimous and shall be arrived at by due deliberation and not by drawing lots or any method of chance, nor shall you add any combination of figures and divide the answer thereto. You are the exclusive judges of the facts proved, the credibility of the witnesses, and the weight to be given the testimony, but you are bound to receive the law from the court, which is herein given you, and be governed thereby. During your deliberations in this case, you must not consider, discuss, or relate any matters not in evidence before you, nor should you consider or mention any personal knowledge or information you may have about any fact or person connected in this case, which is not shown by the evidence. You are instructed that any statement of counsel made during the course of the trial or during argument not supported by the evidence, or statements of law made by counsel not in harmony with the law as stated to you in the court in these instructions, are to be wholly disregarded. You are instructed not to use any cellular device, smartphone, computer, or tablet during your deliberations. If you have a verdict, or if you wish to have a break, turn on the red light and the bailiff will quickly respond. And it will be signed by me, Nancy Holder Judge. At some point. All right. The next one. Court's charge to the jury. Members of the jury. By your verdict, you have found Lisa Jo Dykes, the defendant, guilty of the offense of tampering with physical evidence as charged in the indictment. The court has received and accepted your verdict of guilty, and you will no longer concern yourselves with the innocence or guilt of the defendant, and shall now limit your deliberations under all the law and evidence in this case to the question of punishment, which is now your duty to assess. Just notice the typo. The punishment for tampering with physical evidence is confinement in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for a term of not more than 20 years nor less than 2 years. In addition, you may impose a fine not to exceed $10,000. You are further instructed that in determining the defendant's punishment, you may take into consideration all of the facts shown by the evidence submitted before you in the full trial of this case and the law submitted to you in this charge. The sentence that is assessed must be either served or probated, and the jury may not provide that a portion of a sentence be served and the balance probated. You are instructed that the court will determine the terms and conditions of community supervision, if any, and may, at any time during the period of community supervision, alter or modify those conditions. Fifth Amendment right. Our law provides that a defendant may testify in her own behalf if she elects to do so. This, however, is a right accorded a defendant, and in the event she elects not to testify, that fact cannot be taken as a circumstance against her. In this case, the defendant has elected not to testify in the punishment phase, and you are instructed that you cannot and must not refer or allude to that fact throughout your deliberations or take it into consideration for any purpose whatsoever as a circumstance against her. Community supervision. In this case, the defendant has filed an application in writing under oath stating that she has never before been convicted of a felony and has requested that the imposition of any sentence imposed be suspended and that she be placed on community supervision. Community supervision means the placement of a defendant by a court under a continuum of programs and sanctions with conditions imposed by the court for a specified period during which a sentence of imprisonment, fine, or imprisonment and fine is probated and the imposition of a sentence is suspended in whole or in part. Supervision officer means a person appointed or employed to supervise defendants placed on community supervision. Our law provides that if you find the defendant has never before been convicted of a felony in this case, in this or any other state, and you assess the defendant's punishment at confinement for a term of not more than 10 years, you may recommend that the defendant be granted community supervision. If you recommend in your verdict that the defendant be granted community supervision, then the law requires the court to place the defendant on community supervision. If the defendant is placed on community supervision, the court shall determine the conditions of community supervision and may, at any time during the period of supervision, alter or modify the condition. The court may impose, but is not limited to, the following conditions. A, commit no offense against the laws of this state or any other state or of the United States. B, avoid injurious or vicious habits. C, report to community supervision and corrections department as directed by the judge or the community supervision officer and obey all rules and regulations of the community supervision and corrections department. D, permit the community supervision officer to visit her at her home or elsewhere. E, work faithfully at suitable employment as far as possible. F, remain within a specified place, to wit, Dallas County, Texas. G, pay the fine if one is assessed and all court costs, whether a fine be assessed or not, in one or several sums, and make restitution or reparation in any sum that the court shall determine. H, support her dependents, if any. I, submit to testing for alcohol or controlled substances. J, submit to electronic monitoring. K, participate for a time specified by the court in any community-based program, including a community service work program. Whether you do or do not recommend community supervision for the defendant is a matter that rests within the sound discretion of the jury. However, if you do recommend community supervision, the court is required by law to follow the jury's recommendation. The parole law in this second jury charge is the same as in the first. The law regarding extraneous acts and the concluding instructions are also the same. And I did neglect to go over the verdict forms in the murder case. I will do that next. In the tampering with physical evidence case, the jury forms read as follows. We, the jury, having found the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of the offense of tampering with physical evidence as charged in the indictment, assess her punishment at confinement in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for blank. There, your presiding juror will fill in a minimum of 2 years and any number up to, including 20 years. And there is an option, in addition thereto, assess a fine in the amount of anywhere from $0 but not to exceed $10,000. Or, we, the jury, having found the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of the offense of tampering with physical evidence as charged in the indictment, assess her punishment at confinement in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for, and there's a blank for the presiding juror to put in a minimum of 2, but no more than 10 years. And we, the jury, having assessed the punishment of the defendant at not more than 10 years confinement in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, and having further found she has never been convicted of a felony, we do recommend that the imposition of her sentence be suspended and she be placed on community supervision. In addition thereto, we assess a fine in the amount of blank, anywhere from $0 up to $10,000. And there is a spot, we further recommend that the fine be, here you would put paid, probated, or not applicable. and there are spaces for the presiding juror to sign his or her name. Now, going back to the punishment verdict in the murder case, I'm gonna go over the verdict forms with you. Verdict form on sudden passion. The first one reads, we, the jury, having heretofore found the defendant, Lisa Jo Dykes, guilty of the offense of murder as charged in the indictment, further find and believe by a preponderance of the evidence that the defendant, Lisa Jo Dykes, caused the death of Marisela Botello Valadez while the defendant was under the immediate influence of sudden passion arising from an adequate cause, and therefore unanimously answer the issue, yes. Or, we, the jury, having heretofore found the defendant, Lisa Jo Dykes, guilty of the offense of murder as charged in the indictment, do not find and believe by a preponderance of the evidence that the defendant, Lisa Jo Dykes, caused the death of Marisela Botello Valadez while the defendant was under the immediate influence of sudden passion arising from an adequate cause, and therefore unanimously answer the issue, no. The last verdict, is this the last one? No, maybe actually more. All right. Verdict form, finding sudden passion. We, the jury, having heretofore found the defendant, Lisa Jo Dykes, guilty of the offense of murder as charged in the indictment, but further find from a preponderance of the evidence that such offense occurred while the defendant was under the immediate influence of sudden passion arising from adequate cause, assess her punishment at blank, no more than 20 years or less than 10 years. Confinement in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, and a fine of anywhere from $0 to $10,000.
If they feel like she proved it was passion, when she didn't prove anything,
Verdict
obviously,
form, finding
it would be
no
10 to
sudden
20 years.
passion.
No sudden
We,
passion.
the jury, having heretofore found the defendant, Lisa Jo Dykes, guilty of the offense of murder as charged in the indictment, and not having found by a preponderance of the evidence that such offense occurred while the defendant was under the immediate influence of sudden passion arising from adequate cause, assess her punishment at blank. Here you can put life or not more than 99 years or less than 5 years. Confinement in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, and a fine of blank anywhere from $0 to $10,000. Under each of these verdict
5 to
forms,
99
place
years
for the presiding
for
juror
life.
to sign and print his or her name. I will make these corrections, and we will have arguments of counsel. Will the state open?
Yes, sir.
All right, you may proceed.
All right, just listen to them. I know y'all keep asking. Just they're getting to it. Just they're going to explain it. Just listen. We'll go over it in a minute. I don't want to pause it again. She's just reading the charge for
Ladies and gentlemen, the jury.
what they can sentence them on.
Really
So let's
go
just
in.
listen.
You know, you hear a whole lot. You're going to have these back there with you, these jury charges, right? That's a whole lot you just heard. And some of it, I don't think we covered nearly as much in jury selection. But we talked a lot about the punishment, right? Having that tool bag, right? That's the way Texas law works. It provides jurors with a tool bag, and you've got a wide range. And the reason for that is we allow the jury to assess punishment, and give you all the tools if you don't know anything. And that way you can go back there with every single tool though, right? The law allows things like sudden passion to come in whenever the defense requests it, and there's any evidence, whether it's credible or not. Okay? And we know it's not credible. Okay? So you'll be able to read back over that. I'm going to cover some on sudden passion, but I just really want to make sure that you understood the verdict forms. So when you flip back to those verdict forms, when we're talking about the murder case, you have the sudden passion verdict forms first. Okay? You can, when you don't find sudden passion, you're going to skip right over that first part. And you're going to say, on that next part, there, right there, no to sudden passion. Okay? Once you do that, you come back to the very end, and that's where you're assessing punishment between 5 and 99 or life. I'll say on both of them, there's a $10,000 fine that's optional. There's no need to worry about that. It doesn't go to the victim's family, it doesn't go to anybody like that. So there's no need to concern yourself with any kind of fine. Okay? But you have that full tool there if you need it. When we're talking about the tampering charge, again, it gets a little confusing because, like we talked about in jury selection, tampering is 2 years in prison up to 20 years in prison And that if someone's never been convicted of a felony, now you've got probation as an option as well. You're not gonna ever get to probation in this case. But it's there as a tool to consider. And so you have one there on the first form, that's where you're gonna stop. That's where, if you're just assessing prison time, not probation, it's that first page. Okay. So let's talk a little bit about sudden passion. We got brought up just briefly in jury selection, and not something I touched on really at all, because it's not really a credible thing in this case, right? The key component here in sudden passion is adequate cause. You heard that read, right? It's cause that would commonly produce a degree of anger, rage, resentment, terror in a person of ordinary temper, right? You all, the ordinary person, sitting in this jury box, sufficient to render your mind incapable of cool reflection. So apply that to this case. Someone of ordinary temper, you all, in their shoes, right? That you're married in an open marriage, in an open relationship with a boy toy that lives in another bedroom that you know is constantly out with other women, and that you go from your bedroom all the way to a kitchen, and you get a knife, and you come in while they're asleep and not doing a thing.
There's no evidence that she ever went to no kitchen.
Overall, the jury will recall the testimony as they heard it.
Maybe she sleeps holding a knife. Where'd she get the knife? She goes and gets a knife and comes into two people asleep, climbs on top of one, and stabs her to death. Sudden passion is absolutely ridiculous and offensive. I think you all know that. We talk in jury selection. Why do we punish? I heard a lot of answers from this group. Not everyone. I know you all wrote it down. I know you all thought about it. Think about it again. Why? We talked in jury selection, right? Should a sentencing verdict on punishment take the victim into consideration? Why? And many of you said yes. Should. Now you understand why. That someone like Marisela Botello, nowadays, 23-year-old young woman, can take a brief vacation to Dallas, go out to Deep Ellum, and never make it home. A completely innocent person who had so much life to give, who had goals, who was working, who had a family that loved her, who will never see her again. Who didn't even get a proper burial of their daughter. Why? Because on Post Oak Road in Wilmer, just south of Dallas, someone catching feral cats finds her skull because this defendant threw her out like trash. She had to be laid on an autopsy table like this. That's why we take that into consideration. Because that's what she was capable of doing. That's what Lisa Dykes did. And then on top of all of that, hoping that no one ever finds her, knows that when she gets in trouble, right, rushes. She sees her wife arrested. In Miami. Takes off to Orlando and texts her son Kyle, same one she tells don't show up because of that subpoena. This is my burner. I'm turning off the other so it doesn't ping. Text Charles, love her, right? I'm trying to get the money off of Nina. I need to get out of here. Someone who's cold and calculated to the point that she makes the bond and tampers with that ELM to the point that it doesn't even send a tamper notice, had created an LLC, applied for a lost passport, and makes it all the way across the world. What is that worth? To do all of those things, what is that worth here in Dallas County? Ladies and gentlemen, jury, I know you will go back there and do the right thing. No doubt of that. This family deserves justice. This county deserves justice. Lisa Dykes deserves justice. So go back there and render that justice.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. All right, Mr. Harris.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for taking time to serve as jurors. Without you, this system does not work. Won't quarrel with your verdict. I understand you've made your decision. And because you've made your decision, you're still obligated to follow the law. Now, your decision was obviously made based on the testimony of Charles Beltran. You found him credible. You found what he said about what happened to Marisela credible. That this was a vicious murder that happened over in Mesquite. But more importantly, what he told you and what the detective said he told them, she was jealous, she was obsessed. That's the evidence that you believed. That's the evidence that you found credible from the witness stand, that this was a crime of passion. We submit to you as sudden passion. Based on everything that you heard from Mr. Beltran, what did he tell you about her condition? Because you believe him. Now you have to apply the law to what he said, that this was a crime of rage. This was a crime of resentment. This was a crime of anger. That's what he told you. That's what led you to believe that she was a murderer. But the circumstance in which she caused that murder, again, because he's saying she's obsessed with him. And it's not just that once again, he has a girl in the house. She just spent all this money taking him and his friends to Arkansas for the show, paying for the band. She's had plastic surgery, facelifts. She's done all these things, according to him, because she's obsessed with him. She's jealous. That's what they're saying. This crime happened because she's jealous. That's what they've all said from the beginning. Now they want to run from it because the law says if there was an adequate cause, if they're based on resentment, anger, that's what he told you happened. That's what he told you. She was out of control to the state where he had to slam her up against the wall to shake her out of it. That's sudden passion. She's out of control. Anger, rage, resentment. How dare y'all be in here again? I just did all this for you. That's what he said. That's the evidence you found credible. It's sudden passion. That's sudden passion. The adequate cause is, again, everything that she did for him during that period of time. Everything that she was doing. The cars, the tattoos, all these things that she's doing, and you're still bringing women over here. So it wasn't just about the women, it's about everything that made her and all these other women that they drug in here obsessed with him. That's sudden passion. Told you, I never seen her act like that before. Never seen her act like that before. She doesn't have a history of violence. Never seen her act like that before. For some reason, she lost it that night. That's sudden passion. That's what you heard from the witness stand. Remember, after he slams her against the wall to shake her out of it, he says what? She was in a daze. She was in a daze. She's in a daze. What did I do? What have I done? That's sudden passion. That's our law. You can't disregard it just because they say you should disregard it. That's what they were going on. That was the whole thing of the case, that she did this old woman dealing with this young boy is now jealous because he continues to bring young women to her house where she's taking care of him. That's what this whole case was about. Now they want to run from it? Can't run from the law. She knows that now. You know that. It's right here. It's right here. And again, it's not about, well, we're in the punishment phase. It is about sympathy. It is about, punishment. But At the end of the day, you have to apply the law, and you said it's credible. You said that Charles Beltran was credible when he gave the version, the final version that he gave. When the detectives told you that he said she was jealous, he told you she was jealous. He went further to say, not just jealous, obsessed. Obsessed. Never seen her like that. Snap out of it. What did I do? That's sudden passion. And I'm going to ask, I'm not going to address the tempering. I mean, you said, because at the end of the day, you as a juror, which we told you during voir dire, you determine how much weight you give every evidence, you determine what's credible. Based on your verdict, you said that you believe that they tampered with the body. I don't have any quarrel with that, ladies and gentlemen. All I'm asking you to do is continue to follow the law. And the law and the evidence in this case dictate that this was a crime of passion, that it was sudden passion, something that she would not ordinarily have done in her 60 years. It's sudden passion, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to ask that you find her guilty, or you've already found her guilty, but we're going to ask that you punish her in accordance to the jealous rage, the anger, the resentment that she displayed on the night this happened, based on the testimony that you have rendered credible from Mr. Beltran. And we thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harris.
You have 14 minutes.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, there are some crimes that are committed. They're so cold and callous in the nature and the way that they were committed, and so sinister in the character and human nature that was required to commit that crime, that it deserves a maximum punishment. A maximum punishment, and that in this case is life. I'm sure, there are hundreds of murders committed each year. And the way that Mr. Harris described the sudden passion law and tried to explain it to you is if you were angry and in a rage, you could kill someone and get lesser sentence. And that's just not the case. Read the actual sudden passion law, and it's very specific in its requirements. A cause that would commonly produce a degree of anger, rage, resentment, or terror in a person, right there, of ordinary temper. Of ordinary temper. Okay? Miss Dykes is not a person of ordinary temper. Miss Dykes found out in an open relationship that her wife slept with Mr. Beltran, already knowing that that had happened, and said, I'm going to make her my bitch. That's not a person of ordinary temper. Sufficient to render the mind incapable of cool reflection. As Mr. Brown pointed out, unless she is sleeping with a knife and always ready to commit murder, that's not what happened here. She was in her bedroom. I'm sure she heard Mr. Beltran, Chuck, Marisela come into the house, go into his room. I'm sure she heard the music, maybe some laughing, maybe some other things, and she waited that entire time until the noise was gone and there was no more music, and she knew they were asleep, and she knew that was the time that she could go in there and make her point to Chuck that he belonged to her. That's not sudden passion. So just put that out of your mind. As I said to you before, some crimes themselves are of such a sinister and cold nature that they deserve a maximum sentence of life. And then when you take into account this family over here and the pain and suffering that they had to go through every day, hoping, praying, on their knees to God, please let her come home. Luis misses his big sister that was there for him, the one person in that household that was his age that he could talk to, that he could bounce stuff off of, that taught him to achieve more, to strive harder, to graduate from school, to get yourself a degree or a trade, go to trade school, do something with yourself. She's gone because this woman right here wanted to be in control. Marisela never even met her. She never had a chance because she was asleep when she came in that room and stabbed her with that knife. That crime right there deserves life. But that's not even it. You heard her testifying guilt, innocence. Now, I didn't expect her to admit to anything. I knew that wasn't going to happen. But the callous nature with which she talked about Marisela, just like she was just anybody, just a nobody. Just a nobody. And the fact that she sat up there, she's been manipulating people for years now. Manipulating the system, running, using her knowledge of the legal system, not for good, not to help, but to save her own self. And to watch her sit up there and try to manipulate you all and everyone else in this room and every member of the community that's watching this just tells you what kind of person Lisa Dykes is. That's the kind of person there is no rehabilitation for. There's no need for rehabilitation for Miss Dykes. It's just not necessary. She had all the tools to do the right things in life and to lead a good life without murdering an innocent 23-year-old. Send her a message. Let her know. Let the citizens of Dallas County know, and that family, let them know with your verdict of life in prison what Marisela means and what her life means. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Pittman. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will retire to consider your punishment verdicts in each case. I made this correction in reprinting the tampering with physical evidence punishment charge. I see that some of you have your notes. As you know, you need to leave them in your chairs before you go back and begin your deliberations in punishment. It is up to you to decide how long you wish to deliberate this evening as a group. And then our two alternates will, of course, have to wait in Judge Bennett's jury room. All right. You are now retired to consider your punishment verdict.
All right.
You can go ahead and take it, and I'll hand it to you back then.
Okay, let me, I want to make sure I don't show the pictures that are up right now. So give me a second to adjust this. Um,
4028 looking towards the back of the residence. And response so that at the this is a close-up picture of the victims.
Are they lying how they were found?
To the best of my knowledge, when I got there, that's how they were laying. And this is a close-up of one of the faces of one of the victims, especially to get a recognition picture. This is a picture of the other victim's face close-up. And this is an angle from the head torso area of one of the victims, the one on the right. This is a mid-range torso view of one of the victims.
Were you able to determine what that white substance is on him?
Okay. I can't technically determine it, but there is obviously charring. This is a picture of the legs of the victims with what looks to be like charred items. And as you can see here, with common knowledge, it appears to be charred items of clothing and skin at the leg waist area. This is going to be a close-up of one of the arms of one of the victims, and there seems to be a belt or leather material tied around the arm and knotted.
At this point, have you all moved the victims to see their backs?
I believe they have been turned. That would have been like after we got all the photographs. And normally the coroner would be present and the detectives. This is all with their discretion. This is a back photo of one of the victims, just showing the laver, which is like the discoloration of the skin, and just showing if there's any defects in the skin, the picture of their back. This is another angle further out of one of the victims showing their torso and the back of their skin on their legs appears to be charred. This is going to be a picture of a defect. I don't know to get into what I'm allowed to say, but appears to be a defect in the wrist of one of the victims.
A defect, you mean wound?
Yes.
I think
This is
that's all
showing at
the,
marker 2. We've got a scale down, and I believe we suspected it might be some partial like tar prints and some other types of evidence. So we put markers down and a scale so that we could show where it was at in relation to the scene. So you see 1 and 2, and then you've got the big scale with some suspected tar prints in the middle of that.
Is this between the alley and the victims?
Yeah, this is like the alleyway, but still kind of like where the weeds and the dirt are, not necessarily like the big concrete alley. And here you can see we've got that big scale. It's used for photography purposes so that later you can tell the exact how big it was, and then it's like an L scale so that you can see the measurement this way, you can see the measurement this way, you can triangulate, coordinate where specifically something might be important. And again, that's just a 90-degree angle of that suspected tire tread impression. And also you can see like there's debris, pressed down as well. And then we've got exhibit 3, there's a White Castle's box. And you can see now that in relation to where exhibit 3, 4, and 5 are by the victims, it just shows you like how close that evidence we collected, where it's at. That's why we would have collected is it's that close to our victims.
So you don't know at that moment what's important, right?
Correct. Just using common knowledge and, working knowledge from having done scenes like that, we know to collect that type of evidence. This is just another angle, and it's showing 5 and 6. Earlier we referred to, like I was telling you, the victims like are at marker 5 and 6, and then we later identified them. That way we can show which piece of evidence was by them, and we can revert to that later.
Were you able to edit your report to say which child is by which marker?
Yes.
Who is by 5?
So we have marker 5. So marker 5 is on the bottom or the right, depending on how you have the photo rotated.
I'll go ahead.
Okay, thanks. So we'll just start on the left. So marker 6, we have identified Maurice Gordon Jr. And then marker 5 at the foot, we have identified Larry Ordway.
At the time that you were at the scene, did you all know who the victims were?
To the best that I can recall, no, because fingerprints were taken or it had to be positively identified. I know that fingerprints were taken and then they were taken off for identification. This is just another, and that's just to the best I can recall on that. But on markers 4 and 5 is just showing these White Castle boxes and how close they are to the bodies of the victims. And then at marker 4, you've also got what appears to be suspected shoe print impression, like how you would see on the heel of a shoe. So again, there's debris in the way. We put a scale down just so that you could see in relation, like for future purposes, where exactly that was at in relation and with the inches of the L scale. And this is also a further out photo of Exhibit 4. It shows some other items to the left of it that we collected. And then to the right of number 4, where that suspected shoe print was, you can see we took a little casting. So that's a dental stone that we poured into, where you can see it's marked number 4 on the other underside of it. We let that dry and then we collect it.
What substance is that?
It's basically dental stone that we use, that dentists use for hardening, for like when they make dentures and take impressions. So this is also an impression underneath of it, an impression of tire tread, impression of a tire track. Like if you push something into the mud or Play-Doh. We try to photograph it just in case, because sometimes these don't turn out so well. So then after photographing, you've got the scale. We went ahead and mixed it up. You mix it up with distilled water, and then you pour it. We used just like a little box, since it was the small area, as like a border, like a buffer, and then you pour the material in there. It starts curing. It gets a little warm. You have to leave it for a little while. It depends on the temperature outside. And then once it's dry, then you pick it up. You don't peel it off. You don't clean it off. You package it, let it dry a little further, and then that's going to eventually go to the crime lab. So here,
Hold on.
Okay. So now you can see, if you remember where markers 5 and 6 were, where our victims were, they've been removed. And now we're going to look for any other evidence that could have been underneath of them. We've got a little bit better view of that area, so we may put additional markers out now.
Hold on just a second.
It shows Exhibit 4 still in relation to where they were at.
So are those markers exactly where they were when the victims were still present?
Yes.
And who removes victims from scenes?
The coroner's office. They will call either ties or a pickup service, but they'll be there to supervise that along with the detectives.
What is that?
I'm not sure of the exact acronyms, but they come and transport bodies to the coroner's office for a medical examination.
Hold on, they're about to show something I don't want.
What was marker 7? What was that marker?
I'm gonna skip
And
through.
I took the photographs. I know that the castings were done, allowed it to set. We collected. Me and one of the other technicians, Sparks, collected, I believe I was leading it, all of the exhibits. And then as far as what I did, let's see, I collected some more exhibits.
Can you tell us what was collected from the scene?
Yes. So just go through the list.
Sure.
Okay. So we have one is the videotape, which you've already watched. We have Exhibit 2. Do you want to know what marker they're at, or just Exhibit? Exhibit 2 was a cast of a partial suspected tire impression. Exhibit 3, cast of another partial suspected tire impression. Exhibit 4 was an empty white and orange White Castle box located in the grass near the victims. We have number 5, empty white and orange White Castle boxes located in the grass near the victims. 5A is a wet napkin because it came out of that box. We labeled it an A. It was a wet napkin which fell out from one of the boxes of Exhibit 5. We didn't want to just, guess where it came from, but so that's why we labeled it 5A. So Exhibit 6 is a cast of the suspected partial shoe impression. East of the victim located at marker 5. Then we have Exhibit 7, a torn piece of a brown bag with blue appears to be a White Castle's bag located in the grass. And then we have, of course, again, our victims located at marker 5 is Larry Ordway. Victim at 6 is Maurice Gordon Jr. 8 is a white burnt handkerchief with suspected blood located west of the head of the victim located at 6, which was Maurice Gordon Jr. 9 is a cast of a suspected partial shoe impression. Remember me talking about the impressions. Northeast of the victim located at marker 5. We have Exhibit 10, a wet mainstays washcloth with suspected blood located between the victims. And then we have Exhibit 11, one partially burnt empty white and orange White Castle's box with suspected blood located between the legs of the victim at marker 6, which was Maurice Gordon Jr. We have Exhibit 12, a broken piece of a red plastic jar ring located in the grass. 13, debris from under the victim at marker 5, which is Larry Ordway. It was burnt with suspected body fluids, suspected blood. 14, debris from under victim at marker number 6, which is Maurice Gordon Jr. And it was burnt with suspected blood, suspected body fluids. Exhibit 15, a piece of blue plastic located under the victim, located at marker 6, which is again Maurice Gordon Jr. That was the exhibits I collected.
And would you have packaged them as you described earlier in the brown paper and taken them back to CSU?
Yes, I would have put them in their initial bag. They may have remained in that bag and then labeled, or they may have been packaged further.
Did you take fingerprints of the victims? Or did you
I
observe your
I
partner?
observed the technician Sparks that was there with me taking them.
Okay. And is that because you all didn't know who they were at that time?
From what I can recall, they did not know, just from what I can recall, they did not know who they were at the time or had to verify, but that's why he took them to examine.
And how long were you at the scene there at River Park?
So I have that I got there, my time's listed at 13:10, which is 1:10 p.m. And actually, I'm sorry. I got the call at 1:10 p.m. I got there at 1:38. So 1:38 p.m., 13:38 hours. And then I cleared the scene at 17:15, which is going to be 5:15. So from 1:38 to 5:15.
And did you do anything on this case the next day?
Yes, I did.
What was that?
And I'm sorry, it's been a while, so I have to refer to my report. So the next day is going to be the 23rd. I responded to pathology, which the location at that time is 810 Barrett Avenue still, to the autopsies of both victims.
What is an autopsy?
An autopsy is a medical examination of someone that's deceased and often with circumstances that are other than a normal death. The medical examiner will, and myself will take pictures, observe and document the body and collect any evidence, take weights of organs and different things, and then so that they can make a determination of death.
Does CSU attend all autopsies of suspected homicides?
Yes, we do.
Did you take photographs during these autopsies?
Yes, I did.
And were they done simultaneously or one at a time?
What do you?
Did the doctors do one autopsy and then stop and do another, or do you?
I did both autopsies, so I would have had to done one at a time.
Okay. May I have those? I'm going to show you what we have marked as 52, 64. You know, if those are photos that you recognize.
Yes, they are.
What are those?
These are photographs of one of the victims from the autopsy. And we always start out taking pictures of like the face shot just for identification, both sides of the face. We'll take pictures of any wounds. We'll put scales. Am I allowed to show anything or no? That's okay. We'll put scales down. It's a little ruler. Sometimes they're sticky little ruler. Sometimes they're a large ruler, just so that you can get a good view of the size of something. For example, if it's a wound, if it's a laceration, if it's, a piece of hair. And then also we'll show like if there's any defensive wounds.
She's very thorough.
Any damage to the tissues, any clothing. But that's what the photographs would be. And then we'll also lay the clothing on the brown paper again so that you can get a better view of it before it's packaged and transported again.
All right, so admitted.
No objection.
Thank you.
If you could now tell the jury specifically about each photo.
Yes, and I have the ME number on here, so I don't know which victim this is, but this is going to be a side view before they're cleaned and washed up, because that does happen after initial photographs. So this is looks like the right side of one of the victims. And this is a face 90-degree angle showing one of the victims.
For Turner.
The judge's head is still right here.
If you
So
looked at the,
I'm watching.
That was with the marker.
Yeah, if you can tell from the marker which victim this is, referring to your photos from the scene.
It's kind of hard to tell that way. Is it the red? Yeah, 5. So number 5 is going to be. Let me refer to my notes again.
No, the sun went down.
At marker. Kind of hard to tell from here.
I'll take a different picture.
Yeah,
I see the
thank
problem.
I just don't want to guess.
Okay, so referring to exhibit 45, which shows the markers
Okay.
by the feet of the boys. It's 5 in the red shirt.
The red shirt is 5,
Okay, so
which is Larry Ordway.
And then the other boy who was not in the red shirt.
The other boy who's not in the red shirt is Maurice Gordon.
And does his photo, which is 30, match the photo from this autopsy?
This is
This being the autopsy.
number 5. I'm sorry, it's hard to tell from
Sorry.
here.
If we walk back and number 6 does not have the red shirts.
Then number 5 has to obviously be Larry Ordway.
Right, and number 6
Is Maurice Gordon.
and the victim who is not in the red shirt, being Maurice Gordon, does his photo from the scene
Exhibit 30 match the photo that I just showed you from the autopsy?
The one that's up there.
Uh-huh. Sorry.
Is the one in the not in the red shirt.
Right.
So that is Maurice Gordon Jr. I'm sorry.
I'm
just
sorry,
don't
that
tell
was
the
really
pictures. I don't want to
confusing.
guess.
Yeah. Right. So
So this is Maurice Gordon Jr.'s autopsy photographs. Better correct than guessing.
oops, sorry, let me go back.
Okay, so this is going to be a photograph of the hand of the victim. And if I'm looking down at it, you can see it appears that the thumb is this way. So the left hand, and it's got charring on the fingers and skin sloughage and removal on it. And you can see with the scale just gives an idea of like how large that is. That's a 2-inch scale, I believe.
This is another view of the hand.
This is another view of the hands, and it just shows the extent of the charring. And this is a defect of a wound that appear. I won't say how it appears to be, but these are. This is another L scale, and I've just got a picture of these 3 wounds in the middle of it before it's all cleaned up.
And were his organs out of the body when found?
Yes, they were. If you look above that scale, that's going to be intestine. This is another picture of the photographic scale. See where it says ABFO, it's a photographic scale. It's got 2 wound defects in the center of that.
Are those centimeters or inches on your scale?
They're millimeters.
So broken up into centimeters? Or
Look at the duct tape on the door.
It appears to be, but like, for example, if you looked at the 1 millimeter, you know, I'm not going to guess on that. It just says 1 millimeter. This is a rear photo of the torso showing defects or wounds.
And has the body been cleaned at this point?
Yes, it has.
Why does that happen?
Because that way, now that we've already got the photographs at the scene that you saw what they look like as is, and then you had photographs as is at the medical examiner's office, they want to clean the body up, the victim, because it'll show more wounds, it'll show bruising, it might show patterns. You can't see it as good when there's a lot of blood, you know, with the coloring, everything just kind of runs in together. So this way you can get an idea of exactly how the edges of everything looks too. And this is going to be another photograph of the wounds cleaned up. Another photograph of those 3 wounds. Now you can see the torso. To me, that appears to be the navel. So you've got, you know, just here I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, and then a large 5, and then a large mass of possibly more than 1 defect together. This is a picture of the clothing that was on the victim. As I talked about, we put some of that paper down, just that way we could lay the clothing down as soon as we got it from the autopsy. That way you could get a good view of it. With the charring, you know, it could further deteriorate in a bag, and it's nice to get a picture before further deterioration. This is a picture of the boxers that was collected, Lucky brand, and then we've got a scale down just for a reference. Here we've got some debris and pieces from the clothing that have come off, and charring, and again the scale.
Is this listed as a white t-shirt?
Let me look.
Suspected white t-shirt.
Let's see.
To dump in there and then try to burn everything is just.
See, we are still on Maurice Gordon Jr., correct? So I have his items collected as several charred sheet pieces, Lucky brand boxer shorts, 37 starter pants. Let's see. So it just says several charred sheet pieces, and then the shorts, starter pants as far as clothing.
So safe to say it was so burned.
That's correct. That's just what we observed and just note for our notation.
Did you collect the clothing?
Yes.
And store it?
Yes.
Did you collect anything else?
As far as with Maurice or in total?
With Maurice.
With Maurice, of course, I photographed, I collected exhibits, I obtained his fingerprints, and then I forwarded them to the LMPD latent analyst, and then I placed those items in the drying cabinet like I talked about.
Do you or somebody that you observed take nail scrapings from victims' fingers?
Looks like on this one, at the scene, the hands were bagged to preserve any trace evidence. That way, on the way, nothing falls out from the nails. So what we did was we took fingernail clippings from the victim's hands. Those are packages of evidence in case we want to send those off to the lab. And then, so those would be included with the fingernail clippings.
What evidence are detectives looking for when they take fingernail clippings? As
For any trace evidence, for any sign of any struggle, like say you were in a struggle with somebody, you might have scratched somebody, you might have got some material from somewhere else under your fingernails. You know how like when you're putting on makeup, just if everybody looks at their fingernails after doing anything, you can see you might have something that might be trace evidence, might be matched to something later. Or DNA.
And do you also collect blood standards from the victims?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Did you do that in this case?
In this case, yes, I have a victim blood sample 31 that the medical examiner would have got. We would put it onto like a little blood stain card, and then that's sent out for future comparisons and elimination. So we can say this came from this person. This one's not from this person. It's just a standard that's used.
After Maurice's autopsy, were you present for Larry's?
Yes.
And did you take photographs?
Yes.
And we'll get to those through another witness, but what did you collect from Larry?
From Larry Ordway, I collected, along with the doctor, hair sample. Of course, they did the blood sample, put it on the card that I brought, and it's going to be labeled. Again, the bags that preserves that evidence from his hands, the fingernail scrapings like we talked about. This time it was fingernail scrapings. Sometimes if your nails aren't long enough to cut, they'll do a scraping, opposed to just clipping the whole nail and presenting it as evidence. Then we collected several charred, what we believe to be was sheet pieces from over the victim with suspected blood. Then we collected, I collected a K.A. Knights short sleeve polo shirt. It was size medium 3840 with a W logo, W as in William. And actually it's a Wisconsin on the back neck area. It was charred with defects, which would be like holes in suspected blood. Then there is a pair of black Mars and Ditch cargo shorts, size 34, charred with defects in suspected blood. I collected a red pair of Hanes boxer shorts that were charred with defects in suspected blood, and defects again are me referring to holes. 2 metal D rings, you know, the little D rings that you'll see on clothing, usually they're like metal. 2 metal D rings from within the body bag. Appears to be similar to the D rings on the shorts of Exhibit 25. So they could have just came off because of the charring and falling apart. And then a suspected hair that we noticed on the victim's buttocks area, and it was put onto a trace lift. And then that would be it for those items.
On May 25th, did you collect from Detective Holland some items?
Yes, I did. On May 25th, Detective Holland came to our CSU office because sometimes detectives will bring stuff down to us. Like if they've collected it or they need processing, they'll just bring it on to us for further photographs or collection. I collected exhibits 88 through 98 and then 99 through 106.
And what would those be?
So I have exhibits.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I
Okay.
didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, no, you're fine. I have exhibits 88 and 98 coming from, the detective said they were from Brice Rhodes. So 88 is going to be a pair of blue and white Nike tennis shoes recovered at 736 Fulton Street in Jeffersonville, Indiana. I have 89 fingernail scrapings from Brice Rhodes, obtained at an address on Haight Avenue. 90, a gold tone Saint or street strill cross pendant on a gold tone chain, so a cross pendant. And then I have 91 control swabs, which is like a Q-tip that I'm going to use to take a buckle or DNA standard. Then I have 92, the actual buckle swabs, which is taking the swab to get a DNA standard on somebody's cheeks. So they had 92 and 93 buckle swabs from Brice Rhodes.
Can you describe more in detail
Sure.
what buckle swabs are?
So if you had a Q-tip and you wanted a DNA sample, you're going to take a control swab, one of those Q-tips that's not used, you're going to put it in a box. Then you're going to take a left cheek and a right cheek, and it's okay to keep them separate or together. You're going to take basically that Q-tip, and a lot of people have been doing the DNA ancestry stuff or the COVID test, the ones in the mouth. Basically, you're going to rub that Q-tip all over your mouth, the inside of your cheek. That's going to pick up buccal cells, which is used for DNA. They're going to process that to get your DNA profile. So they have those collected from Brice Rhodes. And then 94 is a white short sleeve Hanes t-shirt, size large. And then we have 95, a black HDMI laptop tablet. The serial number, I'm not going to read the whole thing off, ends in 14627, 14627. It's in a black case with a charger cord. Then we have exhibit 96, a black 47 brand hat with the LA logo on it. 97 is a pair of snakeskin like Nike tennis shoes, size 9.5. And then finally, we have 98 pair of Trevero jeans, and that's all from Brice Rhodes.
And we've skipped some numbers. Is it safe to say there are other CSU analysts collecting other
Oh,
evidence?
in between. Yeah. So there's a lot of things going on at the same time. So like, just because I'm at the autopsy, there could be search warrants being served. There could be cars being processed. You know, as more things come to light, you have detectives and other crime scene techs, like basically could be all over the city working on this case, collecting stuff. So when we get back, we check in the evidence. We have a computer and you put your exhibit numbers. And so I'm like, oh, this person ended in exhibit 10. I picked up at 11. They'll look up later and say, oh, I picked up at 15. So there's multiple people working on multiple things at all times.
Okay. And did you also collect items that Detective Holland brought you from Ja'Cory Taylor?
Yes.
And what was that?
I have from AN1
Oh, sorry,
Carter.
Carter, yes.
I have exhibits 99 through 106 from AN1 Carter, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. 99 was a control swab, what we talked about, didn't have anything on it, the Q-tip. Then we have 100, a buccal swab like I talked about from AN1, and 101, the right swab from AN1 Carter. So those are the buccal swabs for DNA purposes. 102 is a pair of black socks. 103 is a black Ellison shorts with red RCHS Lions with basketball logo. 104 is a pair of black Nike pants. And then we have 105, a pair of black and neon red Jordan tennis shoes, size 9. Then lastly, we have 106, a gray short sleeve Levi Strauss t-shirt, size medium. I believe that's it as far as exhibits.
As far as in May, is that conclude your involvement in this case for the month of May?
She needs to do
For the
training
month
on
of May,
this.
yes. Yes, I did.
What day was that?
July 11th, 2016. And that's a Monday, I believe.
And what did you do?
So on that day, would have got a call from Detective Tonelli from Homicide, and he wanted me to respond to the auto theft garage with him to process a vehicle.
Is the auto theft garage where all vehicles involving crimes are brought, not just stolen vehicles?
So the auto theft garage is a secured padlock facility, and it's coded, it's secure. It's in the same area as the LMPD tow lot, but it's a special area for processing vehicles, and that could include if there was an auto theft, if there was, a homicide, just say somebody messed up the car and you want it fingerprinted or anything. So we process any vehicles there.
And what did you do at this garage?
So at the auto theft garage was located at 1547 Frankfurt Avenue. I met with Detective Tonelli, and then we photographed the car, again, as is. It was a 2007 Mazda 3 with a Kentucky license plate of 484, N as in Nora, T as in Tom, T as in Tom, 484 NTT. And then the VIN, I'm just going to read the last of it, is 82818, 82818. Since I photographed it, then I collected some exhibits from the vehicle, exhibits 139 through 142.
You're on a map or witness. You released 4 photographs, which I marked as 65 through 68. Did you take those photographs that day?
Yes, I did.
65 through 68.
No objection.
This is going to be a picture of the back of the driver's side seat of the car, and then a little bit closer picture of below the headrest. And this is going to be where there was this red suspected blood, and I'm just saying suspected, and we took a cutting of it so that it could be sent to the lab. This is showing the cutting, and it's got the scale in it again. It's a 2-inch scale, a 5-centimeter scale, showing relation to the size of the cutting. I would have packaged it, and then the possibility of it being transported to the lab, that would be at a later time that I don't have students with, but that's common practice.
And are you always working at the direction of the lead detective or somebody working with the lead detective?
Yes, at their direction and together, yes.
Further questions?
She is so good.
Good morning.
Oh,
I
Lord.
just have a few questions. I'm not going to walk back through everything.
Sure.
If any of my questions are confusing, just let me know.
Okay.
Oh, I don't think she'll be confused.
I'm going to start with the house and the scene of the alley.
Sure.
Okay. Were you part of determining who owned that property?
No.
Okay, so you don't know anything about that location and the property ownership and all that sort of thing?
Correct.
Okay. Because that's not your job.
No, sir.
Okay. I'm going to flip now all the way to the car.
Okay.
Fast forward. You said that that was in July, so that's 2 whole months later, right?
Correct.
In the time your earlier testimony had a lot of activity by you for about 2 days, right?
Correct.
But between May and July, you weren't really working on that. You were doing other stuff. You have other cases.
Correct.
Okay. In July, you went out to I'm going to just call it the warehouse, the car warehouse. I know it has a different name. And when you got there, you weren't the first person to examine that car, were you?
I don't know who else examined it. I just have my report as to what I did with direction of the officer that day,
Okay.
to the best of my knowledge.
And specifically, the officer who was giving you direction was Detective Tonelli?
That's correct.
On that particular day, you don't know how that car got there. Like, you weren't part of transporting the vehicle to that warehouse.
Correct. I would know common procedure.
But you don't know literally how that car got there on that day, do you? If you do, you don't.
Common procedure is a record taking it, but I did not witness any of that part of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My point, you didn't have I guess I'm probably being confused. My point is, it was there. You didn't have anything to do with
That's
putting
correct.
it there.
Yes, sir.
That's all.
Yes.
And you didn't have anything to do with processing it before that day in July.
That's correct.
So you got there, you did what you were told to do, asked to do.
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you were examining the vehicle, am I correct that it had no back seat?
I have to refer to the pictures again. Is that okay? Let's see. If I'm looking at the pictures, it looks like you can see, can I show that?
Sure. Go ahead.
This is just my observation because this is how I would determine that. It looks like there's a lot of metal here. So it looks like maybe there's a cutting or no, and it looks like there could possibly be no seat just by seeing this metal. But I don't recall any further than that unless I see more pictures.
Okay. So looking at your pictures, looks like there's no back seat in that car.
That's correct.
All right. And you, on that day in July, 2 months after this happened, approximately 2 months, you weren't asked to examine the car seat.
The back car seat where it previously was?
Well, there was no car seat that you were asked to examine in the back, right?
I only took cuttings and samples of what I was told and recorded here.
Right. So you were never asked to examine the back car seat.
That would seem correct, but I just don't recall the whole specifics without like further detail, just because my mind is scientifically thinking about the car, you know what I mean?
But you also have your report, right?
Which it wouldn't have said each seat, but I only took the samples from the ones that I said from that back car.
Right.
Yes.
And so looking at your report, it's okay.
Yes.
If you want to. You did not examine any back seat of that vehicle.
I did not take any evidence from any back seats. Correct. I'm
Okay.
just,
And if you had, it would be in your report.
that's correct. Yes.
Additionally, you did not examine any car seat somewhere else. Like for example, at a different location, at CSU headquarters, anyplace else.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So, and I'm just trying to be clear. So on that day in the back of the car, there was no back seat that you examined. And you also didn't examine a back seat anywhere else.
Correct.
Okay. You did your examination on the 11th of July. I think you said you thought that was a Monday.
Yes, sir. It's July 11th, 2016.
But you didn't put your results into evidence until Wednesday, 2 days later. Is that right?
So on here it says I photographed the pictures, and then I on 7/13 placed them in the property room. They would have been secured. We had an evidence locker area. They would have been secured in the evidence locker area that you have to use your ID or code to get into, just because sometimes you're on other runs in between other things. So they're secured until you can get to them to package them to take them to the property room.
And if there had been a car seat that was removed, that would also be kept in that evidence room, right?
It could be kept in the evidence room or the secure CSU evidence area. It's only people, it has like, we have cards that we have to use. Only the text can get in there. I can't say where that was stored. There's several areas that could have been stored, but they're all secure.
Okay. And that's, you already jumped to my very next question. Those areas are secured so that people can't get in who were off the street, for example.
That is true.
And in fact, you have procedures set up so that anyone who does access evidence has to log it in, right?
Any evidence logged into the property room?
Yeah.
Yes. So we get a property room report. We take it to the property room. It gets checked in. So there is dates and times that all of that occurred.
And even if someone is working for the police department, those rules are still followed. You have to log in, access to evidence, right?
Yes.
And different people have different sort of clearance, they have different cards and things like that. There's a procedure.
Yes, but as far as once it's in the property room, they are in charge of that. You just can't go walking about in there just because, even us.
Exactly. Even the folks whose job it is to take care of the evidence, they still have procedures and still follow them, right?
Correct.
Thank you.
You're
I have no
welcome.
further questions.
All right, ma'am, you're free to go.
Thank you.
I think this is a good point for us to take a break as well. Let's see, it is 11 o'clock. You can go ahead and go. Thank you so much.
She
I
is
will,
so thorough. She needs to give a lesson to some of the people that we've watched do investigations. She did a great job.
Thank you all. Thank you, Deputy Mills. Everybody's phone up here. And does anybody need to report anything with regards to the admission over the break? Perfect. All right, Ms. Jones Brown, your next witness. Thank you. Good morning, madam. If you raise your right hand, please. Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth? Thank you. You may have a seat.
Good morning, ma'am. Could you introduce yourself to the jury?
Deborah Rand.
How do you spell your last name?
W-R-E-N.
Ma'am, how are you connected to this case?
I'm a grandmother.
You're on the way out for two witnesses. Do you recognize these photos?
It's Brice and Barry.
You know these photos you all the arrest
Aw.
your boys?
Yeah.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth moves to introduce 6970.
No objection.
Admitted.
Which one's Reese?
That's Reese.
And obviously that's Larry. And if you could, I know it's hard, can you tell the jury about Reese and Larry?
Reese and Larry were really good kids. They began school and they played sports and they were really good natured boys. They never been in trouble. And they were very loving. They got along with everybody.
Victim's
They were well
grandmother.
liked at school. Their teachers really thought a lot of them. They were involved in sports.
Oh,
They were just good boys.
In May of 2016, how old was Maurice?
16,
And how old was Larry?
14,
Did they usually hang out together?
always.
What school did they go to?
Homestead Academy.
Homestead. What neighborhood did they live in?
It's around the Beachmont area.
Is that in around Iroquois Park?
Yes, Iroquois Park area.
And how are you related to them?
I'm my grandmother.
Right, are you their mother or father's mother?
My daughter is their mother.
Okay. And what's your daughter's name?
Elizabeth.
Who are their fathers?
Larry Ordway and Maurice Gordon.
So they were each a junior? And was your daughter involved in their lives?
Yes.
And were their fathers involved in their lives?
No.
At that time, was your daughter having a few issues?
Yes.
Okay, can you describe a little bit about what the home life was like?
She was just having a hard time, with just doing things and trying to make ends meet and things of that nature.
Were there times when there wasn't enough food?
Yes.
At the time, did they have any siblings?
Yes.
And who was that?
20, their sister.
How old was she back then?
I'm gonna say about 9 or 10.
Okay. How old is she now?
17.
Is there a new sibling that they would have met if they lived?
Larissa.
And when was she born?
September the 22nd, 2017.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
For the defense?
I don't have any questions, ma'am.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Redden, you are free to step down. Thank you, ma'am.
that was heartbreaking. Ugh.
Commonwealth's next witness, please.
Calls Detective Officer Stephanie Spalding.
Thank you.
Okay, good. He didn't look at her. I say he needs to keep his head down for that
Hi, Officer Spalding, can you come on up? Have you raised your right hand, please? Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth?
I do.
Thank you, officer. You can have a seat.
Good morning, ma'am. What is your name?
Stephanie Spalding,
Where do you work?
LMPD's 3rd Division,
How long have you been with LMPD?
since 2009.
And when you say the 3rd division, is LMPD divided up into a number of divisions?
Yes, I apologize. We have 8 divisions and then several other specialty units, but now I'm in the 3rd.
And does each division cover a certain geographic area?
Yes.
At the time of May of 2016, where were you working?
In the homicide unit?
Were you aware on May 22nd of the case on River Park?
I'm not positive on my work schedule that particular day, but I did not respond to that particular scene.
And how many people were in the homicide units back then, approximately?
Approximately 25 to 30.
Okay. And how do you all divide up responsibilities?
As a new case is called in or we're notified, then that particular detective would then take that case and we would fall in line right behind them.
So is there a rotation and
Yeah.
just your day, that's the case you get?
Yes, and we would often help others, but we may or may not be available to respond to every single scene.
So on May 22nd, was the case assigned to Detective Tonelli? The case on River Park?
According to the case records, yes.
Yeah. So obviously, not all 25 detectives rushed to River Park, right?
Correct.
Because everybody has their own cases. Okay. But did you all help each other as needed on cases?
Yes, we did.
So at some point, were you asked to do some things on this case?
Yes.
And what was your first role in this case?
My first role was actually on May 24th. So it was a few days later, and I was working in the homicide unit at the time in the office, and I did take a phone call from JCPS.
And what were you directed to respond to a certain school?
Yes, I was asked to go to Olmsted North in regards to an assistant principal who wanted to speak with us more in depth about the 2 young victims.
And at that time, prior to this phone call, did you all have an identity for the victims?
No.
And did Olmsted give you names of children that they thought it might be?
Yes.
How did LMPD put out information about the children?
There were sketches that were released to the media of the 2 victims.
And why sketches and not photos?
We were unable to identify them, and it would have been too difficult for anyone to have to see those things.
The actual photos of.
Yes, I'm sorry.
So after you responded to Olmsted North, did you then have an identity of the children? A possible identity?
Yes, we did. And then we went to the address that was provided to us.
Who did you meet at the address?
I was with another detective who then interviewed their mother.
The mother of the children?
Yes.
After that, did you all get information that led you to another address?
Yes, and at some point during that day, again, we do go to several different scenes and help detectives on various things, that I went to Height Avenue.
And who did you understand that address to belong to?
Brice Rhodes.
Okay. What did you do at Height Avenue?
First, I was sent there to keep it as a secure location to make sure nobody came in or out of it while a search warrant was being written. So I remained outside of the building.
Was the search warrant completed?
Yes.
And did you all go into an apartment?
Yes, we did.
Do you recall the address?
May I reference the letters?
If there's no, yes.
Okay, thank you. The address?
Yes.
763 North Height Avenue, number 2.
Do you recall the layout of the building 763?
Yes.
How many units are inside of it approximately?
So it's a building of, I believe 4, if it was only 2 stories. So you go in and into a main doorway, where then you go downstairs for the units 1 and 2, or you can come back up and go to the upstairs for units 3 and 4.
And what type of apartment complex was it?
It was a gated condo type townhome community.
And were there lots of other units sharing a parking lot?
Yes, maybe 15 to 20 buildings or so.
At the time that during the search warrant, what was your role?
I was the person who logs the items. When maybe another detective locates an item, then they inform me, and then I write it on the log sheet to be sent back with the warrant during execution.
So are you actively searching?
No, I'm usually stationary with the paper.
Okay. And did you write down items for the warrant?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall what was found during the first warrant?
As listed on the log, there is a small knife and a large knife that was collected by another detective from a bedroom.
What happened after you all finished logging the search warrant?
Then we secured the location.
Pardon?
Then we secured the location and exited.
Okay. And at that point, did you understand that you all were just leaving?
Yes, we did believe at that time that we had completed our part at that location.
What happened next?
Then I left and I did inform Miss Rhodes that we were finished with the search warrant. And shortly after, approximately 20 minutes or so, I was instructed to return back to the location and remain outside again to keep it secured in order for a second search warrant to be executed.
And during this time, did you speak with the mother of Brice Rhodes?
In between?
At any point at Hyde Avenue?
Yes, before the first one, and then I did inform her that the second one, or before the second one.
Did the second search warrant get executed?
Yes.
And what was your role in that one?
I was also the person who logged the items.
And what did you log that time?
May I reference the sheet? It's difficult to read because it is a copy, so I can't read all of it. So there's probably a better sheet that maybe has more things, but from what I can see, there was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 items total that ranged from small to very large. If you'd like me to try to read it, I can.
Sure, if you could.
Okay, the first one says carpet from living room. The second says carpet padding from living room. The third is artificial plant and says living room table, and artificial plant from kitchen table. I apologize, I cannot read the next item other than a lanyard from within the living room. And the third, or the sixth, I'm sorry, is also a carpet from the living room. I'm sorry.
Did you do a canvas while you were at Height?
Yes, I did.
And what did that entail?
I went through to each of the units and attempted to make contact with the tenants for all of those that lived within the complex.
Did you also go to process a car?
Yes, I did with another detective. We went to the garage to process for a search warrant.
Was it the same day?
It was May 25th.
May 25th. Okay, the next day. Yes. What car was it?
It was a blue Mazda.
And what do you recall from that
event? I know we did process it and they took photos and that there was, I would say, evidence collected, but that doesn't mean necessarily a physical object.
Okay, that's fine. Well, and we'll have another detective to testify to that. So thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions. Okay.
Let's see what they have to say about it.
Detective
So-
Spalding, were you you were the last one to exit the search of the residents on Hyde Avenue, correct?
Wait, real quick. This is something totally different than what the defense attorney said in the openings. Because remember, the defense attorney said in the openings that they did a search warrant on Brice's apartment and didn't find anything, and then they went back and did another one. And she said she didn't say they went back and did another search. She said that they went back and looked again. And she's like, I didn't know that's how search warrants work, that you just go and look until you find something. But that's not what she just said. She said that they left and then they issued a second search warrant. They were like, no, don't go anywhere. We have a second search warrant. And then she went, which is not what defense said in openings.
I can't say I was the last person to actually physically leave the particular unit, but the complex itself, yes, I believe I was the very last person at that point driving.
And after the first warrant, you testified that you had actually told Brice's mother, Mrs. Rhodes, that she could go back in and the search was over, correct?
According to my investigative letter that I encountered her outside, may I reference that real quick?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I'm sorry. Before I drove out of the gate, I did observe Miss Rhodes sitting in her vehicle, and I informed her that she could go back into her unit. Yes.
And so then at some point late or shortly thereafter, you said within 20 minutes, you told Mrs. Rhodes that she had to leave again because you guys were coming back.
Well, it was an approximate that I gave, and within my letter, I cannot state anything that's not in here because it was quite a few years ago. What I do know is that based on the times of when I was asked to return, so I left, according to my notes, I left at approximately 22:11 hours. So it's just before 11 p.m. And then I returned at 22:35. So within the 20-minute range or so. But I do not recall whether Miss Rhodes was still in the parking lot or in her unit. I do not recall.
But you did just testify that the search was finished.
Yes, we left after the first search warrant, and that was complete.
You said you found not much. It didn't sound like in the first search. You collected some knives, you said, I believe?
I did not collect them. I logged them.
You logged them.
Yes.
And those didn't end up having any evidentiary value, correct?
I cannot answer to that.
Did you, in your duties, happen to video either of the searches of Mr. Rhodes' residence on Hyde Avenue?
No, not in my capacity as a detective, no.
And then you said that you were present for the search warrant of the blue Mazda, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall if there was a back seat in that vehicle?
I apologize. I do not recall.
No further questions. No. All right. Officer Spalding, you're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Almost 6 goodness.
All right, let's
Thank you. You can take it.
forward a little bit. And one
Morning, sir. What is your
testifies,
name?
and I really want to
White.
hear him.
Could you spell that?
Keyveon. Last name White, White.
Back in 2016, in May, where were you living?
I was living with my auntie, Miss Red.
Your aunt?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you all have roommates, housemates?
Not sort of. We was considered all family.
You were all family? Were those people Elizabeth Wren and her children?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you related to them or just really close friends?
Just really close.
Okay. And did you all live together?
Yes, ma'am.
How old were you in May of 2016?
15, about to turn 16.
Were you friends with Larry and Maurice?
Yes, ma'am.
On May 21st, which would have been a Saturday, did you see them?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you see them?
We lived together, so we woke up together.
Okay. Do you recall what they did that day?
I think that we went out to like Faganbush Lane. We had played.
Sorry, somebody coughed. You went to where?
We went to like Faganbush Lane, a little neighborhood, and played basketball, I believe, that day.
Okay. Anything else you recall about that day?
Not that really stuck out besides a bunch of phone calls.
Did you know who the phone calls were
No,
from?
ma'am.
Or were they phone calls that they received?
Yes, ma'am.
Did they both have a cell phone or just one of them?
They both had cell phones.
Were they both getting the phone calls?
No, just one.
Who?
I think it was Reese.
That's Maurice.
Did anything happen as a result of the phone calls?
No, we had continued to play basketball until we went home later on.
Okay. At some point, did they leave?
Yeah, they did.
And who did they leave with?
Honestly, ma'am, I can't recall who the driver was or who was driving the car.
What kind of car was it?
I don't remember.
And do you remember telling Mrs. Wren at the time that they left with?
Judge, I'm going to object to hearsay.
Don't want to approach.
So he said that he considered them family. He was living with them at the time. He's behaving. I'm trying to skip forward because I really want to get to Anwan's testimony while we're waiting on verdict watch because he testified today.
Sorry. At the time, let me back up a second. Did they leave? And did you go with them?
No.
You stayed at the house. At some point, did their mother ask where they went?
Yes.
Did you have a conversation with her?
Honestly, I can't remember the conversation that we had.
Do you recall what you told her? Do you recall a statement you made even earlier today about recalling that?
Yeah, I did, but a lot of it's out of hurt. I can't honestly say that I seen them leave with that man over there.
Okay. Do you recall telling her anything along those lines, the mother?
Yeah, we had made phone calls and such after they hadn't came home to their so-called friends and certain stuff just where they had nothing going.
All right.
Mr. Sadler, if you could
Oh, perfect time. You just gave us audio too.
bring the jury in, please.
Bring the jury. Bring the jury. Man, I really want to hear and one. I didn't know how long they were going to take for this. You've had judges order makeup artists to come in and cover tattoos for trial before? That's crazy. I didn't know that was a thing. True Crime Garage has a podcast on Brice Rhodes if anyone is interested. Episodes 493 and 494.
All right.
You may be seated. The court has received your verdicts and punishment. All right, Ms. Dykes, please stand. The first verdict reads as follows. We, the jury, having heretofore found the defendant, Lisa Jo Dykes, guilty of the offense of murder as charged in the indictment, and not having found by a preponderance of the evidence that such offense occurred while the defendant was under the immediate influence of sudden passion arising from adequate cause, assess her punishment at life in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice and a fine of $10,000. The second verdict reads as follows. We, the jury, having found the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of the offense of tampering with physical evidence as charged in the indictment, assess her punishment at confinement in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for 20 years. In addition thereto, assess a fine in the amount of $10,000. Both verdicts are signed by the presiding juror. Mr. Harris, is there any reason in law why your client cannot now be sentenced?
There is not, Judge.
That it is the order and judgment and decree of the court in cause number F2175476. Lisa Jo Dykes, in conforming with the jury's verdict, I hereby sentence you to life in prison and a fine of $10,000. In cause number F2175651, tampering with physical evidence, I sentence you to 20 years in prison and a fine of $10,000. I order you taken by the sheriff and by her safely held until you can be transferred to an authorized receiving agent to begin your sentence in TDCJ. The Ms. Dykes, I hope that you find that you've been treated with a much greater amount of dignity and respect than you ever treated Marisela Botello. May God have mercy on your soul. That concludes this hearing. You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you so much for your jury service. This does conclude your service. If you would retire to the jury room, I will help and give you my personal thanks, answer any questions you may have. And I know for the young prosecutors, any tips or constructive criticism you may have for them is always helpful. And the defense may want to come and visit with you as well about their presentation. So I will see you in the jury room.
Hello.
What?
Hello.
Oh, I'll bring this back. Okay.
All right.
So they gave her 20 for the charge that the others are doing 24, and then gave her life for the murder. Shaking her head. Could you imagine being sentenced to life like that and not having anybody in there with you?
Oh, yes, yes. I'll come back. Do you want to? Okay. And I don't know if they want to make it.
Just can you call her back?
Yeah, I mean, I assume that if are they gonna do victim impact? I don't know, I'm gonna find out.
She didn't say with or without parole. Normally, if it's without parole, it's specified. What state are we in? Texas.
Is there victim impact? Just one. Okay.
In Texas, a life sentence
I'm gonna
means at
visit with
least
them, let them
40
know
years.
they can do victim impact. Okay, okay, all right. You all can come back and visit with them as well if you want to. Okay.
So in Texas, it says life is 40 years. I know I just said that. Let me repeat myself again. Eligible parole, let's see. However, a person serving a life sentence is eligible for parole after completing first 40 years, but parole is not a guarantee of release. If the state doesn't pursue the death penalty for a capital felony offense, the convict faces mandatory life in prison. Despite the elimination of life without parole terms by the federal government, the majority of federal criminals will serve at least 90% of their sentence in Texas. So there you go. And she's 60. So she'll be 100 before she's eligible for parole. I didn't hear her say consecutive or concurrent, but I mean, it doesn't matter. She'll be either 100 or 120. So it won't really, life sentence for her is 40 years. So life sentence for her is the end road. She has worn her last mauve shirt. Well, okay, the 90% though thing is not, that's just saying the majority of federal criminals will serve at least 90% of their sentence in Texas. That's federal criminals. That's not this. 90% doesn't have anything on hers. Hers is 40 years. For life sentence is 40 years before she's up for parole. And then she would have to be approved for parole. So this is her last hurrah. All right, we'll continue with the kids' friends while we're waiting to see if they're going to do anything else.
Could you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Certain things started adding up and going together.
Okay. So was it your understanding during the time they were missing that they had gone somewhere?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you think they had gone?
Judge, I'm going to object to speculation.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
I don't have any questions. Thank you, sir.
You're free to go, Mr. White. Commonwealth's next witness.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth calls Sergeant Jason Vance.
Thank you.
Oh, we lost beach cam. I bet my phone died, or my laptop died.
Please tell the jury your name.
My name is Jason Vance.
Where do you work?
I work for the Lowell Metro Police Department
What is your position there?
currently. Currently, I supervise the audit unit in the Accountability and Improvement Bureau.
How long have you been with LMPD?
Approximately 18 years.
In 2016, where were you?
In May of 2016, I was in the homicide unit.
Were you dispatched to River Park on May 22nd?
Well, I'm gonna bring my laptop in. I'll be right back.
How did you find out that you needed to go there?
I was contacted via MetroSafe. It's our dispatch center that homicide was needed at that location for an investigation.
And what did you see when you got there?
I was met there by members of the Louisville Fire Department's arson unit. There was also some patrolmen
Marisela
from the 2nd Division, and there was 2 deceased persons laying in the back of a vacant property.
Could you describe the property?
It appeared to be vacant. It was a transient area. You could tell that it was in the back of the property. So there's an alley behind the property.
Sorry, I had to bring my computer in.
Marisela deserved better than any of these nonsense issues about the Dallas Police Department and things that happened after the investigation. Marisela deserves better than to be talked about. Look at what she's wearing in opening statements. Marisela deserved better than to be a photograph in the Dallas County Courthouse in the state of Texas versus Lisa Dykes, because Lisa Dykes lost control in October of 2020 of a man she was obsessed with, Charles Beltran, Chuck, because she lost control.
Wait, did this just start over? Hold on. Oh, they started us over. Okay. So they must have ended the feed. I came back and he was talking and I got really confused. It looks like they ended the feed. So they must be done for the day. Let me double check.
Dallas police said.
Oh, scared me. Yeah, they ended the feed. So they're done. Okay. Yeah. But yeah, I ran to get my laptop and everything went nuts. I was confused why he was talking again. Because when the judge was walking out, she said something about possible victim impact statements, but they had already done that for the sentencing. Anyway, so when I came back and he was talking, I was confused, but they just restarted their stuff. So they're done. She did say, well, the judge said that she was going to ask about victim statements, but I think that they didn't do them since the brother spoke already. I don't know, but for whatever reason, they decided not to do them, I guess. They ended their feed. We have short testimony from him. Long break. Testimony from him. And then we get the jailhouse. How much of you, okay, tomorrow is day 3 in this. How much of this do you want to try to watch? I'm gonna play it while y'all tell me.
You could, in my description, it would, or the way I would describe it would be is that people used it like as a cut through to get to other places.
Did you all observe anyone residing in the house at 428?
No.
It's 540.
So you say arson was there.
Yes.
When do they come to a scene?
When there's a fire that consists of a criminal act.
Did you all have reason to believe that the fire had still been burning recently, or did you have any evidence of when the fire was?
I did not.
Were you the lead detective on this case?
I was not.
How does that work with the homicide unit?
So at the time of this notification, I was actually on another scene, which delayed my response to the location of River Park. But we work shift work. We also have a rotation about how we're assigned cases. So, if you are if you're number 3 on the list, as that third homicide, in sequential order, you would get that third homicide that occurred. And it could be months, could be days, could be hours. You don't know.
So what does everybody else do?
So we assist in investigations, but it's in this time frame we're talking about. We also do a lot of death investigations as well.
What are death investigations?
Suspected criminal acts, and at the time it was policy for the unit and the department that we would investigate all overdoses, which kept us extremely busy.
But this was obviously not a death investigation, right?
No, it was an obvious criminal act.
Were you, I guess, what you all call the scene detective?
Yes.
What does that entail?
So my job was to make notifications to our command, and then the command notifies the person that's going to be assigned as the lead investigator.
All right, y'all want to do some speed trialing where we skip through credentials and we skip through all that stuff and get to the meat and potatoes?
Try to obtain as much and then evidence, photograph evidence of the incident. But the 2 persons that were deceased, they appeared to have been burnt. At least their clothing and some of the tissues were damaged. There was, it was in the back of a vacant property, so the grass was tall. There was trash everywhere. There was there was one tire impression I remember that we end up plastering to get to compare potentially for as information in the case would progress. We did, we tried to identify there was tree branches that had been potentially damaged as a part of maybe a car. So we took photographs of that damage. Tried to identify as much evidence related to the incident as possible and collect it or photograph it.
Were you present when CSU Tech Silveria took photos and did the video?
Yes.
Did you all believe that the victims had been killed there?
No, we did not.
And why is that?
Because of their positioning, and they had obvious injury that would have resulted in blood evidence, and there was virtually no blood evidence on the scene.
After, so how long do you end up staying at a scene usually?
It depends. Typically, it takes between 8 and 12 hours to do a scene. I'm not sure the duration of time I was on the scene, but it's usually a long time.
Were there other detectives besides yourself?
Yeah, so the process, the way it works is that initially, because I was on duty at the time, I respond, I make notifications, and then the command within our unit starts making notifications for other detectives to respond as well and assist in the investigation. There was a lead investigator assigned. So as the time went on, more people showed up to assist in canvassing or other jobs, responsibilities, part of the investigation.
And at that time, did you all know who the victims were?
No.
What was your next involvement with the case?
I spoke to a few people on scene that day. I believe that I handled the initial, we were trying to identify who the victims were. So I communicated to the CSU latent examiner and started that process.
What is latent? Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. So in an attempt, to identify the persons that were deceased, we use latent fingerprints. So we take fingerprints. And in some cases, and I believe it was this case as well, that because of the age of the victim, that we would necessarily have their latent prints on file. So we would not be able to identify them through that mechanism. But that's the first process.
Okay. What happened next?
Honestly, I don't recall what my next step was. I know at some point during my participation in this investigation, I was called to another location to assist in the location of one of the victim's cell phones.
Before that, did you ever go to the home where the boys lived?
Yes,
Okay.
multiple times.
Tell us how you got, why'd you go there? What happened?
At some point during the investigation, their identities or were suspected, their suspected identities led us to a residence. And then we responded to that property and spoke with the family.
Do you recall where that was?
I do not.
Did you speak with a local friend?
I did.
Were there, how many people were at the house, if you recall?
4 or 5, maybe.
Was her brother there?
Yes.
What was his name?
I don't remember his true name. I believe he went by TJ.
Okay. Did he have information that was helpful to you all?
Yes.
What was that?
I'm going to check your side.
Do you want to press?
They're arguing.
So he got into my police vehicle.
Please no. Did TJ Wren have the address for Brice Rhodes?
He did.
Or at least know where he lived?
He did.
And so what happened with Mr. Wren?
So he got into my police vehicle and he showed me the address where the defendant lived.
So you all drove over there together?
Yes.
Where was that address?
I don't recall the address. It was off of off North Height, maybe. But I have to refer to my investigative report to.
That's fine. What neighborhood is that?
It's kind of like Lower Brownsboro Road area.
And so you and TJ drove over there?
Yes, and Detective Mike Lauder from the homicide unit as well.
Were you all in the same car?
We were.
What were you thinking would happen? Were you just going to write down, like, note the address and leave?
Yeah, I thought it was important that he wanted to identify the address, but once we got to the address, because of the way the multi-family dwelling buildings were kind of laid out, we actually were going to have to walk into the building to get an address, like an apartment number. So we were in the process of doing that. We were interrupted.
And what was the interruption?
The defendant arrived to his property, his home, and TJ identified the defendant because based off his vehicle. So we got in my police vehicle to not alert him that we were there.
What car was he driving?
It was a Charger.
What color?
I want to say it was black, but honestly, I don't remember. It's been a while now.
What did the defendant do at the residence that you observed?
I think he walked in. I don't recall that as well, but he wasn't there very long. We were in my police vehicle, and it was a very short duration of time. And then we subsequently followed him to not alert him.
In my police vehicle, you weren't in a cruiser?
No, I'm in an unmarked car.
So you followed him with Detective Lauder and TJ Wren?
Yes, TJ was in the backseat.
What happened?
We followed him. He went down Zorn Avenue to get on 71. He took 71 to 65 South, and at that point, I identified that potentially he maybe observed me because it appeared that he was doing what we would consider counter surveillance. So the way he was driving his vehicle. So he took 75 or 65 South all the way down to Fern Valley over to Preston Highway, went north. He turned around, went south, and then he went back north, which in my experience of law enforcement would be we would describe that as counter surveillance. So it may just be that he's paranoid. I don't know, but I was concerned because I had a civilian in my vehicle that he thought that we were the police.
Judge, I'm going to object. This is all speculation.
Just stick to, without speculating, what happened next?
I had to drop TJ off at a tire shop. I had to physically ask him to walk into the tire shop for his safety.
And did you continue following the defendant at that point? Did you involve other cars?
I did.
Okay. And were you present when he was arrested?
I was.
Okay. Can you describe what happened there?
We alerted other members of the homicide unit, and we made contact with the defendant at the Speedway, I believe it was. It's pretty close. It's on Preston Highway, pretty close to the Indian Trail intersection.
Did you go back and pick up TJ?
I did.
Okay. Were you also involved in a situation with the victim's phone?
I was.
Can you describe that to the jury?
As a matter of my tour of duty that day, and I don't recall the day that was, but it wasn't the same day as what we were speaking about. I was alerted that the U.S. Marshals Task Force was utilizing a ping location process to locate the victim's cell phone, and that they had located that cell phone address somewhere in Shagley. I basically responded to that location.
Did you say it was in Shagley?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall this? Where in Shagley?
I had to refer to my investigative report, but I don't recall the address, but it was a family member, individual involved in the case.
So you went to the house?
Yes.
Was it a house or apartment?
It was a house.
What happened when you got there?
I made contact with the homeowner and her daughter. It was a bi-level house. So when you walked into the living room, immediately to the right, there was the second level was like maybe like 6 feet higher than the level you're standing on. And I had a clear view into a bedroom up a short set of stairs, and I observed an individual on a cell phone. And when he saw me, he took the cell phone immediately, concealed it under the mattress.
Were you able to collect that cell phone?
I was.
Who was that individual?
M1 Carter.
And to your understanding, did the cell phone belong to Maurice Gordon?
Yes.
What did you do with Mr. Carter?
Mr. Carter went to the homicide unit office for an interview.
Did you do one more thing with this case?
Yes, I was alerted on another day to come to a location off of, I believe it was in Georgetown Circle, over on Berry Boulevard, to collect a set of shoes or boots that belonged to another one of the victims in this case.
One second. No. Let me just.
It ain't even Thirsty Thursday yet. It's still Wednesday night. Oops.
Okay. Judge Maverick, you with us?
Okay.
71 at 2 and 3. Recognize those photos.
Jason Vance.
What are those?
The pictures of the boots that I collected at the location.
Are those a fair and accurate representation?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth moves to introduce 71 through 3.
No objection.
Admitted.
We can start early.
Whose
Thirsty Thursday.
address was this?
I don't recall. I had to refer to my investigative report. I believe it was a friend or maybe a sister of a friend of one of the victims, but I don't recall exactly.
One of the co-defendants?
Co-defendants, sorry.
And is this boots as you found them?
Yes,
Was this young lady cooperative with you all?
she was.
Next one, are these the same boots?
Yes.
And what did you do with these boots?
I took them to the crime scene unit lab and had them processed and secured into the Louisville Metro Police Department for potential examination.
Remember, those are the boots that
You can't remember dates, but was this all in the same 1 week period or?
Corey had on.
This was within days of the initial notification.
Thank you. I have no questions.
Any questions?
Judge, you had said you wanted.
Oh, that's right. I'm glad you said that. I wanted to break for lunch before we did cross-examination. All right, so we are going to go ahead and
All
break
right.
for lunch. I will excuse the jurors. I'm going to read the admonition one more time. Before you go on break, please recall my earlier order. You are not to do any research on this case or post information about this case. If you accidentally encounter information.
Moving right along. Remember, those are the boots that Ja'Cory had on when it
All right,
happened.
and I will just remind you, you are still under oath. Anything we need to talk about with regard to the admonition? Excellent. All right, Mr. Griffiths.
I'm going fast so we can get through the good stuff. I don't mean good stuff. Nothing about this case is good, but you know what I mean? Like the
I did. It's okay.
Sorry. Good afternoon.
important stuff.
I'm not going to go through everything you already talked about again. So if I'm jumping from topic to topic and I get confusing, tell me, okay? Because that's my fault. That's not your fault. I wanted to start off just by asking you a couple questions about your report. It doesn't look like it's in front of you, but you reviewed it before you came, right?
Briefly, yes.
Okay. Your report's actually dated 2018. Is that because that's the last time? Does it do the thing like where it updates to the most recent edition, or is it something you actually wrote in 2018?
It's something I wrote in 18.
Okay. So the work that you did on this case in 2016 wasn't memorialized into your report until 2018?
In that form, no.
Okay, correct. Prior to that, it was in note form or handwritten form, something like that?
Yes.
Okay. And after you wrote your report in 2018, you actually went back and corrected it, did an addendum to it?
I did. I'd left out some information that was in my notes mistakenly.
There's a method that you can go back and do that and fix that right on the computer and add something more?
No, it was an individual report, a separate report.
Okay, so a separate report, but referencing the first one.
I'm referencing the information I left out.
Okay.
Yes.
You did a few different things in this case, and you laid them out. In addition to what you explained on direct, you also participated in the interviews of M1 Carter on the 24th of May in 2016.
If you say that, yes. I do not recall.
Okay.
Sometime.
And you participated in the interview of, and when I say M1 Carter, I'm talking about the suspect in this case, M1 Carter. Okay. And you participated in the interview on the 25th of May of Ja'Cory Taylor, also a suspect in this case. Okay. Do you remember participating in the interview, sitting down and questioning the suspects in this case?
I do not.
Okay. Would you be surprised if there's transcripts provided by the prosecution that lists you as a detective actually doing questioning?
It would not surprise me at all.
Okay. You talked about recovering some pieces of evidence in this case. That was part of your testimony earlier today.
Yes.
And you walked through some of the places you were recovering these objects and things like that.
Yes.
When you were interviewing Jacory Taylor, you told him that one of the objects that you had recovered was the back seat of the Mazda. Do you remember doing that, sir?
Oh, here's that part.
Would you like to see the transcript of that interview that shows you making that statement?
Sure.
Okay.
Remember, this is the back seat that it was taken out that
This one's not making.
they said in opening statements that Cliff lost. That's what they said. It was here.
It's a big document, so I pulled out the right page. All right. That's you, Detective Vance, right? There's not 16 different Detective Vances on this case.
I don't know how you lose a back seat, but we'll see what they say.
And I'm not trying to rush you, so you tell me when you've read it. It's in the middle. I'm going to open mine to the.
So you're referencing line 15 on page 79 and on down.
Yes.
I do actually remember this conversation now.
Okay. So now that you're looking at this, you're able to remember the conversation?
I remember that we were called, we as the police department were called to a location, a dumpster, and it was in the south end, which is what probably, allow me to recall that memory.
Yes.
In the transcript.
And I apologize because the topic actually begins the page, and I wasn't trying to be tricky. I just got it starts the very next page before 78. If you go backwards, a single page, and you went forward. I think it's at the very back there.
What page are we on?
78 is what I should say. 79. So I'm going to give you a second to look at page 78. You let me know when you're ready.
Okay.
Okay. So you see that you were saying you remembered going to the dumpster, and in that dumpster, do you remember recovering the seat there?
That's what I stated to the person I'm interviewing, Jacory Taylor, but I don't recall that, but I'm reading the transcript.
Okay. And again, I just want to turn to the very front. I'm not trying to make a mess of it. The transcript is from the 25th of May. It says 2015, but it should say 2016.
Right.
Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. There's my questions about that. I'm gonna put this here just on the off chance that they have a question. You're good. Okay. And I want to ask you about other items that you recovered, some of which you testified about a little bit. I just want to make sure I'm clear on it. You testified that you recovered a phone,
yes,
right? And you recovered that from one of the other suspects in the case, specifically Antoine Carter?
Yes.
All right. And that phone turned out to be the property of one of the victims?
Yes.
Okay. You also recovered boots from a friend of one of the other suspects, Jacory Taylor?
Yes.
Okay. And those boots turned out to be the property of one of the victims in the case?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
And you participated in the arrest of Mr. Rhodes?
Yes.
You did not recover from Mr. Rhodes any property that belonged to the victims in this case?
I didn't take any action to recover anything, so I wouldn't have been in that capacity.
But I'm just saying, you did recover other pieces of property, so you did not, in any capacity, recover property that belonged to the victims from Mr. Rhodes?
No.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Oh, those weren't the same boots then that they were talking about in the openings.
When you were doing these interviews, were you the only detective interviewing them?
No, I was not.
Do you all sometimes like take turns coming in and out of the interview rooms?
We did.
Did you go to the scene where the dumpster was?
No.
Do you know which detectives did?
I do not. Just remember that it was a unique situation, so that's what we're calling out. Read it in transcripts, what maybe recall that memory.
So you would have heard about whatever was recovered at the dumpster from other detectives?
Yes.
I have no request.
All right, you're free to step down.
Judge, may I get my document back?
Yes, please. Someone like to call the next witness?
Your another Commonwealth calls Chris Middleton.
The defense is saying that they lost the seat.
Middleton.
He says that he told, like in the interview when he was interviewing the other kids that were involved, he told one of them that they had found the seat, but he said he himself didn't go. He heard things from other detectives, so I don't know. Seatgate 2016. We'll hear more about it.
Ms. Moultrie? Thank you.
Could you tell the jury your name?
Chris Middleton.
And where did you work?
Used to work for Logan Metro Police Department.
How long were you there?
21 years.
And how did you come to leave?
Retirement.
Where are you now?
I'm retired, working for a sales agency.
Okay. Were you in the police department in May of 2016?
Yes.
What unit were you in?
He's in the homicide unit.
How long were you a homicide detective?
Altogether, approximately 13 years.
Were you involved in the case where Larry and Maurice were killed?
Yes, to some extent, yes.
Can you tell us how you got involved? What was the first thing you did on this case?
I believe the first thing I did on it was assist in the arrest of Mr. Rhodes, and then in the drafting and executing of search warrants.
Well, let's start with the arrest. How did you get involved in that?
It's been a while, so bear with me. Remember, we had our own radio station, our radio channel. They came across and said, I believe it was that they were following Mr. Rhodes, asked that I assist in it. At the time, I was driving a car that wasn't real common. His police car was a white Toyota Camry, so it wasn't as noticeable. So I followed him, made contact with him at Speedway on Preston Highway, and at which time he was placed under arrest and taken into custody.
Where is that Speedway on Preston?
If you're familiar with Preston Highway, but closest reference I can give you would be Indian Trail and Preston Highway, right across from, I guess it was an old feeder supply or something like that, Staples or whatever, Pep Boys right there. To give you an idea, I guess it's the closest I can put you.
So how many detectives were involved in the arrest, if you recall?
I know I would feel comfortable saying maybe 4 or 5.
And were you the actual arresting officer?
I was the one that made first contact with Mr. Rhodes, yes.
So he was arrested, and did somebody else take him?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do after that?
Eventually, somehow I came to writing a search warrant.
Was this the same day?
I think so, yes.
And would you recall the date,
I'd have to look at my notes.
if you could?
I guess it was on May 24th, 2016.
May 24th. Can you tell the jury what a search warrant is?
Search warrant, trying to put it in the best way possible. Basically, it's the gathering of information, compiling it together from every source you've got, whether it be other detectives, witnesses, involved parties, sometimes even actually the suspect. Take that information, gather them together, draft it into a written form, present it to a judge for their approval, and if probable cause is found to issue that search warrant, it gives us the opportunity to enter a residence, a car, and sometimes even search a person if need be to more extent than just patting down pockets and stuff like that. But it is presented to a judge. The judge reads it, and if that judge finds probable cause, it is issued, and we execute the warrant. When I say execute, it means we go serve the warrant. We either search the house, the car, the person, or whatever it may be. Maybe it's sometimes something as mundane as just records, but it's a legal document giving you the authority to search for an item of evidence.
What were you searching or seeking to search when you drafted the search warrant?
Taking the information I've given, initially we were searching the residence, I think, to see if any items of evidentiary value, that would be, whether it be a weapon, clothing, notes, just anything that showed evidentiary value of any involvement.
And when you say the residence, whose residence?
Mr. Rhodes' residence.
And where was that residence?
It's on Height Avenue.
Okay. And is that in Doverton County?
Yes.
Do you know what major street is Height off
Brownsboro?
of? After you drafted the search warrant, did a judge sign it?
Yes.
And did you go execute it?
Yes.
What did you find in the house?
We actually did 2 warrants. The first warrant, I think we found 2 knives and a hammer.
Okay. Did you collect those?
Yes, they were collected by the crime scene unit.
What happened next?
We closed out the warrant, exited the house. I made a phone call to Donnie Burbank, Sergeant Donnie Burbank, at the time, letting him know we finished up the warrant.
So was he like your supervisor?
Yes, I'm sorry. Either immediately or just a short time later, he called me, or we discussed that a second warrant would need to be drafted because we'd already closed this one out. A second one needed to be drafted because of new information gained during interviews and through the investigation.
So was this information you all didn't have when you were doing the first warrants?
Right.
So did you draft the second warrant?
Yes.
Did you all go back in the house?
Yes.
This time, what was the difference? What were you looking for?
This time, I think it was more towards the effect of forensic, more of a forensic style evidence, not actual physical evidence that you pick up and can carry out, but items that would be indicative that something happened at the scene, whether it be body of fluids, minute pieces of evidence, and stuff like that, stuff that would take more of a forensics manner.
So what did you do during the second search warrant?
To be honest with you, I said watch the crime scene unit do their job because I'm not a forensics person. I'm not smart enough to do that job.
What did you see them do?
They provided, I think it was called luminol. It's a reactive agent that they spray, and once you spray it, it reacts with blood in terms of blue color. So they did that, and at that time it was decided, due to the magnitude of it, we actually removed all the carpet in the living room of the house.
So when they sprayed it, what did you see? On the carpet?
Yes. And actually on some plants too, like some potted fake plants.
And at that point, did you take the carpet? Did somebody take up the carpet in your presence?
The decision was made at that time to remove the carpet from the residence.
What type of carpet are we talking about? Was it
Like
an area rug or was it wall-to-wall carpet?
Oh, it was like wall-to-wall carpet. It was installed carpet.
And do you recall what times you were what time you were there?
I think I'm reviewing my notes. I think we left like 2 o'clock in the morning. So we were there for quite a while.
No. Showed you what we marked as 74. Did you just look at these pictures outside?
Yes, I did.
Do they fairly accurately represent the apartment on Heights that
Yes.
is to introduce 74 through,
74 to
87.
87. Okay. In objection. Admitted.
Excuse me?
What is this?
This would be the front of the apartment complex.
And if you go in those front doors, would you get to the apartment in question?
Right.
Is this the living room of the apartment?
Yes.
Into the kitchen, I guess?
Right. That's the
Another
kitchen.
angle.
Mhm.
Just start this one. What room is this?
That's a bathroom. Let's get in the bathroom.
Okay. Is that looking into a bedroom?
Yes.
Oops. Another bedroom?
Yes.
Is this a trash can in the apartment?
Yes.
And is this also in the apartment?
Yes.
And just
Wait.
a bedroom?
Yes.
Is this a trash can in the apartment?
Yes.
Another bedroom?
Yes.
Is this a trash can in the apartment?
Yes.
White Castle. They've got White Castle in there. And remember, there's some White Castle trash found with the kids.
And is this also in the apartment?
Yes.
And is this the room where we're about to see some knives under a mattress?
Yes.
Snooker B, knock it off knock it off.
Were those in the same bedroom?
Last warning.
I believe so, yes.
And at this point, do you have any idea if these are connected to this case?
I have no idea. And that's part of the search warrant. You have your known injuries or your known situations. And then part of the search warrant, this could be possibly related, possibly cannot be, but it's, collected in the effect that it could be.
And then is this one of the knives you collected?
Yes.
And is that the other one?
Yes.
And were those the only two things you collected during the first search warrant?
Yes.
During the second search warrant, did you physically have the carpet collected and taken out of the apartment?
Yes.
Also carpet?
Yes.
I have no-
I missed what you said your job is now.
Work for a sales agency, sir.
Okay. I might still call you detective at a reflex.
Okay.
Your involvement in this case was only the arrest and then the search warrant, is that correct? So you didn't go out to any of the other scenes or anything else?
Not that I remember. Just so busy. It was helping you can help.
Okay. You initially said that you collected 2 knives and a hammer. I think we saw a photo of 2 knives and a hammer. But isn't it correct you actually only collected the knives?
It possibly could be. I think I didn't look at my notes when I said that. And to be honest with you, these are, it says small knife and large knife. But like I said, they're so, when you copy stuff, it's hard to read. So
Okay, I wasn't sure. You said it's so, but I wasn't sure what the end of the sentence was. So you were, and I think you just said this, but I'm trying to make sure I got it right. You were done with the first search.
We finished the first search. Yes.
And when I say done, like you got in the car, you told the other officers to go about their business and you left.
I don't remember if I'd actually got out of the apartment complex or not. I don't remember if I even made it off the road or what. I mean, it was, I don't remember.
Well, if you look, you know when you're done with the first search, right?
Right. But with that being said, you can have a time that you're finished and still have control of the scene because it takes time to draft the second warrant, takes time to get the judge to sign it, it takes time to get it. So you may have a clearance time on here. I'll give you an example. What's it say the clearance time is? 23:11. And then if you go over here on this one, 23:56. So you're talking a span of 45 minutes.
Yes.
So with that being said, driving from Height out off Brownsboro Road to back to the office to a judge and back, I feel pretty comfortable saying that we didn't even make it out of the area because it's such a fast turnaround. It was a computer written warrant, so it's not something I hand wrote on scene. So, it would have been something I feel comfortable saying there's a good possibility that we never even made it out of the parking lot before the phone call was made. Because I would have called my sergeant as soon as we cleared it and let him know that we're done. So, I feel comfortable saying that he's like, hey, we got another warrant. But because we'd already closed it out, once we draw that line across it, that warrant's closed. It doesn't matter if we stay in the parking lot for 5 days or 5 seconds, we're gonna have to write another warrant because we shut the door and we walked away from it.
Are you saying you actually wrote the second warrant? I thought the second warrant was prepared by someone else.
If you look at it here, the first warrant is.
But I may not have been clear. I meant the second.
Chris Milton. Both warrants are not.
Okay. And you're saying you prepared the second one by computer?
Yeah, they're all done by computer these days. I mean, I haven't written a hand warrant since probably 06.
Okay. You do agree, however, that well, maybe you don't remember. Would you be surprised if we've already heard testimony that the people involved in the first were leaving and exiting the scene?
Wouldn't surprise me at least a little bit.
Okay.
And like I said, I could have, the fact of the matter is, I could have released everybody because I'd wrote the warrant, made the phone call and said, hey, here we are. I got to write another warrant. So, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I don't know the exact answer. But with such a short turnaround, it wasn't my habit to leave a house unsecured.
Would you be surprised if we've already heard that the owner was told, you can go back in, we're done?
No, I have not. I wouldn't be surprised, but like I said, it's what, 7 years later. So
sure. You talked about how CSU, the crime scene unit, I shouldn't use abbreviations, was present in the second, but they were also present in the first search warrant.
Yes.
And in fact, you note in your report that, I'm not going to get this name right. Allgaier, that is correct. That specifically a tech named Allgaier was there in the first. And that person, I think, would have been responsible for any crime scene analysis that needed to be done, right?
Like I said earlier, the first warrant wasn't so much as analysis done, it was a gathering of possible evidence, whereas the second one was more of a forensics gathering of evidence, using the luminol and gathering that type of stuff. So I can't really talk to each person from the crime scene. I can't really talk to each one's position or role.
Understood. Okay. But I wanted to make clear there were some folks from CSU there
right
first time.
Right.
Were you the one telling them what to do or what not to do in the first search?
As I stated earlier, I try not to. There may be items that I point out, but I've not been to forensic classes and stuff like that. So just like I've never been to law school, I'm not going to tell you you're tough.
But you were in charge of the scene?
I am in charge of the scene.
At both warrants?
Yes.
Luminol, well, you're not. Hopefully we have some people from CSU coming to testify. You talked a little bit about how luminol works a second ago. Luminol actually hits on a wide variety of things, doesn't it?
It does, and it's not an end all thing. It's I guess a large majority. I wouldn't put a percentage on it, but a large majority of your evidentiary, you have what's called, I guess, a presumptive, be a fair word.
Sure.
Presumptive reaction. And so with further investigation, further analysis, that proves what you thought. It's same thing, the old high school science, hypothesis and theory and all that. You get your evidence from doing your proper testing.
You also processed a search warrant on the Mazda in this case.
I did a search warrant, yes.
So let's talk about the Mazda for a second. When you went and processed the Mazda, were you the one who removed scratch that? When you got there and were processing it, it already was missing its back seat. Is that correct?
Possibly. I don't remember much about the Mazda at all.
Do you have an indication in your report?
I don't think I do. I think my report goes more with the house. I may not have even. The house was. I was more with the house. I wasn't with the Mazda.
But you did do the search warrant.
I did the search warrant, and the thing about a search warrant, I can do it. I can walk in. I can execute it, and I'm part of the homicide unit. I trust the guys that I work with to do their job. So it wasn't. It's not a big thing to execute it and then get called on to do something else. Another part of the investigation. So you're not always present once it's done.
Were you, as the author of the search warrant, were you in control of the scene on the Mazda?
I don't remember much about the Mazda. I don't think I had much involvement with it.
What I asked was whether or not you were in control of the scene.
I said I don't remember much about the Mazda. I couldn't tell you if I was there with it or not. That's what I answered.
Okay. So you're not sure?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So as far as
Like this guy.
what happened to the rear seat of the car, the Mazda specifically, you just don't know?
I have no idea.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Just to get a search warrant straight. I mean, there was the first search warrant you wrote.
Mhm.
Did it cover the apartment and the Mazda?
Yes,
And would it have been common for you all to split up the duties?
absolutely.
And would the Mazda have been searched on scene or the auto garage?
Could have been done either way.
And as far as you remember, you just participated in the search of the apartment.
Right.
What was the difference between the information you all possessed between the first warrant and the second warrant that caused you to search differently?
My understanding was due to interviews that were conducted.
I'm going to check your sense.
Yes, you can approach it. We can fast forward through it. I like this guy. Not that guy.
Actively conducted down at the station while you were on scene?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that more information came to light that led the homicide unit to believe that this actually was the crime scene?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Briefly. I sat down and looked again at your report, which I believe is the exact document in front of you. You testified a minute ago, I think it's by mistake, that you closed out and finished the first warrant at 23:11.
Like I said, it's hard to read, but it's what it appears to say.
I think it says 22:11, a whole hour earlier.
Got a better copy?
I want to see yours first. That's a terrible copy. But that's not the, let me see if I can look.
Oh, you're fine.
Okay. Where I was getting it was there. So what does that say?
Even better, 22:11, because that'll give plenty of time to write the warrant and get back and get it done. So, I mean, that's still an hour difference. Doesn't make a, I mean, it's not a deal.
Well, let me make sure that it's clear though what we're talking about with the jury. So you had said it's such a short amount of time that you would just be sitting in the parking lot, but actually the amount of time from when you cleared was not quite 2 hours, an hour, 45 minutes.
Possibly so, but I mean, like I said, it's,
I'm just making sure I got the time.
right, you're right on the times, but
Okay.
it's not, I was kind of proud of myself, to be honest with you, get one done in 45 minutes, so it makes more sense.
So, yeah. I think that was rather short.
I was kind of proud of myself on that one.
So, and when we're talking about, I'm just, every once in a while, I understand military time, I can do the conversion, but just so it's clear with everybody, you then cleared the first warrant and according to your report, we're done at 22:11. That's 10 p.m., 10:11, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then the next warrant, you began serving, or the next warrant at 23:56, right? So that's 11:56 p.m. Okay, just making sure I got that right. Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
All right, you may sit down. Thank you.
Welcome back, Krista. Lightning bolt, Krista, lightning bolt. He goes, oh, okay. Cool. I can read his lips. Stupid, puckered up lips. Why are you laughing? I shouldn't get to laugh. Zap him. Don't give me that dang zap button.
We're gonna let him take a 5-minute break.
Don't put me in charge of that zap button. I would be
16.
zapping. Be like, I don't like the way he's breathing. Zap.
Mr. Jensen, good afternoon. I'm gonna need to swear you in. If you could raise your right hand for me.
Oh, Jensen, this is
Thank
the
you.
guy
Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth?
I do.
Thanks. You can put your head down. Go ahead.
You can tell your name to the jury, sir.
Christopher Allen Jensen.
And Mr. Jensen appeared you're in custody.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you serving over in Indiana?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it anything to do with this case?
No.
Okay. Back in 2016, did you live in an apartment on Hyde Avenue?
Yeah, North Hyde, or is it Hyde Avenue Gardens?
Okay. What type of apartment complex was it?
It was a condominiums, like that some people would rent out the condos to, like people owned them, but they would rent them out to different people, kind of like subleasing, I guess.
And were you subleasing there?
I wasn't, but I lived with somebody who was. I was their roommate.
Okay. And did you, as a resident there, did you come to know one of your neighbors, Brice Rhodes?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
And did you all, were you acquaintances who talked and texted occasionally?
Yeah, we weren't really all that close. We didn't know each other for very long. It was just on occasion we would see each other.
Okay. And what type of car were you driving back then?
It was a 2016, I believe, Dodge Charger.
What color?
It was black.
And was it your car?
No, it was a rental car through Enterprise, but it was in my name.
And how long had you had it?
Yeah, it's been so long. I'm not really sure.
More than a weekend?
More than a weekend, yeah.
Was there a point where he borrowed the car?
Yeah, he borrowed it once and brought it right back to me, and then the second time he borrowed it, it didn't come back.
Do you recall when this was?
No, honestly, it's so long ago. It was warm outside. I know that.
In relation to, well, did a detective question you about this?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall when that was?
I can't really give you dates exactly.
Did the detective question you at the time? There were a lot of detectives at the scene doing an investigation.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How long before that had Mr. Rhodes borrowed the car?
It was the day when the car didn't come back. That's when detectives came and knocked on my door.
Okay. And you said 2 days before that was when he borrowed it for a short period of time?
Yeah, it was back to back. One day and then the next day. So he borrowed it 2 times, and then the second time didn't come back, and that's when the detectives were at my door.
Do you recall what day you told the detectives that he borrowed it?
No, ma'am.
If you saw a transcript of your interview, would that help refresh your memory?
Yes, ma'am.
They brought this up in openings too.
Yes.
And that was the day he had it just for however long he was supposed to have it. And then the second time he borrowed it, you said he didn't bring it back.
It didn't come back, and that's when I talked to detectives.
And did you ever get the car back?
No.
Okay. as far as you know, did detectives eventually seize the car?
Yeah, it was in evidence.
Um, did you know Mr. Rhodes to have his own car?
Yes, I believe it was a Mazda. Like I seen him drive a Mazda, light blue Mazda 4-door.
Light blue Mazda. Okay. And did you tell detectives that he usually drove a light blue Mazda?
No, I don't believe I did.
This is not the back seat. This is not the seat gate car. This is the car that he borrowed to go pick up the boys and bring them there, and then or bring them to the apartment or whatever it was. But this is not Seatgate 2016.
Hold on 1 second. If I showed you a part of your interview, would that help refresh your recollection? It looks like you're all actually standing in front of a car at that point.
Yeah, this is the black Charger. 2016 Dodge Charger from Enterprise Rental.
Yes, ma'am.
So did you let detectives know which car he usually drove
Yes, ma'am.
when he wasn't borrowing yours?
Yeah.
Seatgate was a Mazda.
What were you all doing that Saturday when police came?
You were moving.
And by you all, I mean you and your roommate.
Yeah,
Sorry, not to
yeah.
be clear. Had you ever been in the blue Mazda?
No, ma'am.
And did detectives take DNA samples from you and anybody who you were friends with who'd been in your Charger?
Yes, ma'am.
I have no further questions. Thank you. Let Mr. Rhodes borrow your Dodge Charger, and you were renting that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't have any idea how many Dodge Chargers are in Louisville in 2016, correct? When Mr. Rhodes picked up that vehicle from you, there was no one with him in the car, correct?
No, ma'am.
And when he dropped the vehicle off, there was no one with him in the car, correct?
First time?
Either time.
Well, the first time there's nobody in the car. The second time I didn't see it because it didn't ever come back to me. So
But you actually received a text from Mr. Rhodes that told you he was in Elizabethtown, correct?
honestly, it's been so long, I can't really recollect that. I don't know. It was in 2016. I don't really remember details like that.
I have no further questions.
Any redirect? All right, free go. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving right along. The typer gets to typing real fast sometimes, or real loud, I should say.
My name is Chris Rutherford.
Where do you work?
I am employed by the Louisville Metro Police Department, and I'm currently assigned to LMPD's homicide unit in the cold case section now.
How long have you been with LMPD?
I've been with LMPD since 2008, summer of 2008,
And how long with the homicide unit?
since the summer of 2015, so a little over 8 years.
When did you move over to cold case?
About a year and a half ago, last June.
So in 2016, you were with active cases.
Yeah, I was on what we refer to as the fresh side.
Did you have some involvement in the case we're here to discuss?
I did.
It looks like initially you dealt with fingerprints.
Correct. It's taken a little while to identify the victims, so I was kind of involved in that process, scouring like records for missing persons, and then I transported the fingerprints, I believe, to the Department of Homeland Security to have them run them through their database to see if we could identify the victims that way.
And as far as you know, that led to the leads, correct?
Correct. They had no record of the victims on file.
And is that common in children?
Yes.
And then on May 24th, did you become more involved in the case?
I did. On the 24th of May, I was requested to respond over to the Hyde Avenue, I think it's called the Hyde Gardens Apartments, to attempt to locate Chris Jensen. The defendant had been arrested in a car that Mr. Jensen had rented. And so I was assigned to attempt to find him and conduct an interview with him to see what he could tell us.
And were you able to locate Mr. Jensen?
We were.
And did he tell you whatever you asked him?
He did.
While you were talking to Mr. Jensen, did you learn what car the defendant usually drove?
Correct. We were able to get a description of a vehicle that the defendant was known to drive and then subsequently located in the apartment complex.
Did you personally see the vehicle?
I did.
And can you describe for the jury anything you remember about the vehicle?
It was a four-door, I believe it was a Mazda, light blue or silver in color. When I located it, when approaching the vehicle, I believe it was the driver's window was down. There's a strong odor of bleach emanating, like really, really strong odor of bleach emanating that I could actually smell from almost across the parking lot. Looking into the vehicle, the back seat was gone, had been removed, and you could see into the trunk compartment too. And it appeared from the outside at that point that everything in the trunk compartment, like to include the carpeting, had been removed from the trunk.
Oh, wow.
Did you also take buckle swabs from anybody involved with the Charger?
Correct. Anybody that we had known had been in the vehicle since Mr. Jensen had it, we requested buckle swabs for comparison purposes if they were needed.
And why is that?
For the lab processing and testing, for instance, if you're a known person that's been in that vehicle, they would want your DNA sample to be able to rule you out from somebody else's DNA that was located in that car.
So you had to get anybody who might have been in the Charger
Any known persons that Mr. Jenkins, who's the renter of the vehicle, knew were in his car, we requested DNA samples from.
And at that point in the investigation, did you all have any idea of how much or how little the charger would be involved?
I personally did not.
You right?
She's got a type quieter, or he.
As those photos?
Yeah, this would be the Mazda that was identified as one that was had been operated or known to have been operated by Mr. Rhodes.
Owner of the Commonwealth moves to admit those as 87 and 88.
Can you check something? Admitted.
Oh, I'm blurry.
That's right.
Okay, and is this as you found it in the apartment complex?
That's correct.
Right. No further questions, thank you. Detective, you just testified that the windows in that vehicle were down. In the picture that you said reflects the way that you found it, the windows were up.
As my recollection is, the driver's window was down.
There was no back seat in that vehicle when you found it?
Correct.
And you participated in these searches of Hyde Avenue, is that correct?
Correct.
What was your,
Just assisting detective on the search.
did you happen to record any of your search
How so?
on video?
We did not have body cameras at that point.
When did LMPD issue body cameras to detectives?
I believe our unit got them in the summer of 2020, July, August-ish timeframe.
Any follow-up? All right, Detective Rutherford, you are free to go. Thank you.
Moving right along.
This round. Thank you. You may have a seat.
Forensics.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Hi, my name is Rebecca Kimmer, Kimmer, and I'm a crime scene technician with Louisville Metro Police Department, where I have worked for approximately 10 years.
What do you do with the crime scene?
I assist the detectives and officers on crime scenes that they may have. So we document, we go out, we photograph, do video, collect and obtain DNA or evidence from the scene. At that point, we bring it back to the office and do our further testing, where we then package and responding to do a search on the living room and then a bathroom.
And were you didn't know anything independently about this case, right?
I did not.
Okay, so just whatever the detectives told you to do.
That's right.
And you don't know where they were getting their information.
I do not.
Okay. So when you sprayed it, what happens? Like
So typically, once we spray, if the presence of blood is there, it will fluoresce in a bright blue color.
And is that, do you have to have the light off to see that? Or
We have to keep the lights off, and our cameras go on different settings in order to capture that luminescence.
And back then, were the cameras like this?
They were not, unfortunately.
So did you attempt to take pictures?
We did attempt to get photos. Unfortunately, the camera was not cooperating. At that point, we decided to try to capture the presence and the positive reaction on video, and that was not successful either.
So what do you do next if you can't memorialize that?
So once we determined that that was not successful, we moved on, and at that point, we just decided to take up the entire rug and carpet, along with the carpet padding throughout.
How do you get a carpet up?
We worked well together, pulling it up that night. We just cut and pulled it up, basically.
And was that carpet then collected?
That carpet was collected and actually escorted that back to the crime scene unit. At that time, it was 633 West Jefferson.
So how many pieces, or like, did you have to cut it up? Did you roll it up?
So once we took the entire carpet, we took it back to the office, laid it out, and at that point, in a more controlled environment, I was able to get better photos, and then I did carpet cuttings of areas that were presumptive to be blood. And those were then sent off for testing later on.
So how big was did you pull it out in one piece?
We did.
And so we had the carpet
And then
the carpet padding?
Yes.
So is that just two large things?
It was two large things, yes.
And did you have to cut them into smaller pieces?
Once I got back, I did smaller cuttings to send those off to KSP for testing.
And how do you know what pieces to send to KSP?
You do presumptive testing that show up for blood, and then anything that I could see that was visible, I cut those pieces as well.
And we throw around acronyms so much, sometimes I don't notice when I'm doing it. We say KSP. What are we talking about?
Kentucky State Police. I'm sorry.
And they run a crime lab?
They do, yes.
And is it your intention that they do a DNA test?
That's right.
Yes.
Show you 89 through 90.
Yes.
That's those photos.
Okay, we don't need to see her flip through photos.
No objection.
Thank you. Admitted.
And that's the padding. So that's the padding once we removed the carpet itself.
Is this the living room?
This is the living room, yes.
Would we have the kitchen to our backs?
Yes, and then the little hallway to the left up there is the entrance foyer from the entry exit door.
So you'll just move the furniture to the side.
Mhm. I think that evening they, in order, once we did everything that we needed to do process wise, the detectives moved the couch and whatnot out onto the small patio there. Again, that's just more of the padding with the photo or the staining underneath. And in this photo, this is where we started to peel back the padding underneath, and that was just the floor there where it had soaked through. And just documenting the stains. Again, with the documentation of the stains. And just layering, so we just photographed layers as we took each layer off. Again, that's just the base.
Are you all wearing gloves during this?
Yes. And just more documentation of the stains and the layering.
And is this the areas where the blue star reacted?
Yes. And then that's just the padding again once more. Again, with the padding.
And so you said that was, you have to dry that or?
Yes, so that carpet was saturated. And so at that point, when we get back to the office, we laid down, we have brown paper that we lay down. We laid that down and then laid the carpet on top of that in order to let it dry on its own.
Wow, that's a lot.
And is that, as far as the carpet goes, was that?
Yes. Yes.
The next day, were you called to another location?
So yes, so later that evening, I believe, may I refer to my report?
Are you unable to recall?
I don't recall the time.
Okay. Any problem with that? Okay, go ahead.
I believe.
On the 25th?
Yes.
Sorry,
May
I'm
2016.
Yes.
I'm skipping through some of this. I
I
want to
research correctly.
And why were you called to that location?
We were called to that location in an attempt to collect evidence that the homicide detectives had been notified was there. It was the rear of an apartment building. There were 2 dumpsters back there, and they had knowledge of evidence in those dumpsters.
And so were the detectives already there when you got there?
Yes.
And what was your role at that scene?
So my role was again to photograph, document the scene as is, and at that point we started going through each dumpster and pulling every item out one by one, photographing and documenting what was in the dumpster.
That would be a
Was
crappy
it
job.
Standard dumpster?
Yes,
Um,
it was a functioning apartment complex. So
I'm just gonna start with this while he keeps numbering. Right now.
Can you imagine having to pull everything out of multiple dumpsters one by one to take pictures of it as possible evidence? Could you imagine? Debbie's here, gifted a membership. Adam, content warning. You're back in green. I like the middle name now. Thank you, Debbie's here. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Did you write afterwards?
Yes.
County Commonwealth to introduce 99 through 133.
Okay.
Thank you. So, did you say 134?
33.
33, thank you.
Just needs answering question.
yes,
Virginia Little, thank you. Gifted membership. I went to
What are we
Breezy
looking
Up
at?
Baby.
we're just looking at the beginning of the photos with the top layer of the trash and debris. These are articles of burnt, looks like towels and blankets for that top layer there. Another blanket or partial towel. And then just more of the burnt evidence. Again, with the burnt, that's one of the comforters that was removed.
Did you all start taking stuff out?
Did. So once we initially looked into the dumpster, realized everything's in there, we started to slowly peel back the layers. So we would photograph, take out, photograph again, and then go back for another, what I would say, like a layer. And again, this is just another photo of once we cleared off that top portion.
So there would have been debris covering this layer in the beginning.
That's right. And then this was the pink blanket that was on top there in the previous photo. We just pulled it out and laid it out as best we could. This is a pillow that we located in there, and at the top left corner, there's a blue latex glove that had been burned and melted onto the pillow.
Oh, wow.
Again, this is another towel that was kind of folded, wadded over inside of a latex glove. This was looked like maybe a body pillow of sorts, just a very long pillow that was also in there and burned. We took it off and took it out in the photograph. This is one of the sheets that came out of the dumpster. And this was the bottom of the dumpster. Once we pulled those other items out, this was the bottom. Again, just full of typical debris. Just another angle. And at this point, we started to go a little bit further down where we located, I believe that to be a pillowcase, maybe. And just a different angle there. And then again, just a different angle. And this is where the detective is just slowly pulling things out so that I can photograph it as he's taking them out. And then this is another that we just laid there on the pavement. Just getting up close on the stains there that we found. Just more photos once we take them out. It's just another of the layering there. Okay, and this is back at the office where we were able to get a better look at it. So once we laid down the paper, we were able to see better and then lay it out in a more organized fashion, if you will. And at that point, we also will look for different defects or anything that we can see with the naked eye. And then again, this is just back at the office where we laid things out again, getting better photos in a more controlled environment. And that looks to be the same as the previous, looks like a fitted sheet, possibly. I believe this was a pillowcase, if I'm not mistaken. And then just possible staining there that we wanted to document. And this is a pillow that I spoke on earlier. And this was a shoe that we recovered out of the dumpster that we brought back with us. And then this is the cell phone that we recovered. And this is that glove that I spoke on with the rag inside that was turned inside out, not in blue latex glove.
So at the time, do you know which of this evidence might have anything to do with this case?
We don't.
So do you have to
I
just
don't.
collect everything?
We do.
Did you all collect absolutely everything from the dumpster, or did you make decisions about?
They made decisions on what they wanted me to collect.
And who made those decisions?
The detectives that were on scene.
Was that Detectives Peter and Metzler?
Yes.
So when you collect these items,
I think it's a reporter that's typing.
Yes.
Does this case have a lot of boxes of evidence?
Yes, a lot.
Oh, I think this is where she starts opening things. Hold on.
Fluids is a biohazard, so that's just indicative for everyone to come out.
Explaining biohazard. This is how we number it. This is our process. This is what we do.
Once they received it for their testing, they then took it and tested for DNA.
Okay, can we go through all this? We know this process. We've been here, done this.
Another cutting from Exhibit 64.
We know how they
Cuttings.
We know they test it.
That were located in the bottom of the dumpster. Exhibit 76 was a burnt white towel. Exhibit 77 was one partial burnt white sock. Exhibit 78 was one burnt green and white bed pillow. Exhibit 79 was one blue latex glove with the white fabric or cloth that was rolled into it. Exhibit 80 was one burnt black and silver Nike brand athletic shoe. And it was unknown at that time if it was a left or right shoe. Exhibit 81 was one burnt Reebok brand athletic shoe. Again, unknown if it was left or right. Exhibit 82 was one burnt white towel.
Okay.
Exhibit 83 to it. Air white transported in every room for safekeeping.
Is the property going to secure location?
Yes, we have questions.
How long you've worked for the MMPD?
Doesn't matter.
Photos and things.
Yes.
You may not know this, but I just got, when I say just got, I mean like 10 minutes before you got on the witness stand, just got this video. Do you know what's on this video?
I don't.
Okay. This, I was told, but I haven't had a chance to watch it, is maybe from the scene of the search warrant on Hyde Avenue?
Yes.
All right. When I watch this, what will I see?
It's probably, most likely, going to be a dark video. That is the video that we took in an attempt to capture the blue star reaction when we couldn't get the blue star reaction on our camera. So then we attempted to do video and we were not able to capture it.
So you said dark video. I just want to make sure what you mean. Because
It will be dark.
Like,
there should be darkness. The lights were off. It needs to be total darkness in order to capture those results. And so it will be completely blacked out.
and when you say that, you mean, and I won't see any results either.
No, not on this video. We were not able to capture it on that video. Unfortunately.
I assume that you folks, I mean, I know you're in the CSU, you're in the, what's the stand for? I know.
Crime scene unit.
Thank you.
Mhm.
I should know that. Okay. You guys are made of procedures, right? You have procedures on top of procedures.
Yes.
So when you make a video like this, what's the procedure?
In terms of,
What happens to it? I mean, you don't like put it in your pocket and leave with it.
no, at that time in 2016, our videos then became exhibits. So our video then turned into Exhibit 62, which was scene video. We labeled those, they became an exhibit, and they were secured then.
So did you know that this was something that we just got today, this afternoon?
When you told me just now.
Just now?
Yeah.
Okay, I was curious.
No.
So somewhere along the lines from, were you the one actually holding the camera?
She said they couldn't capture
Somewhere along
it.
the lines of you hold the camera in this courtroom, something did not go right.
Right.
Which is why they took it.
7 years later.
Well, not that it didn't go right. We were attempting to capture the results of the blue star on video. We were not able to capture it due to the lighting, and the camera has to have a certain amount of filtering settings in order to capture those results. We thought we might be able to get it on video. We were not able to. It was just an attempt made.
That wasn't the part of going right. I meant that you have procedures set up so if you record something on the video, everybody knows about it. It goes in the case.
Yes, yes.
Right. So you would assume that if you make a video It doesn't pop up 7 years later in the middle of the trial, right? That's not the way it's supposed to
Well,
work.
it was still considered an exhibit, so it could, because it's at that point, it's exhibit 62, so it's still evidence.
Right, but like these are in boxes and labels and we all knew about them and they all came to this courtroom. This was news.
Typically they were on a small cassette, so someone obviously put that onto that disc. I'm not aware of when it was put onto that disc, but back in 2016, when we would finish a video, we would label the video with our name, the date, the time that we did the video, and the case information, and then we would secure it not in a box but in an envelope with the same labeling as that labeling there that you see, and labeled Exhibit 62.
And you would expect that to go to the officers,
Yes.
the detectives,
Yes.
okay,
Yes.
and the
We would have yes.
prosecution and defense.
Yes. Anyone that needed access to that. Yes.
Just like all these other.
That's right. Yes.
So you would agree with me that something went sideways if the first time we're all getting it is today. I'm not crouching at you.
No. Yes. Yes. That's a fair assumption.
You're saying that when I look at this sometime later on today or tonight, that it will be a completely
Total darkness
black
Yes.
video with nothing on it.
That's right.
And he's throwing a fit over it. Okay.
I think you said you took photos that also were basically black,
Yes. We were not able to capture it, unfortunately. Yes.
which is why we haven't seen those up on the screen and we have, right?
Yes. Probably so. Yes.
Okay, you didn't.
It's just darkness.
Yeah, I think he's.
And
If I were a defense attorney, I think what I would do with that is, because even though like a black video where you can't see anything, it has absolutely no impact on anything. By him pointing it out and making such a big production over it, he will more than likely tell the jury like, oh, well, if they're just now giving us this, this many years later, then what else did they keep from us?
this is probably a dumb question, but I'm gonna ask anyway. There isn't a second video, like you didn't have one, when you went in, for example, you didn't have one walking on the floor, doing, when you're doing everything else. So
No.
At scenes, the CSU does make videos and did make videos back then, right?
Yes.
Okay. So at the time that you were there executing, I know you weren't the one executing the warrant, but you're part of the team.
Yes.
That was not considered a scene worthy of videotaping?
So typically, the videos are done on the initial scene itself. So the very first response location where the actual crime took place, or where they were called initially, those videos are done immediately. So on a homicide scene that we get called out, we will start with scene video and then we will do our photos. On a search warrant such as this, we typically do not do a video. This video was only done in an attempt to capture the positive blue star reaction. So we went a little bit out of order with that one.
You may not know this, so tell me if this is outside the scope. Did you know that there were 2 warrants and searches at that location on Hyde Avenue?
That part I'm not aware.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay. I'm not gonna ask you about it. So
Okay.
I don't know. You were only involved in a single search of that residence?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
All right, I'm gonna pivot to, am I right that there were only 2 locations, I'm gonna say locations, 2 locations you went to?
Yes, for myself that night, yes.
And only 2 locations on this case, right?
For me, yes.
For you?
Yes.
I'm only talking about.
Yes.
So let's talk about the other location. The other location was a dumpster, and the dumpster was really on it may not be the exact opposite side of town, but it's pretty close.
Pretty close, you're right.
Close. It's southwest. When you got to the dumpster, you were not the first people from LMPD on the scene.
That's right.
Do you remember how many people were already there?
If memory serves correctly, there were 3 detectives there. Yes.
And do you know how long they've been there?
I do not.
That's not your job, right?
No.
Once you arrived, does that make you in charge of the scene, or are other people still in charge of the
They're
scene?
still in charge of the scene.
Okay.
We're an assist unit, so we work at their direction.
Okay. I was trying to give you a promotion, I guess.
Thank you.
And how many people from your unit arrived? I know you were there. Were you the only person there?
No, myself and technician Stevenson. She has since retired, but she was my assist that evening.
Is that a normal 2 people kind of?
Typically, if we work a big case, we typically work together so that we can assist one another.
Okay. If that's the case, and tell me if I'm wrong, because I'm not sure. Does that mean one person is doing more of the physical handling, and the other person's maybe memorializing with the camera or video?
Sometimes, but typically we pretty much help each other out. It's an equal job. So
While you're there doing that, do you have the detectives pitch in? Are they doing that too? Or are you the only one who's touching?
we are just us. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Typically, we try to keep fewer hands involved. Typically.
When you arrived at the scene, I shouldn't say scene, at that location, there was no fire going then.
No.
There was no any fire that was there. It was that.
Yes.
It's a dumpster. So one of the issues for you is you're not sure what items could have been in there before that have nothing to do with you. I couldn't tell if looks sort of like normal size dumpsters.
It was standard.
Wasn't some huge industrial size. So you were using your best judgment to determine which items were, had evidentiary value and which did not.
That's right.
And you were also getting some input from the detectives there. as
Majority
well.
of the input,
Majority,
yes.
okay. So when you say majority, you mean that they're telling you that item matters. I don't think that item does. I'm not trying, you tell me, is that right or is that wrong?
We were kind of bouncing ideas off of one another. Again, we were going by what we could see visibly with the naked eye. If something appeared to be blood, we really honed in on that. And then burnt items that appeared to be heavily damaged or that were close in proximity to one another that looked like they'd all been dumped together. That's kind of what we were looking at. If that helps.
Okay. But an item that had previously been in that dumpster, if there was a fire, would still be burned.
True. Yes, that's true. Some of the things like the latex glove and the pillow, they had kind of meshed together. Some of the things you could tell that were inside that tote, they may have had a little bit of blue plastic still on them. Again, we were working at their direction. So kind of going by what they instructed.
Okay. And as you were taking items out, you're also photographing them, and we saw a whole bunch of photos.
Yes.
Correct. For the most part, unless something, I think that one was like stuck. Just for the most part, everything that is evidence worthy gets its own photo, right?
Yes.
Unless they're stuck together or something like that.
Yes.
So we saw a whole bunch. I don't know. I think it was, my math is right, 34 photos from the dumpster.
So.
Sunrise. Okay. And there wasn't anything that didn't get photo, right? That's a terrible sentence. Everything got photo.
Yes.
Photograph.
Yes.
There is no photo of a car seat, back seat.
Not that I'm aware of.
Well, I mean, you just saw the
Yeah,
photos,
no,
right?
yeah.
Right there.
Hold on. I love how everybody is like home from work and settled in and doing things, and everybody's like popping on here like, oh my gosh, y'all are still here. Hi, welcome back.
Yeah.
And also, you have some, I mean, we all don't have perfect recall from 7 years ago, but you remember the event, right? And the reason there's no photo of a big old car seat is because when you got there, as far as what you saw, you didn't see a car seat, right? If you had seen a car seat, you certainly would have taken a picture of it.
That's right.
If you had taken a car seat into evidence, you would have
Packaged it.
would have packaged it.
Yes.
Right? In fact, something as big as that requires a whole lot of extra packaging and making sure, right? Because you have procedures for big items, right?
Yes.
So anything like that, you certainly would have taken a photo of, and you would remember probably.
Yes.
And you're sitting here under oath today, and you're saying no car seat.
No car seat.
So any car seat that was there would have been gone before you arrived.
Yes. I did not document or collect a car seat.
So she never
Thank you.
saw
I'm
a
over
car
the
seat at the dumpster.
Right, right.
Yes, just circle back to the video.
Okay.
On that, back in 2016, you took the video, correct?
Yes.
And you're saying it was on a cassette?
Yes.
Was that, like, did you have a video camera?
So we had handheld camcorders that actually still used the small cassette tapes at that time. They
So
were
did-
very tiny.
When you got, and were you able to review it on scene?
No. I mean, we could see
So
the
you could
screen itself that it was coming up black. So, but we didn't actually go back and replay anything at that time.
But you could see as it was filming?
Yes.
It was-
Yes.
And then you took the cassette back with you, and what did you do with it?
Again, once we get it back to the office, it becomes an exhibit. So we then would label the exterior of the tape with the case number, the date, our initials, and the exhibit number that we've assigned, and the description, which was scene video, which then became exhibit 62.
Exhibit 62 listed on the CSU.
Yes.
Is that the CSU report that you already?
Yes.
So everybody's known it was listed in the report. You didn't have it.
Yes, it's in my report.
She said she didn't see a car seat. She didn't take it into evidence.
So hold on, let me let the light come on. Maybe that's it. All right.
That's probably it.
Okay, so I'm gonna just hit play.
Again, in order to capture the results for the Blue Star reaction, it needs to be total blackness. That's why you see this dark video here.
Yeah, they're right over there. You can come with them.
And so is this just gonna be another 8 minutes of this?
Yes, of us just trying to capture the results.
Seat gate.
Okay, just for the record, can we see the numbers moving 44, 45?
Yes.
All right, hold on.
All right, great.
Don't need to watch
Yes.
Video
this
of
video.
Blue Star.
Yes.
Okay.
Typically, we do not capture positive reactions of Blue Star on video. We just attempted that evening to see if we could finagle it in a way that it might work, and it did not work. It was not successful, obviously. That was just an attempt that we made to try to capture those positive results.
So if you went out now to a scene, and
We would not video it.
you wouldn't video
No.
at all.
We have new cameras. We would photograph
Is there a better way to photograph now?
with our new cameras. Yes, seems to work better.
What's different about those?
They're just
cameras?
updated. It's just an updated camera, basically.
No further questions. Thank you.
Judge, I don't have any further questions, but due to the new video, could this be subject to
Yeah, that was my plan, actually. Ms. Kimmer, you are free to go, but you're what's called subject to recall, which means that if something arises and we
Hold
need
on,
to call
I
you back
just-
to ask questions about the video, that might occur. So you cannot be in the courtroom. You might not have been anyway, but for the
Wasn't.
remainder of the trial, you cannot be in the courtroom.
Taking a photo of.
Hold on. I just want to hear the thing about the car seat one more time because Seatgate seems to be really important and it was part of their thing. I want to hear.
And you would remember, probably.
Yes.
Packaging, it's insured, because you have procedures for big items, right? So anything like that, you certainly would have taken a photo of, and you would remember. We all don't have perfect recall from 7 years ago, but you remember the event, right?
Let's hear.
And the reason there's no photo of a big old car seat is because when you got there, as far as what you saw, you didn't see a car seat.
That's right.
If you had seen a car seat, you certainly would have taken a picture of it.
That's right.
If you had taken a car seat into evidence, you would have
Packaged it.
would have
and-
packaged it.
Yes.
Right? In fact, something as big as that requires a whole lot of extra packaging, it's insured, because you have procedures for big items, right?
Yes. Yes.
The back seat of the car is what they're talking
So
about.
anything like that, you certainly would have taken a photo of, and you would remember, probably.
Yes.
And you're sitting here under oath today, and you're saying, no car seat.
No car seat.
So any car seat that was there would have been gone before you arrived.
Yes. I did not document or collect a car seat.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Right, Jack?
Yes, just circle back to the video.
All right, y'all, we made it. So this is the last witness of the day, and this is the one I was really wanting to see today. This one is Anwan Carter. So let me remind you real quick of who he is before we get it going. Let me make sure.
Mr. Carter, as best you can, I need you to raise your right hand. Just swear to tell the truth and the whole truth. Thank you. You can have a seat.
All right, yeah, this is Anwan Carter. Okay, so let me remind you of who Anwan Carter is, because this is the one that I've been really wanting to see. Anwan Carter is the one who was driving the truck behind the car when they say Brice allegedly shot Christopher Jones. I still have to say allegedly until he's convicted. So he's the one who was driving this stolen pickup truck. He received the plea deal and is in exchange for him testifying against him. He's also one of the ones he did tell police in his story matched up to Ja'Cory Taylor's, who's also going to be testifying, but he was only 15 at the time. 15. And I hope that they play the interrogation video from him or at the police office because it's actually he ends up like crying and at the end of it he's like crying and he's like under the table in the interrogation room and stuff. But that's him. So this is a huge one. This is the one I've been waiting on. We'll slow this one down to 1.25 instead of 1.5, but I'm still going to keep it faster at 1.25.
Good afternoon. Can you introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Anwan Carter.
And how old are you, Anwan?
22.
Where do you live these days?
For the US.
And were you here in town in 2016?
I'm having a little bit of trouble hearing.
I understand if you could just speak this a little bit louder.
And that's, may I approach, Your Honor?
You may, yeah, you want to move the microphone. Thank
He's
you, Mr.
22
Cunningham.
now. He was 15 when this happened.
So, you know what we're here to discuss. Let's talk a little bit about how you know different people here. How do you know Ja'Cory?
Because
And were you all very close?
Yes.
What sorts of things would you do with Ja'Cory when you were here?
hang out, we used to go find different females to hang out with.
Anything else y'all do together?
We used to
I'm sorry, you gotta speak up so they can hear you.
hang out, we used to hang out, we used to smoke, we used to.
I still can't hear you, and if I can't hear you, no one else can.
We used to play sports. We used to find different females to hook up with.
And did you all grow up together? Did you know him for a long time?
Yes.
And what was his life like?
Yeah, he was homeless for a while.
And so, as a result of his homelessness, how would he get by? What sorts of things would he do?
We used to steal other people's cars. We used to sleep over at a friend's house.
And what about you? Did you have people to live with here in town?
Yes.
So how old were you in 2016?
15.
When you were 15, do you remember how much you weighed or how tall you were?
About 120 pounds.
So how did you meet Larry?
At school.
And did you meet Maurice at school as well?
Yes.
And what was your relationship with them?
We're the same as Corey. We used to go link up with different females. We used to hang out.
Was there anybody in town that you were closer to than the three of them?
No.
And do you recognize Mr. Rhodes in the courtroom?
Yes.
And what did he go by as far as you know?
Rambo.
And how did you meet Rambo?
Maris and Larry.
And before we get to,
Hold on. He's so hard to hear. I'm going to put it at normal speed. I can't hear him.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that response.
Can you repeat that, please?
To Maris and Larry.
Maurice and Larry.
how long, when we get into May of 2016, how long had you known Rambo for?
Couple weeks, 2-3 weeks, month.
So how many times had you met him before the night of the first shooting?
Ja'Cory used to be homeless also. He's the other one who's going to be testifying. He used to be homeless. He is the other one who's going to be testifying, but he is the one who they had said, lost his job at White Castle, was having to sleep in people's, sleep in the stairwell of his girlfriend's apartment complex or whatever. And he would kind of go like couch to couch and stuff like that. So he would go all this time, not having food and stuff like that. So he would steal during that time too.
I don't know. A couple.
So tell the jury, how did the idea of a shooting happen?
We was in somebody's backyard. We was all smoking.
And let's lay down a little bit. Who's we?
Me, Corey, him, Maurice, and Larry.
Okay. And what happened?
I'm smoking. He said that somebody got some money in their head and we just need a gun.
That's what Brice said.
We need a gun.
And just to spell it out, what does that mean? They have a price on their head and we just need a gun.
Somebody, we get paid to kill somebody. We just need a gun.
Now, at this time, do you know approximately how old Rambo was? Was he older than you guys?
Yeah, he's way older than us.
I'm sorry?
He's way older than us.
Yeah. Was he bigger than you all?
Yes.
Was he the one that was coming up with the ideas?
Yeah.
So how old
Judge
were...
objection, that calls for speculation.
I'll allow it. Overruled.
How old were Maurice and Larry then? Do you know?
Like 15, around my age.
Okay. So when he first proposes this idea to you all,
They're 14 and 16.
think he was serious?
Mm-hmm.
When did you decide that he was serious?
The night we actually did it.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that. When what?
The night we actually did it.
Thank you.
So how was a gun acquired?
Corey bought the gun.
And when Corey bought the gun, did he know did everybody know what the purpose for the gun was, or was it just a coincidence?
Everybody knew what it was for.
All right. Have you ever done anything like this before?
Mm-hmm.
Were you nervous about it? Well, what was your feeling about this?
I wish I wanted to get paid, but then I'm on the fence. It could have went either way, either or.
At that time, what did you think would have happened if you would have backed out? Did you think about that? Okay. So
Judge, was there a response to that question?
Hey, Mel.
You nodded your head no, correct?
So let's get to the day in May. You all get together. How did you first get in touch with the group that day?
We had like me and Corey. He had went over his grandmother's house. While my Maurice Larry, they was at home. So then when we was gonna get dropped back off from Maurice Larry's house, they was already gone.
Okay. How did you get around in those days?
We used to walk, we used to catch rides, people used to drop us off, bikes, everything.
And at that time, did Rambo have a car?
Yeah.
Did you have a car?
I ain't have a car of my own.
So who was it that drove you around that night?
Q.
Q. And how do you know Q?
Q's Corey's cousin.
So and we're talking about two incidents, so it's easy to get confused. Talking about the first incident, there was a night where you had a truck, the night of the hit, right?
Yes, yeah. I had stole a truck.
And that was that in order to carry this out, or you were just driving a stolen truck?
I just had a stolen truck.
Okay. So what was the plan for that night?
At night we were supposed to we was in the backyard again. And you feel me? We all linked up. And you feel me? We went from the south to the west. And you feel me?
And how did you all know where to go?
I was just following behind.
Okay. So you're following a car. What's the car that you're following?
It's a light blue Mazda, I think.
Okay. And who was in that car?
Larry, Maurice, Brice, and Corey.
And where was everybody seated in the car?
Maurice was driving. Larry in the passenger seat. Brice in the behind Maurice, and Corey on the other side.
And who had the gun?
Brice.
And who knew who the target was?
Judge, speculate, cause for speculation.
I'm going to sustain that.
How did you all know where to go?
I was just following behind.
Everybody keeps popping in saying this.
So how long did you all drive around?
30, 45 minutes.
And did anything eventful happen during that time? So
besides murder.
Besides what?
Besides murder. Besides somebody getting shot.
Yeah. Okay. So you're driving along. The car in front of you stops around 41st Street.
Something like that.
Stops somewhere in that area.
Judge, may we approach?
Sure.
No. Oops. He doesn't seem like he really wants to be there, but also he was 15 at the time, and this 25-year-old dude is telling
Does
these
the
kids.
car in front of you stop?
Yeah, stop at the end of the block.
And what happens?
I heard somebody say, "You got the street, bitch."
And
He said he's so hard to understand because he's mumbling. He said he heard someone say, "Get out of the street, bitch." Remember that was in openings too.
I'm sorry, but we got to have you enunciate clearly so everybody can hear. What was it that happened?
Yeah, I heard somebody say, "Get out the street, bitch," and the shot went off.
Who was the somebody that said that?
Brice.
Could you see Brice at that time?
I ain't seen about no he was positioned it.
Sorry, please repeat.
I didn't see him, but I know where he was positioned at.
And you heard or saw the gun go off?
Saw it.
Was it inside of the car or outside of the car?
It's like his arm was dangling at the car.
And who was he shooting at?
Somebody in the street.
Had you ever seen that person before?
No,
Did you know anything about that person?
no,
Did that person talk or engage anybody?
that I know of.
Was he facing the car or facing away from the car?
He's facing the car.
And after the gunshot, what happened?
Shit, we peeled off. Then we had like 5 to 8 houses down, and he shot at somebody's house.
See, he shot the gun more.
Yeah,
And what did you do?
just driving.
You just continued to follow? And where did you go that night?
So went back to Maurice and Larry's house.
Was everybody at Maurice and Larry's?
Mm.
What'd you all talk about?
And
Do people talk about the shooting?
no,
Why not?
that ain't how that ain't how I get my problems up. That ain't how I express my problems.
So you don't talk about stuff like that after it happens?
Just let it go.
Why do you not talk about it?
Just let it go. Just
Did you expect to get something as a result of participating in this?
yeah, I wanted some money.
And how was that supposed to happen?
So he's supposed to break us off.
And who was supposed to break it off?
Right.
How was that going to happen?
We didn't get that far. I just think he's supposed to break us off. He's supposed to get the gun. He's supposed to break us off.
And when you say break us off, you mean share the money?
Share the money.
Come on up.
I watched his rap video where he's got the kids, the victims, in the video holding guns and stuff. And I'm just gonna say he wouldn't have been an open and act either.
So did he end up giving anybody any money as a result of that?
No.
And how do people feel about that? How did you feel about that?
They really care.
You didn't care that you didn't get paid?
So I didn't think he got paid. So.
Were other people upset about not getting paid?
If you know, you can answer that.
I don't know.
Okay. What did you end up doing with did you do anything with your truck that night?
We burned it.
And why did you burn it?
He said in case it was on like camera or something.
And who's he?
Right.
And so how did you burn the truck?
The gas in it. And on fire.
Brice ain't the sharpest tool in the shed.
Were you ever around? There was a phone call that you overheard between the boy's mom and the defendant, right? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And you could hear, what could you hear? Where were you?
Objection, hearsay.
What was the question?
I'm asking where he was when he overheard this phone
What
call.
did you overhear?
Okay, don't say what somebody else said. If you want to re-ask the question.
Who was talking on the phone?
Shit, it was Larry and Maurice's mom and Brice.
It was who and Brice?
Larry and Maurice's mom.
Larry and Maurice's mother? Okay, thank you.
And what was the tone of the conversation?
It was about the shooting.
And when did this conversation happen?
Whenever Maurice had told her about it.
Was she angry?
Objection.
You all want to come up?
Let's see if we can put it back at 1.25. We got like an hour or something. Is he doing that? Look. I'll shock his ass. But, sorry. I just want to see him get shocked once or twice. Son, y'all, don't get me that button. I'd be accidentally shocking him every time I
All right. So now
cough.
let's jump forward to the night that you were talking about on the 24th. So on the 21st, late night, how are you traveling around that night? The truck's been burnt. How are you traveling around?
So getting dropped off.
Okay. And so who was dropping you off? And
On the 21st? I don't remember.
okay. Earlier, when we were confused about which night we were talking about, you said that Q was driving you around.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's the night that we're talking about.
Okay, yeah, Q dropped me off.
Okay. So Q is dropping you off. Who's with you?
Me and Corey.
And where does Q drop you off at?
Dropped us off over his house.
At Brice Rhodes' house. Had you been anywhere together before his house?
Yeah.
Where'd you go to?
First when the Maurice and Larry's house, he was already gone.
How did you know they were gone?
We walked in the house.
And they
He was already gone.
they weren't there.
We called him
Okay. So where'd you guys get dropped off at?
over his house.
Over his house? Had you been to his house before?
Yeah.
Who else? What time of day or night is it?
It's nighttime.
Nighttime? Who's at the house?
Just what? Larry, Maurice, me, Corey, him, and like 3 other people.
All right. Who are the other folks that are there?
I don't know. Kyron.
Okay.
I don't know.
Had you've explained the people that you know that were there. Had you met Tyron before?
That night.
Just then. And there was another person there that you didn't know?
No.
And you don't know who they are now? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. So tell me what was going on that night?
We was all smoking, drinking. And you feel me? Larry and Maurice got into an argument. Not Larry and Maurice, but Larry and Corey got into an argument.
Was it common for people to get into arguments when you all were hanging out?
Yeah.
And what happened with this argument?
Maurice grabbed a knife.
Okay. So Maurice picked up a knife. Did he wave it at Corey?
And I can see he waved at him. He picked it up in an aggressive manner.
And what happened next?
We take it from him and he smacked him.
You say he, you mean Brice Rhodes?
Brice took it from him and he smacked him.
How did he take a knife from him?
He went looking up with the knife anyways.
And what, can you describe the knife?
It was like a big combat knife.
And what did Brice do after he took the knife?
He's like, he gonna violate him.
Okay. Brice is going to violate Maurice. And can you explain in general terms, what does it mean to violate somebody? What's that term mean?
What it means, like, inflict pain, like he could just hit him in the chest. He could have did a range of things.
It's like a disciplining of the person?
Yeah.
So did that alarm Maurice? How did Maurice respond?
He didn't go with it. He thought it was just gonna be a punch in the chest.
And why would he go along with it?
That's just big homie.
I'm sorry?
It's just big homie.
His big homie.
So is there a time where you,
I just want to make sure. Did you say because he's
May we
big?
approach?
Yes.
These were kids, and it's the 25-year-old dude doing all this stuff.
all right. So is there a time where people in the house separate from Maurice?
Yeah. We put both of them in the bathroom and we took a vote.
Both who?
Larry and Maurice.
They're in the bathroom? And where are you guys?
In the living room.
And what happens in the living room?
So we took a vote.
What's this vote on?
If they should die or not.
If they should die or not? Who's calling the vote?
Brice.
What was your vote?
I'm the one who said no. I just say yeah.
And did your vote win? Did your vote win? Did you think about what would have happened to you if you tried to leave at that point in time?
I had nowhere to go. He lived too far out.
So what happens after the vote's taken? What happens to Maurice?
I know a lot of y'all can't understand him. So he's saying that you heard the part about the knife, which is something they talked about in openings too. Maurice and Brice, Maurice is the 16-year-old, and Brice got into into a scruffle argument, whatever. Maurice picked up a knife aggressively. Brice, who is obviously a lot bigger and he's a 25-year-old man, this is a 16-year-old kid, took it from him, and he said he was going to violate him, which he says means inflict pain, discipline, and whatever. So Maurice went along with it thinking that he was just going to get punched or something in the chest. It wasn't going to be a big deal. He thought this was his big homie, so he wasn't going to do anything. They put the two teenage brothers in the bathroom, and the rest of them took a vote. So the rest of them being him, the other one we're going to hear from who's going to testify, Jacory, and Brice, and they took a vote to decide if the two brothers were going to die or not. And Anwan said he's the only one who voted no, that they should live. But he said he couldn't go against what they voted because he didn't have anywhere to go.
He put a sock in his mouth, tied his hands behind his back, and put a hat over his head.
And where did he do this?
Living room.
And what happened after that?
He started hitting him in the chest at first.
With an item, with his fist? How was he hitting him?
We hit him in the chest with fist first, and 3-4 times. And then Tyron passed him the knife. And he started stabbing him.
So Tyrion handed him the knife. Was he making a noise?
He couldn't. He had the sock in his mouth.
Was he trying to make noise?
Yeah.
Jesus.
How many times did Rhodes stab him?
So, no.
Where did he stab him?
The torso, all up here.
Was he standing up or was he on his knees?
He was on his knees.
And he stabbed him in the chest?
Chest, stomach, in the general area.
In the what area?
In his chest, in his stomach, on his torso.
He stabbed him other places?
No.
How long did this go on for?
Until he stopped breathing.
Do you have any idea the time?
No.
Was there a lot of blood?
Yeah.
Where was the blood going?
In the carpet and the sheets.
Were the sheets set out to catch the blood?
Yeah, sheets was really there to move him.
Who got the sheets?
So, Brice.
And where did he put them?
So we had dragged Maurice by the door, and then bring Larry out.
Now these guys are your best friends, right?
Yeah.
What's wrong with your mind?
Make sure I get out.
What's that?
Gotta make sure I get out. Try to save somebody else. Make sure I'm safe.
He said, I've got to make sure I get out. He asked what's going through his mind. I know y'all can't hear. He's really hard to understand. He said, I got to make sure I get out.
And what would have stopped you from getting out?
Probably if I didn't go along with it.
If I didn't go along with it.
What would happen?
Probably been with him. Probably same situation, same fate.
All right. So they bring Larry out of the bathroom. Does he have, when does he get the sock?
He already been like he had the belt, he had a hat, he got the sock. He had the sock music when it was his turn.
And you say he had the belt. What do you mean?
His hands was already tied behind his back. He had a hat over his eyes, so he couldn't see.
And he had a sock in his mouth.
He got the sock when it was his turn.
Is he making noises?
That's it. He started making noises when he started getting stabbed.
Mm-mm.
Was he on his knees?
Yeah.
Did he know what had happened to his brother?
No.
Was there blood in the spot that he was at?
Yeah.
Did he respond to that?
Yeah, he started like trying to kick everything off, get his hands untied, get his hands free and stuff.
Was his brother making any noise at that point?
My brother already did.
So how many times did he get stabbed?
I don't know. A lot.
Who was stabbing him?
He stabbed him until he was dead.
Brice did?
Yeah. He passed the knife around.
Who did he pass the knife to?
He passed it to me.
Why'd he pass you the knife? They're both dead, right?
We're both dead, but he said, so we all gonna be in it. So it's on all of us now.
So you would participate?
Yeah.
So what did you have to do with the knife?
I had to stab him.
Who'd you stab?
Larry.
How many times did you stab Larry?
Like 3.
What'd you do with the knife?
She passed it back to him.
What'd he do with the knife?
She passed it to somebody else.
Who was the next person up?
I don't remember.
Where was Jacory?
Corey's right there with him. Corey's in there.
Was Jacory handed the knife?
Yeah.
Before or after they were both dead?
After.
Do you know what he did with the knife?
He stabbed him a few times.
Who'd he stab?
Larry.
Larry's the 14.
All right. What's the next thing that happens?
We put him in totes. We took him, like him, Brice, Tyron, and somebody else. They were supposed to take him to like abandoned house and burn the bando.
The 3 older guys were?
Yeah. They're supposed to take it to a abandoned house and burn it.
And when you say totes, what most people know, but what's a tote?
The thing that you put clothes in.
Like a suitcase?
No suitcase. It's like a
One of the plastic
like
totes.
the things that you put the like Christmas stuff in.
Like a bin?
Yeah, bin.
So the bodies got put in a bin. The plan is the 3 of them are going to go get rid of the bodies. Do you help carry the bin? How did the bins get down?
We all helped take to the car.
And which car was it you took them to?
The Sky Blue Mouse.
And did you help load the bins into the car?
Yeah.
Did you see the inside of the car?
Yeah.
Do you remember? Was it a normal looking car?
It was a regular car.
So the 3 of them are going to go do this. What are you and your cousin supposed to do?
Sit back, clean the blood up, scrape the blood up the car.
And how was it decided that that's what the 2 of you were going to do?
With the room in the car.
Did someone tell you to do that?
Yeah.
So they left. You're up in his living room. Did you think about leaving?
No.
Why?
Because I knew he was going to drop us off eventually.
So what was the process for cleaning up?
We had some bleach.
So if you couldn't hear that, they took I know he's hard to understand. They put them in the totes, took them out to the Mazda, and he and the other younger one, the one who's going to be testifying to Jacory, they were, this is the part where he was told that they were staying back to have to clean.
Scrubbing the floor.
What were you scrubbing the floor with?
Rags.
How long did it take you to do this?
We went from that night to like next morning. I didn't go to sleep.
So you worked through the night cleaning it up? And how long after did Brice come back to the house?
Yeah.
How long was he gone for?
He's gone for a while.
Did he say anything?
He said the 3 older ones, it's Brice and that Terry, Tyrion. I don't know how to say it. And then he said the older one. Is that Q, the cousin?
About what had happened?
They're the ones that left to go to
Did he help you clean up?
Yeah.
Once you all,
we went to normal speed and we couldn't understand him at normal speed either. So rather than being here for another hour and a half, it's just at 1.25. At normal speed, we couldn't understand him either.
had the house cleaned up, what's the next thing that happens? What do you do with the stuff?
We take it to various dumpsters.
Okay, so you hopped in a car. Which car did you hop in?
In the blue one.
And where'd you put the stuff?
Put stuff
So the stuff you cleaned up, you put it in. How'd you carry it out of the apartment?
in the bag.
Okay. And then the bags, you put them in the car?
Trunk.
In the trunk area? And one of you all was in the front seat? Where were you?
Front.
Okay. And then did somebody sit in the back seat?
The cord.
So where'd you go in the car? And who's driving the car?
Brice driving the car.
All right. And where do you go to?
We went to like different dumpsters and set dumpsters on fire.
Why different dumpsters?
Just to spread the evidence.
So it seemed like spreading the evidence was a good idea at the time.
I was just in the car.
So did you end up, so stuff gets dropped off, gets burnt. How was the stuff set on fire?
We put some gas in the dumpster and then on fire.
And then drove off? Where'd you go that night?
On the Park Hill.
And what was going on in Park Hill? Where'd you go?
Shopping train.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, so it was over. So I was trying to trade shoes.
Okay. Were you wearing the same clothes that you had on earlier in the day?
Yeah.
And so you're changing out of those clothes? Who's giving you clothes?
I know people.
And did you end up with any items that belonged to either Maurice or Larry at the end of that night?
Yeah, I had some shoes and I had the phone.
Okay. Whose phone did you have?
And Maurice.
And why'd you have Maurice's phone?
So I picked it up
Where'd you pick the phone up?
at the house.
And were you able to use that phone?
Yeah.
What time was it when you were done for the night, when you were back? Was it all through that Saturday? Or all through that day? Was it late afternoon now, or was it nighttime?
It's like late afternoon.
And did that phone ever ring?
No.
It did? And who was on it?
Different people. I was using the phone. I'm calling people.
Was there anyone related to Maurice or Larry that called you on that number?
Yeah, his mama called.
And who did she want?
She was asking where they was at.
What'd you tell her?
It was in the store.
And what'd she say to that?
She said, I'm calling.
Were you worried about what she was going to think at that point? So what'd you do with the phone?
So they after they cleaned, he said that they bagged all the stuff up. They took it to various dumpsters and to get rid of the evidence and spread the evidence out. And as they went to each dumpster spreading out the evidence, they would light it on fire. So that's why the stuff that they were showing earlier was burnt. They put it in the Mazda, put it all in the trunk area in the Mazda, and then took it to various dumpsters. Brice was driving. Anwan was in the front with him, and Corey was in the back. And they went all around. He said that he ended up changing his clothes. Somebody gave him clothes. He had Maurice's phone, the 16-year-old, and he also had one of their shoes. I didn't hear which shoes he had, either Larry's or Maurice's. So he had the victim's phone and the victim's shoes. People were calling the victim's phone. It was ringing. He was using the phone, making phone calls and stuff. The kid's mom called his phone, called her son's phone, and he still had it. He answered it, and he was like, "Oh, they're at the store." And she said, "Okay, have him call me."
Kept using it.
And then later on that day, did you get a visit from somebody?
Yeah, U.S. Marshals.
What happened?
She got booked. They took me up for question.
What were you thinking when that happened?
Panicking.
And had you not thought about the phone might be traceable?
I didn't even knew it.
You didn't know it. Because how old were you then?
15.
Okay. So that night, do you talk to police?
Yeah.
And do you end up telling them what you told the jury?
Yeah.
And do you have a plea agreement with the police that night, or is that something that happens later?
Later.
So you told what happened before you had any sort of deal?
Yeah.
I think that's kind of important, actually. Later that day, U.S. Marshals came. They questioned him. He started panicking. He didn't know that it was traceable.
After you dropped,
And he told police.
after you did the cleanup, after you went to the dumpsters, after you set the bags of stuff on fire, what'd you all notice about the car?
It had blood in the back seat.
And so how was that handled?
Cut the back seat out.
And who cut the back seat out?
Brice.
What did he do with the back seat after he cut it out?
We put it in the back of somebody's garage.
Was it somebody you knew?
In the person.
Is it somebody that he knew?
No.
So Seatgate 2016. It was in a garage.
I don't have any further questions.
You'll approach.
Dang. You see him glancing over there. Blood had back seat. There was blood in the back seat, so Brice cut it out and put it in somebody's garage. I want to see if they show him looking at him. Oh, this is Anwan. I want to just rip that Band-Aid off, but I wouldn't want to touch it. Ugh. I just want him to squeal.
All right, defense, your witness.
Thank you, Ron.
All right, here go. Cross-examination. I'm shocked he hasn't acted up yet too, especially with Anwan being on the stand. But he knows that the jury's watching this time. He can't do all that nonsense that he was doing before. And he has a shock cuff on. I was about to say shock collar.
Pull it down a little.
Mr. Carter, you gave an interview on May 24th, 2016, 2 days after Larry and Maurice's death, correct? You sat down at the police station with Detective Tonelli. Do you remember that?
Now remember, they're going to go hard on him because their whole theory is that it's Anwan and Jacory that are the real ones, that Brice is just an innocent victim.
Yeah, I remember.
Thank you. If you could give an oral answer where the jury could hear you, please. And you were alone during that interview. Is that correct?
Yes.
I didn't see your parents there, but the detective was questioning you, right?
Yeah.
Did you ask for an attorney at any point?
Yes.
But did they keep questioning you?
He left. And then he still came back and questioned me. He's not an attorney.
And you talked to the police several times that I can tell, right? And man, you told a lot of lies. Didn't you?
I'm going to sustain the objection. Please refrain from testifying.
I'm asking if he told a lot of lies.
Right, but before that, you made a statement. I'm asking you not to do that
Yes, ma'am.
again.
I'll be glad to. Did you tell a lot of lies to the police?
Yeah.
You even lied about knowing Brice, right? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Isn't it true that you first told Detective Tonelli that I promise I'm telling you everything, but I don't know Brice, and I've never been in a car with him. Did you say that? If I told you that I have a transcript, word for word, of what you said in that interview, would you believe that you had said that?
Anyway.
through while they're fighting. Why does he keep making that duck face? He does duck lips. I don't like it.
That you hadn't heard anything or didn't know anything about Maurice and Larry's death at first.
Yeah.
And then later you changed your mind. Is that correct? At some point, you said I think you just said this, you were speaking to a detective and a different one came in. Is that what you said, Mr. Carter?
So,
Did you, at some point, when you first spoke to Detective Tonelli, did you at some point stop speaking to him?
yeah, I asked my attorney.
Okay, when you asked for your attorney. And then at some point after that, did you start speaking to him again? And was that an hour and a half later?
I don't know. I don't know that time. It was the same night though.
Do you remember promising this officer who was speaking to you now that you would be telling the truth?
Huh?
When you started talking to the police again for the second time, do you remember telling them, I'm telling you the truth?
I don't know, probably.
Is it true that you told Officer Tonelli, or whichever officer you were talking to at that time, that Larry and Maurice stole money from Brice's closet? Do you remember saying that to the officer?
Could you please answer out loud, yes or no?
I don't remember. I don't remember saying that.
If I were to show you a copy of the interview, do you think you would remember saying that?
Yeah, I don't remember me saying it. But I probably said it.
But what?
I probably said it. I don't remember me saying it.
Did you tell the detective at that point that you weren't close to Rambo?
Yeah.
Did you tell the detective that Rambo didn't hang out with Maurice and Larry?
Mhm.
Do you remember telling Officer Tonelli that you were not involved in the crime?
Yeah.
Did you answer? Yes. Eventually, you changed your story again for a third time, correct? And at that point, did you admit to killing Maurice and Larry?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I don't know.
Mr. Carter, do you remember during the interview, Officer Tonelli telling you that Rambo was throwing you under the bus? And at that point, could you answer out loud? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, it became Rambo this and Rambo that. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And now you tell the detective that Rambo stabbed Maurice and Larry. And that you participated, but he made you do it, right?
Yeah.
Yes. You also told the detectives that Rambo had shot Christopher Jones, correct? But then, at some point, the officer tells you, actually, let me back up. You didn't offer the information about, or you didn't offer any information about the 41st Street shooting, and I'm referring to the murder of Christopher Jones, until Detective Tonelli said, Rambo's blaming you for that too. Is that correct?
Yeah.
None of this is surprising. He's not gonna be like, 15-year-old kid's not gonna be like,
You remember
oh, by the way,
telling
here's another one.
the officers that you saw Ja'Cory Taylor buy the gun?
I ain't see him buy the gun. I know he bought the gun though.
How do you know?
Shit, he don't know has money.
Were you present when the gun was bought?
No. I was there, but I didn't see him get it.
How did you know he got it?
Because he was in his pocket. He the one that was told it.
It was in Jacory's pocket.
Yeah, he's the one that was told it.
Do you know where he got the gun?
Mm-mm.
You said you were present. Where were you?
We was all over. We was in somebody's trailer park.
Mr. Carter, do you remember telling law enforcement that Brice bought the gun? That Jacory bought the gun while you were there in the home of Larry and Maurice's mother? And then today, you've come to court and told this jury something different again. Is that correct?
Object to the form of question, Your Honor.
What's the issue with the form?
What is, it's not a specific question. What is he saying that's different?
Have you
What does
told,
he reference?
You want to try to rephrase it?
I will rephrase. Have you told this jury anything today that you didn't tell Detective Tonelli before?
Not to my knowledge.
Isn't it true that you told Detective Tonelli that you stabbed Maurice 3 times?
Probably.
And you stabbed him in his side? Did you tell that to Detective Tonelli?
Probably.
And did you also tell Detective Tonelli that Jacory stabbed Larry?
Probably.
And today, you told this jury that you stabbed Larry. Which is it? Is it both?
They both.
What has happened? Started us over.
Standing up, or was he on his knee?
Just scrubbing the floor.
What just happened?
It was in Jacory's pocket.
Yeah, he's the one that was told it.
Do you know where? Right.
What is he saying that's different?
Probably.
And you stabbed him in his side. Did you tell that to Detective Tonelli?
Probably.
And did you also tell Detective Tonelli that Jacory stabbed Larry?
We're a little bit past this.
Which is it? Is it both?
They both.
Could you repeat that last answer?
No, they ain't both.
He stabbed both of them 3 times. That typer is so loud.
I'm going to go back to the purchasing of the gun. Today, your testimony was that the gun was bought for the purpose of murdering Christopher Jones. Is that correct?
Yeah.
But yet you told Detective Tonelli when he spoke to you that Jacory had bought the gun for his own personal protection. True?
Probably.
Listen to how loud.
You weren't in the Mazda, correct? Your testimony was that you were in a truck that you had stolen, a pickup truck, is that correct?
Yes.
And you were behind the Mazda. Was there anybody in the car with you?
Huh?
And tell the jury again, you had said that who was in the Mazda?
Maurice was driving, Larry in the passenger. Rambo behind Maurice, and Corey on the other side.
Oh, he said not.
What time of day was it that you guys were driving around?
It's nighttime.
So you couldn't actually see in that car. And you didn't actually know who had the gun at that point, did you? Because you were in the truck behind.
I was in the truck.
And you also testified that the shot came from the blue Mazda, correct? But yet you burned your truck and not the blue Mazda. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, that could be my first. He does still look like a kid. He is only 22. He's only 2 years older than my kid. He was
Let's go to the
That's
next
wild.
incident, I'll call it, later in May. You said that someone named Q was driving you around. Was he charged with anything, to your knowledge, related to this? You also testified that there were let me back up. I want to stay together with the different dates so that you can stay clear. Before you burned that truck and you were following behind the blue Mazda, someone shot Mr. Jones out of the window of the blue Mazda, correct?
Yeah.
And you told Detective Tonelli that you ran over Christopher Jones in your truck, didn't you?
Yeah.
And that was really one of the things that you told him every time. I think you were consistent on that, is that I ran over Christopher Jones.
I felt the bump underneath, and I was driving past him. So I felt the bump.
You remember telling the officer during your last interview that you weren't scared of Brice?
Yeah, probably.
But yet, you also told the jury that he made you do all of this. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And you also told this jury that even when Brice supposedly left you alone, you still didn't leave. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Brice didn't point a gun at you or anything like that and say, I want you to stab Larry and Maurice. Did that happen? Yes or no?
No.
I'm sorry?
No.
Your interview on May 24th, you told detectives with the Louisville Metro Police Department that there were 3 other people at the home on Hyde Avenue. Who were those people?
I don't know.
I'm sorry.
I don't know.
You don't know who they were? There were 3 other people present, is what you're telling this jury, at Hyde Avenue that weren't charged with anything in this case?
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Yeah.
That's correct? But you don't know who they were?
Mhm.
You told the police, I think, that there was, let me make sure I get this right. I believe it was a white woman and 2 other black men that were present there. Is that correct? That showed up at one point. Do you remember saying that?
Two black dudes.
It's not me typing.
You remember, you said, I think you testified also, Mr. Carter, that it was actually Maurice and Jacory who were in an altercation at Hyde Avenue.
That's it.
Brice wasn't in an altercation with anyone. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And in fact, you said that Brice even took the knife away from Jacory at one point. Is that correct?
Go to with Maurice.
He took the knife away from Maurice. You admitted to stealing Maurice's shoes after he died,
Yeah.
correct? And you admitted to stealing Ann Juan Carter's phone? I'm sorry. You admitted to stealing his phone as well.
Yeah.
Who all do you remember being in the room at Hyde Avenue?
So it's me, Corey, Maurice, Larry, Rambo, Tyron.
And you had told the police that there was also a light-skinned male there, is that correct?
Probably.
Okay. To your knowledge, was that person ever charged?
No.
How old are Tyron Coleman and the light-skinned man?
That would have been me.
Were they adults?
Yeah, probably.
So there were at least 4 people over the age of 18. I'll even say over the age of 15 in that room at the time. And nobody stood up to Brice. Nobody tried to stop this from happening. You didn't try to take him down?
No.
You stabbed your best friend. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Mr. Carter, I want to talk to you now. You told the jury that you are living in the custody of the Florida DOC. Is that what you said? And what is DOC?
Department of Corrections.
Department of Corrections. So are you in prison right now?
Yeah.
Where are you in prison?
Hamilton County.
Hamilton County, Florida?
Jersey Jen, thank you.
What are you there for?
Marathoning.
Burger.
What else?
Burglary.
Burglars.
Burglaries? More than one? Were you also charged with being a convicted felon in possession of a gun? You don't remember that?
They charged me.
Were you accused of violating the terms of your probation for being a convicted felon in possession of a gun?
Yes.
You were. And so you admitted to having a gun, correct? Down in Florida? Did the court ever have a hearing about whether you had a gun or not?
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
And what did the court find? That you did or you didn't?
I didn't.
And what were you being accused of? What kind of gun was it? Do you remember?
Maybe a picture on.
We're almost done. Shock him. Every time he does duck lips, shock him. Every time he looks at somebody, shock him. I don't want to have me in charge of that. Man, I wish I had a shock collar for I would just make people wear it when they're around me, like talking too much. Zzz. Oh my gosh. If I had one for people I dated. Oh, that. Bzzz. I know you're lying. Bzzz. Give me the remote. Bzzz. That's what I want for Christmas.
Yes, Mom.
You said that you pled guilty. I'm sorry, you might not have said. Did you go to trial, or you were ultimately convicted of several burglaries? Is that correct? And isn't it also true that down in Florida you were also convicted of dealing in stolen property, providing false information on a pawnbroker form, and multiple counts of thefts from buildings and vehicles? Is that correct?
Yes.
Mr. Carter, in October of 2016, about 5 months after the deaths, maybe not even 5 months after the deaths of Maurice and Larry, do you remember entering into a plea agreement with the state of Kentucky regarding this case?
Yes.
Judge, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Judge, I'm showing the witness what's been marked as defendant's exhibit number 1. Mr. Carter, can you take a look at that document and see if you recognize it?
Yes.
And what does that appear to be?
Plea agreement.
And whose plea agreement is that?
Mom.
I'm gonna flip to the second page here. Whose signature is this on this page?
Mom.
And whose signature is this?
Elizabeth Brown.
Whose?
Elizabeth Brown.
And is she the prosecutor?
Who she is.
What does it say that the charges were?
Murder.
How many counts?
3.
What does it say is the maximum penalty for those?
20 to 50.
Or
Life.
life? Is that what you said? What else were you charged with?
Tampering with physical evidence.
Judge, I'm gonna move to enter this as defense exhibit number 1.
Objection. Admitted.
part, I want to talk to you about the details on that plea agreement. You pled guilty to the murder of Christopher Jones.
So here's this
You
answers
pled
y'all's
guilty, and you admitted to running him over with your truck. And you pled guilty to the murder of Larry Ordway. And you pled guilty to the murder of Maurice Gordon.
Come on up.
Dang. With me pressing buttons. See, give me a zapper. I'll be pressing it too. Almost done.
Oh, can you all come up? I just want to ask you another thing. For the day, we think we can do that by 5:30. Is there anybody who absolutely cannot stay until 5:30? Okay, wonderful. I'm sorry for the interruption, Ms. Varsity.
Kim Young, happy anniversary.
And finally, you pled guilty to tampering. I'm sorry, let me see. Pled guilty to tampering with physical evidence as well.
Yes.
The Commonwealth, the plea agreement says the Commonwealth actually amended the charges. Did they do that as part of your agreement? And it says that it was amended to facilitation to murder.
Yes.
On the 3 original charges. Is that what you pled to?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, yes, the typing in Lori's trial. Yes, you're right. I forgot about that. Flashbacks. How could I forget that?
I'm going to read the recommendations by the Commonwealth.
Uh-oh.
The Commonwealth recommends a sentence of 5 years on each count, 3 counts of facilitation to murder, and 1 count of tampering with physical evidence. The Commonwealth recommends a total sentence of 10 years if to serve, or 20 years if probated, with the sentences running concurrently or consecutively respectfully. The Commonwealth objects to probation. The defendant agrees to give a full and truthful proffer as to these events and to testify truthfully in any and all proceedings on these events. Any question about the veracity of the testimony will be determined by the judge by a preponderance of the evidence.
Nurse for God, thank
Should
you.
the defendant fail to testify truthfully, as determined by the court, the Commonwealth reserves the right to withdraw from the plea and proceed against him on the original charges under the indictment. Any and all statements made by the defendant can be used against him. You understood that when you signed it, right? So you only got the offer if you agreed to testify against Brice. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's why you're here today, to get the benefit of your plea agreement. Is that correct?
Yes.
And as a matter of fact, you told me you remember talking to me on the phone and my investigator?
Yes.
And you told me I don't even want to come. Is that true?
Yes.
But yet, the Commonwealth made you come, correct?
Yes.
They made you come and testify against Brice. Yes?
Yes.
Did you meet with any members of the prosecution or talk to them prior to today?
Yes.
When did you do that?
This morning.
And you understood that this plea agreement says that the Commonwealth is going to evaluate your testimony here today.
That's not what the agreement says.
You don't want to come up.
Wow. Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, you know what though? At least the typing, I'd rather have a typer than a coffer. I'd rather have a typer than a coffer. Oh, I said that and I spoke too soon. Now we have both.
This deal says that the Commonwealth, the prosecution has the right to revoke your offer if you don't testify the way that they want you to today. Is that correct?
That's not what that says.
The objection's been overruled. You will be able to deal with it on redirect. Go ahead.
And if they're not happy, it says they could reinstate the charges, right? And give you life.
Yes.
If they're
So
not,
you don't actually get to tell the truth today. You're here to make the Commonwealth happy. Is that true?
Probably.
Thank you.
wow.
What's the plan here?
She
So trying to
is.
give you this.
Thank you, Nurse Forgotten. Thank you, Jen. She is trying to scare him. Virginia Little, thank you for the super chat. And thank you for doing this, Brandi. We are almost caught up. We're down to like we're only
All right.
down
Few
to like
questions.
400 and something people now. Like hardcore.
First incident, you're in the truck. Were you trying to run over Christopher Jones?
Yeah.
that you wanted to hit him?
Yeah.
And why do you think you hit him?
I felt the bump under the tire.
Did you, in previous statements, say that it was an accident that you hit him?
Probably.
But you intended to hit him and you felt a bump under the tire? Do you know what the bump was?
No,
So why do you think you hit him?
because he was the only thing that was in the street that I seen.
You were asked, with respect to your role in the stabbing, I think your response to the defense question was, it ain't both. Is that what you said? So by that you mean you stabbed one person?
Yeah.
Who was the one person?
Stabbed Larry.
Stabbed Larry? Was Larry alive when you stabbed him?
No.
All right. At one point, the defense asked you, they said 3 other people in Brice Rhodes' house. Other people, let's break that down and make sure that we all understand what that means. At the time that the stabbings were going on, name everybody who was in the house.
It was me, Larry, Maurice, Corey, Rambo, Tyron, and the other dude.
And one other guy that you don't know who he is. Did that other guy participate in the stabbing?
Yeah.
Did Tyrion participate in the stabbing?
Yeah.
Was it afterward or before?
Afterward.
All right. As far as Florida goes, how long is your sentence in Florida?
A couple 4 years.
4 years? And you're serving on that right now?
Yeah.
Now, on the day that you got picked up by the police, I want to talk just a little bit about the interview process. Were you surprised that the police picked you up?
I was surprised. I was panicking.
You were panicking? So you go down to the police station. Was it your plan or your intent at that time to just sit down with the first police officer you saw and tell them that you and your cousin stabbed and killed your 2 best friends after you saw someone else stab them after seeing that same person shoot and kill someone? Was that your plan?
Judge, I'm going to object to that question. I don't even understand what it was.
Was your plan just to come in there and just lay everything out on a platter for the police right at the start, as soon as you sat down?
No.
No. So did you tell them other things at the start of the conversation that weren't true?
Yeah.
Now, when you first showed up, did the police read you your rights like happens on TV?
No.
They never read you your rights?
No.
Is it possible that in the last 7 years you've forgotten that they did? So
He says no.
they start talking to you. Did they give you anything to drink? Did they give you any food?
Yeah.
Were they being, describe how they were, what their demeanor, how were they acting toward you? Were they being mean? Were they pressuring you?
No, that was nice.
Were they telling you what to say?
No.
Were they just asking you questions?
He was asking me questions. He said, I have to use the bathroom.
And at some point, did you ask for a lawyer?
Yeah.
And then did you have family show up?
Yeah.
Who showed up?
My mom and my sister.
Your mom and your sister? And did police give you all privacy to talk?
Yeah.
And what happened after you talked with your mom and your sister?
I didn't tell them everything.
You went ahead and told everything? And when you told everything, did you tell the police the truth?
Some of it.
What'd you leave out?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police what you told the jury today?
Not the first time.
At the end, after you talked with your mom and sister and talked with the police officer came in and talked to you after your mom and sister showed up. Was he a different police officer than the first one?
I don't remember.
Do you remember if the police officer you talked to tried to relate to you?
Judge, objection. That's speculation. Asking whether an officer tried to relate.
Yeah, I think it's the same objection.
Okay. The bottom line is, that same day that you first started talking to police, you told them what you told the jury here today, right? And you didn't have a plea agreement in place at that time, right?
No.
You had no deal at all, right? You just told the truth. How old were you?
15.
All right.
15.
Now, your plea agreement, You didn't plead a murder, did you?
No.
What'd you plead to?
Facilitation.
And what is facilitation?
You got something to do with it, but you're not utterly responsible.
Okay. And as part of this agreement, the Commonwealth said if you got probation, it would be 20 years worth of probation. Is that right?
Yeah.
And if you had to serve, if you had to go into custody and serve, it was going to be 10 years. Is that right?
Yeah.
And the Commonwealth objected to your being probated, right? The Commonwealth wanted you to go in and serve time. Is that right?
Yeah.
So you're 15 and you enter into this agreement. Did you end up getting sentenced to serve time?
I did 3 years in DJJ.
Okay. And for people that don't know, is DJJ the juvenile prison system?
Juvenile justice.
And so you did 3 years. Then you came before a judge when you turned 18, and the judge had a chance to re-sentence you.
Yeah.
And the Commonwealth again objected to your probation. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Now, in this agreement, is it your understanding that the Commonwealth can just anytime we want to walk away from the deal? Does the judge have to determine that you were dishonest here today before the Commonwealth can take your deal away?
Yeah.
So it's the judge that decides what happens to you, not us. And we've never made any promises beyond what's in this deal, right?
Yeah.
So you got 10 to 20 years. We objected. We sent you through the juvenile system and objected again.
Judge, he's testifying.
No.
It's the same.
Yeah, like 3 or 4 minutes. Regina Crawford, thank you.
Okay. If I showed you a copy of the transcript where the police went over your rights with you, would that maybe refresh your memory?
So you have transcripts where they did go over his rights. He said in 7 years he wouldn't forget that. I don't remember anything when I'm 15. Well, I remember some stuff. Of course, I'm also not 22. I'm like a million.
All right. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
No.
So are you able to read okay?
No.
All right. So right here, this is see that right there?
Yeah.
That part is what so at some point in time, did a police officer say to you, you have the right to remain silent, anything you say can be used against you and all that stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. That's what I meant by read you your rights. So do you remember a police officer going through that with you? No further questions, Ron.
Recross.
Mr. Carter, did you just tell this jury that you served only 3 years for
Yeah.
pleading guilty?
Yeah.
And then you were probated. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Anything else?
One last reread. Right? So
Hang on. Come on up.
I guess they're not going to play it. We might listen to or watch that video of him being questioned. If they're not going to show it, maybe we'll watch that tomorrow at lunch. Duck lips, zap. Ugly Band-Aid on your head, zap.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and end for the day. Tomorrow we
Hallelujah.
have something that I have something else, another court matter I need to take up in the morning. So I'm going to have you come in a little bit later than normal tomorrow. I'm going to have you come in at 10 o'clock a.m. And also I don't think tomorrow will be as long of a day. So we will have you come outside the courtroom doors at 10 a.m. tomorrow. In the meantime, I'm once again going to remind you that you are not to do any research, post information about the case, or discuss the case with anyone. And if you mention, also, in case it isn't obvious, you all can bring water or whatever.
Lily ceiling tile. Anything else? Anything else? Duck lip zap. If there's anything else on the record we need to
But I
hear.
really appreciate everything y'all are doing to move the case along and stay on point. Is there anything we need to deal with before we come back tomorrow? Yeah. 9:15. But if you're here by 9:15, we'll be fine. I assume he's still in the jail as far as you know. Okay. All right. So he should be here tomorrow at 9 and we'll be good to go.
Oh, so we're going to hear from, oh my God, Crinklin in the, who's he? Zap. So we're going to hear from the other one tomorrow. Zapping. Worth a shot, you know, just hoping. So we made it through the absolute longest day that there ever was in all of the longest days of all of them ever. Lucy left me. She's like, I'm gone. I'm out of here. We're done. So we made it through closing arguments and verdict watch and verdict and sentencing phase, testimony and sentencing phase, closing remarks and sentencing phase, deliberation and sentencing phase being delivered, all on Lisa Dykes' trial. And we made it through all of the first 2 days of Brice Rhodes. We got so much done. This is what happens when I go to bed at 7 p.m. Now, tomorrow I'm going to be back to like normal, exhausted Brandi. Medicated Brandi will be here. I appreciate y'all hanging out. This has been, I've been streaming now for almost 11 hours straight with no break. This is my life. You live here now. Look, when I told y'all you live here now, this is what I mean. But the good thing is tomorrow we will be back live. So we get to watch this as it happens. Which is going to be really interesting because this is kind of like with him being such a loose cannon, you know, it's almost like watching football. Like, you know, there's the not knowing if something crazy could happen makes watching it live a little bit more intense and, you know, exciting or whatever you want to call it. So I'm glad that we'll be back to live tomorrow. So I'm going to end here and stretch my old lady back. Tomorrow I think I set up the video for 9, but she just said they're not coming until 10. So I'm going to change it. I've got it set up already. I am going to, oh yeah, the outbursts were atrocious. 100%. Yeah, like, oh gosh, if only there was a zapper then, that'd have been amazing. But I have the stream set up for tomorrow, so it will portal you on over there once we're done here, and go ahead and hit notify me so that you can make sure that you get notified when we go live tomorrow. And tomorrow morning at some point I will, yeah, this is Eastern, sorry, because we're in Kentucky. We traveled from Dallas, Texas to Louisville, Kentucky. I love Louisville, actually. Anywho, I digress. Unmedicated Brandi. Susie H., welcome to the family. You live here now. Literally, you live here. This is where you live. This is where I've spent literally half of my day. You live here. I've got the stream set up for tomorrow, though. So when y'all get portaled on over, hit notify me so that you get notified when we go live. And I'm going to look up some of the videos and stuff that they're not going to show us in court so that we can watch them during lunch break tomorrow and maybe during some of the other breaks. So how long have we been here today?
It's been 84 years.
It's been 84 years, people. 84 years. But you know what? Tomorrow is Friday Eve. And is Mel live? Mel live? You said you're going to. Is he live? I can send us all over there. Hi. Yep, I'm still streaming. Still here. Still here. Never just this marathon stream. Is it? I don't see. I just finished 2 streams and you're on your first. I know, right? Crazy. I don't see you. Okay. Oh, is he on the second channel? I can send us over there. I'm still not seeing live. All right. I tried. All right, y'all. I appreciate you so much hanging out and going through this super long day. I will see you tomorrow. It's going to be big day tomorrow because we have the other one testifying, and that is going to be another wild one. I'm really curious to see how much his story tomorrow lines up with Anwan's story today. So that'll be really interesting. Yeah, and we're getting closer to 15K. I think we're like at almost 14 now, right? Look at us growing. Look at us growing. All right, y'all. I appreciate you so much. I will see you bright and early in the morning, 10 a.m. I'll probably start a little bit before that. Maybe like we'll start like 9:40, 9:45-ish Eastern. Like 9:45 Eastern tomorrow morning. All right. Thank you for reporting to jury duty. See you bright and early.